Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Don't be creepy.
Juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I see that you know your judo well.
Right now.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's science.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Fucking bitch.
What now?
I'm staying in the race.
Could you drum up? Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the resistance.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
China? Have to have no China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Consequences.
So hot right now.
Well, here we are again. floating somewhere between Earth and space. So much for us to talk about here tonight, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to put on those seatbelts, space fams, as this space flight may be a little bumpy. All right. Good to see everyone. Sue Fairy Dust B, Moanoab, and Bob Carmody 123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist, a close fourth. Pat Lefty's here. Lovely Pariah, Joe 47771. So Life. And Owen Vroomer. Schmagley is here too. Good to see you. Alright. Well, if you're just tuning in, the situation has not changed. My audio interface is still dead, still not working. A piece of hardware which was integral to this stream and important to me. Had it for over a decade, and now it's gone. Well, not gone, but not functional. No longer able to do its job, which means I don't have a fancy microphone to use. That's right, because yeah, maybe it's not clear, but the audio interface is broken, and that's bad. So, let's get to the show. America, fuck yeah. Let's see what America's been up to in the news media. Oh, good. CNN from 11 hours ago. The View host. Apparently there's a View host. I don't watch very much The View, not gonna lie. So I wasn't very familiar with this one. I've done a quick cursory research. So there might be a little bit more to her than being the View host. Let's go here, see what she had to say. CNN felt this clip was so important that I don't see CNN really go for the short clips, but this was 1 minute and 47 seconds long. So CNN felt this to be very important. 2 minutes. Let's hear what this woman has to say.
It seemed like the Trump administration wanted to lean into something that is popular and that they're on the right side of the American public is, which is deporting criminals who are here illegally. That's something the majority of the public supports. But it turns out as we get more information about who was actually deported, there were a lot of people who fell through the cracks. And the conditions that they're now in, because they're off U.S. soil and our ability to bring them back is somewhat restricted, are terrible. And it's un-American. But what I would say is this. My one caution is Trump is going right up to the line of violating the courts, of directly saying we're not going to be following your rulings. But DOJ is engaging, and I think people like Chuck Schumer and others saying, right now we are in a constitutional crisis. You risk becoming the boy who cried wolf. There will be a moment that Donald Trump, black and white, clearly oversteps that line, and no one's going to need to tell you. You're going to need to know, and I imagine the Supremes are going to weigh in a more heavy-handed way. But I do worry about this. Anytime that he's kind of pushing back and using this language he does, it's a constitutional crisis. It starts to fall on deaf ears.
It's also, I agree with that.
Yeah. He agrees with that.
The term constitutional crisis.
Now, this guy is a tabloid journalist that worked for the Daily Beast. And now the View host, as they put into the title, and Then they said that she's a political contributor or was a commentator. What was the chevron? What was on the chevron here? Alyssa Farrah Griffin, former. There it is. Oh, wait. I thought she was the View host. No, she's Donald Trump's former White House communications director. Weird. Oh.
Don't be creepy.
Wow. Oh, so Donald Trump's former White House communications director thinks that we're the boy who cried wolf for suggesting we're in a constitutional crisis. And sure, it's bad that there's maybe some people who aren't criminals or from Venezuela who are now sitting in El Salvadorian slave labor camps. But stop being the boy who cried wolf. Thanks, CNN. Great clip. These guys are really doing the journalism. Really doing it. So good. So good and so hard.
Phrasing?
Settle down. All right. Speaking of those deportations, let's go here. Democracy Now! From a day ago. Catch and revoke. AI-driven State Department program targets pro-Palestinian students and visa holders.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. After Mahmoud Khalil was detained 2 weeks ago, President Trump warned he was the, quote, first arrest of many to come. Trump's warning comes as the State Department's launched a program to use artificial intelligence to scrape the social media accounts of foreign nationals, including students, to identify possible targets for deportation. We're joined right now by Faiza Patel, Senior Director of the Brennan Center for Justice's Liberty and National Security Program. Her new piece for the Brennan Center is headlined, U.S. AI-driven catch and revoke initiatives threatens First Amendment rights. Thanks so much for being with us, Faiza. Explain what is going on.
So one thing that's going on is something that's been going on for a really long time, which is that government agencies have been collecting social media information. They've been scraping social media. They've been keeping tabs on what Americans are saying. And this is something that started during really the end of the Obama administration, continued through the first Trump administration, and continued through the Biden administration. And I think it's important to also understand two things. One is AI-driven, sounds really fancy. I mean, basically what they're going to be doing is keyword searches. And we've seen this play out with, as with their attempts to identify so-called DEI initiatives, which led to things like removing information about the Enola Gay. Mm-hmm. So I think you have a sense of
not just that.
Bomb in Japan.
I've been looking into it. There's a lot of stuff that got removed, especially civil rights figures, right? You know, it is a long list of stuff that just got wiped from government websites, essentially, by doing keyword searches. I wonder what was in those keyword searches. I've been thinking about it to myself, and I think we can all probably guess what sort of things were in there. And in a way, it's like it's basically internet segregation, right? Rewriting of history.
They took out the word gay?
Well, they just took out the whole reference, right? I mean, you see this playing out. I mean, they make a lot of really rudimentary mistakes, right? Because there's no context, there's no understanding. You're doing keyword searches and you're taking things offline in the case of the DEI stuff. But when you translate that over to the social media scraping context, you can understand how that will work out, right? Because they will be looking for certain terms and they will be targeting people based on this speech, and that can sweep very, very broadly. In the current context where they're going after pro-Palestinian protests, you've got to ask, right? Is the fact that I liked a Free Palestine post going to be enough to have me deported? I mean, foreign students are running scared because, they may have done something very innocuous in social media, and now they're in the crosshairs. But I also think it's important to remember that, the focus on pro-Palestinian speech is sort of the tip of the iceberg. If you look at the executive order that Trump put out, which sort of previews this program, it's not just about what he characterizes as pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas speech. It's also about anything that the administration considers as being basically un-American, right? And so that covers a vast swath of speech. It covers all kinds of protest activity, from environmental, pro-migrant, pro-democracy, pro-voter. It's a wide space that can be covered here.
Are you concerned about this latest news we had in headlines? President Trump rescinded an executive order targeting the law firm Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison after meeting in person with its chair. Under the deal, the law firm will provide $40 million in free legal services supporting Trump's agenda, including his task force to combat anti-Semitism. This is a law firm. And yet we just had a Jewish UCLA student, Israeli-American Jewish UCLA student, saying it's anti-Semitic to go after Jewish students who are protesting against Israel's war on Gaza.
I mean, I think there's a lot of concern overall that civil society institutions have been crumbling almost in the face of pressure from the Trump administration. And I think that...
I mean, the fact is we're just changing what words mean, okay? Because if it... there's plenty of anti-Semites in the United States, open anti-Semites all over the place. But those aren't the ones that they're going after. And perhaps shocking to no one.
Sweeps across the board to media organizations that have settled lawsuits with him, universities that, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal that Columbia was going to accede to the demands from the Trump administration, and there's been a lot of pressure on the law firms as well. So this is, you can't look at any one of these things in isolation. I think it's an overall attack on civil society institutions that could potentially block his agenda.
So it's a catch and revoke program. Mm-hmm. Explain that further and how that fits into the First Amendment and privacy rights.
Sure. So, this is a play, right, on catch and release, which was basically the term that was used to describe the policy of sort of apprehending people at the border who were asylum seekers and then releasing them into the country because our immigration court system just really doesn't have the capacity to address their claims in a timely fashion. And we don't actually have detention capacity either. So that's it's a play on that term. And what that means is, the catch part is basically we're going to figure out who was involved, and currently we're looking at pro-Palestinian protests, who is involved in these protests, and they have a few different sources for that. There are some organizations that have been doxing people who took part in protests, and they claim to have provided that information to the State Department and to DHS, so that's one source. The other source is going through social media. Now, they have an advantage when it comes to foreigners when going through social media because since the last, I'm going to space in the time, but I think like 7 years or so, the State Department has been collecting social media handles from everybody who applies for a visa. That's 14.7 million people a year, roughly. And they actually now want to expand that program to another 33 million a year, which includes people who are in the United States who may be applying for immigration benefits. I'm here on a student visa, I get a job, I want to apply for a work visa. So they're trying to
So yeah, it seems like the plan right now is to use already collected information, and whatever comes from that, you combine that with scraping the rest of the internet, I guess, on keyword searches. Same way they did with the DEI on these websites that caused people like Jackie Robinson, the Tuskegee Airmen, Navajo Wind Talkers, Enola Gay, mention of the Enola Gay. Just, we know what they were searching, Like Bob said earlier in chat, black woman plus gay, enter. Just, there's no nuance to this. It's not like, but also make sure that it's not an important historical figure. Like none of that's happening. And there's more words too. Let's not forget. I don't know if everybody remembers, I should have made a clip of this already, and I haven't. That means,
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But we watched it a couple of times now. We talked about the utterly insane list, which is supposedly being used for these searches, right? Because it's like, I'm sure I'm transposing this onto it, but I don't think I'm stretching whatsoever, right? Think about it. The list that we talked about, I think might have been last weekend, I think, or maybe even last week. But the list we were talking about with regards to which is now causing government grant applications, research grant applications, stuff like that. There's a massive list of stuff that is now no longer allowed and is causing grant applications to be denied, right? And that list goes, it's like a half the dictionary, okay? It's all the words that upset Republicans and make them cry into their pillows. Feelings over facts. Let's talk about this story. Because apparently, Donald Trump is revoking the legal status of hundreds of thousands of immigrants. Just at the stroke of a pen. You're all done. You're all out of here. CBS Evening News, one day ago.
Now to that late afternoon notice from the Trump administration to revoke the legal status of potentially more than 500,000 immigrants currently living in the United States. This as we are learning more about the Venezuelans deported under the 18th century wartime law. I'm joined now by immigration reporter Camila Montoya Galvez to help us unravel all of this. First of all, Camila, let's start with 500,000. Remind us again what that program was supposed to do.
The Trump administration, John, is moving aggressively to dismantle President Biden's immigration.
By the way, I meant to say thank you for the super chat to Impeccable Living. Somehow I got distracted going on that tirade about banned words and this incredibly clunky DEI dismantling. But yeah, thank you, Impeccable Living. I hope you are well. I hope you are well. No, you.
Legacy, and they are now in the process of terminating a process known as CH&V that was set up by the previous administration as a way to reduce illegal immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border by offering would-be migrants a legal and safe way.
Wait, what about Marco? What about little Marco?
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I'm so confused. Is this like on a case-by-case basis? What's happening here? Is Marco no longer the Secretary of State? Is he going back?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
to come here without the use of a smuggler and without the use of illegal entries into the U.S. About 500,000 people from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua entered the U.S. under that process, which required American sponsorships from people who were citizens or legal permanent residents here. And in the next 30 days, their work permits and deportation protections will be lapsed and terminated by the Department of Homeland Security, which is warning that if these people do not voluntarily depart the country, John, they will be found, arrested, and deported from the country. In fact, the
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely right, Bob. We invited them, and now they're the scapegoat. And it's not just we invited them. Some of these people on this list, Donald Trump personally invited Venezuelans during his term as a way to, get at Maduro and the Venezuelan government. Donald Trump opened up a bunch of visas for, immigrate. What do you call it? What do they do? Just VH1, whatever they are. Basically, he did it for Venezuelans, and now he's sending them either back to Venezuela or to fucking El Salvador. I don't even know specifically where they're all going to go. It's not clear at this moment. Oh my God, what am I looking at? Somehow I just completely ignored the fact we have I don't know how many likes we have right now. Someone's going to have to tell me, but that's too much.
That's too much, man!
is saying that the people affected by this policy change should sign up to self-register on a smartphone app provided by the government and tell people that they will be departing the country.
Okay, tough to keep track of it all, but you've been keeping track, of course, of those Venezuelan migrants that have been sent to El Salvador. What more do we know about that group?
Well, not only have the deportations to El Salvador triggered this contentious legal battle here in the U.S., John, but also a debate about who was actually sent to that Central American country. The administration is saying that all the Venezuelan men it sent there, 238 Venezuelan nationals, are part of...
Fuck's sake. Okay. Aaron W. Wow.
Don't be creepy.
87 likes. Moanoa was at least honest about it. 87. That is too much.
That's too much, man!
So you can't trick me. Can't trick me. Can't. Especially with dedicated modesses like Moanoa. Joe 4771. What just happened? Why can't I? What's going on? Why aren't we hearing? Hold on. I need to test something. Something's wrong. And I haven't messed with this recently, but it's just I don't even know why it wouldn't be working. Let me just test this while we're on stream. Sorry for the slight departure from everything. I'm just sick of not hearing these. I noticed it earlier in the stream today. I think I might have noticed it yesterday too, but I was so thrown off by not having the microphone, the audio interface working, trying to make sure it sounded okay and things like that. I'm just behind on stuff like this. We should be able to hear these. Test this. Actually, maybe I need to can't hear it. I can't hear it. And what doesn't make sense wait. Huh, still no sound. I don't understand. This is so strange. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to make this work.
Follow the rich white man.
Nothing.
So you're
No
telling me
sounds.
there's a chance?
Why are we being repressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Tracy Eba with the 3-pound super sticker. A waving and winking lemon. Starting the sour hour off right. Now, I'm very confused. I don't know why this is happening. I'll have to try and figure it out some other time, I guess. The sound should be working perfectly fine. You know, I'm going to try this one thing. See if this fixes it. What if I do it this way? Will this fix it?
Follow the rich white man.
That did fix it.
One ocean say to the other ocean.
It did work.
Nothing. It
Aha!
just waved.
I fixed it. I don't know why that... I mean, I've had it like this whole time. It's worked perfectly fine. And then I just switched that one thing and it's okay. Okay, hey. Whatever works for you, pal. I'm fine with it. I guess I'll count that as like a half a one? So it's like we're at like 1.5 right now? I'm trying to think of what the fact is. The pound has been going down against the dollar. It's kind of halfway between half and fucking hell. I can't be doing conversions right now. It's too much. What am I doing? Oh, right. All right, so we figured that out. We figured out situation with the Twitch. Okay. Now, we watched a bit of this yesterday. I figured we'd watch a little bit more of this today, because we didn't get to watch the whole thing. And it wasn't that long, but I was trying to get through 170 videos yesterday. Sort of insane. We still have a fair amount of those.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with one.
Hey, Amy. We still have a fair amount of those to get through today because we didn't manage to finish them all, even in a nearly 12-hour stream. Let's start it back here. Yeah. Juan.
And Elliot, in terms of the qualitative difference between the current situation and a past conference,
I just realized something. I didn't even roll for your emotional support. Wait, yes, I did. What was the? Oh my god. It was 2 and. Oh god. Oh, gotta rack my brain. What did I get?
between the executive branch and the courts. Of course, back in the 1800s, there was a famous battle between Andrew Jackson and the Supreme Court over the relative sovereignty of the Native American peoples, and FDR had his conflicts with the courts. But this is, as you say, multiple federal judges all around the country coming up, ruling against the Trump administration. What's your sense of the difference between this and all prior historical battles?
Well, here the Trump administration is directly saying, you just played that ghoul Stephen Miller, directly saying that the federal judges don't have authority over this administration. Right. So that's number one. That's the biggest break.
I cannot believe
they're not even pretending to acknowledge the authority of the federal judiciary to restrain or control this administration. Right. So that's number one. Number two, when you look at those historical examples, you're talking for the most part about military funding, right? You're talking about, Andrew Jackson saying the judges made his order, now let him enforce it, as he's committing genocide against the Native Americans. You're talking about Teddy Roosevelt sending the Navy halfway out into the Pacific and saying, like, Congress, I'm sure you will fund them to bring them back, won't you? You're talking about the executive branch executing its large control, the commander-in-chief exercising his large control over the American military. This ain't that, all right? This isn't a military situation. This is Congress-appointed money for USAID, put the money back on, turn the money back on, and Trump saying, no, I ain't. Absolutely not. This is a judge saying, turn the planes around and bring those people back, and Trump saying, nope, won't do that either.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Again, this is straight up authoritarianism. This is straight up one man's whim alone controls the country. As you played, you've got his border czar out there literally saying he's not going to respect judicial opinions. You've got Stephen Miller saying that. You've got Trump saying that. And that's what's different from the past. If anybody thinks that there's a equivalency here, I'd like to just remind people that I am old enough to remember when the Supreme Court unconstitutionally, in my mind, outlawed abortions. I'm old enough to remember that. I'm old enough to remember President Joe Biden not going into Texas and being like, abortions for everybody, right? I remember Joe Biden respecting the Supreme Court's ridiculous order when it came to a woman's right to choose. And so I would just contrast Biden's restraint when it came to judges versus what we're seeing from the Trump administration.
I also wanted to ask you about Trump's weaponizing of the Justice Department, even though he claims the Justice Department was weaponized against him. In his speech last week at the Great Hall at the Justice Department, he said, quote, "As the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred." He was there with the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, and Attorney General Pam Biondi in attendance.
Yeah, I mean, this is Trump doing what he promised to do. This is a dictator acting like a dictator, right? This is a man personally taking control of the law enforcement apparatus of the United States to go after his political enemies. That's what he promised to do. That is, in fact, what he's doing. I'm surprised people are surprised. What'd you think the man was going to do? Follow the law? He didn't even promise to do that. So, like, why are people surprised that he's not doing it now, right? He went to the DOJ, and look, Juan, to be clear, I don't have any pearls to clutch. I'm not one of these people who's like, oh my God, he talked to the Attorney General. Why? Even though, if we're going to look historically, there is supposed to be a wall of separation between the DOJ and the President of the United States. Again, to go back to Joe Biden, he wouldn't even call Merrick Garland to follow up on whether or not he was doing anything about the people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. But putting that aside, Trump went to the DOJ to declare, to announce, to confirm that he intends to use the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, especially the lawyers. Trump called out a number of lawyers during that speech: Jack Smith, Andrew Weissman, Norm Eisen, specifically saying that he is going to use his lawyers at the DOJ because they're his now, not ours. They work for him, not the people in the United States of America. Trump made that entirely clear. He's going to use his lawyers to go after the lawyers he believes stand up and oppose him. That was the upshot of his speech at the Department of Justice.
Yeah, well, that basically, that was it. He complained about the weaponization of the Department of Justice, even though Joe Biden refused to talk to Merrick Garland during his term in office, which, but now that he's in office, he is literally weaponizing the DOJ for himself. And it's disturbing. Incredibly disturbing. No one should feel good about this moment. We have 30 likes now. That's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. Crippling. Impeccable Living, member for 2 months. 2 months already? I have no concept of time. All right. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Appreciate you. Okay, let's go on. Talk about the Department of Education, which is being dismantled as we speak.
Trump yesterday signed an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Now, he doesn't have the legal authority to do it. And part of this, of course, is theater. But then the other part is they just start firing people. They create realities on the ground. They challenge the judiciary to stop them. They want to bring this to the Supreme Court. the Trump administration wants to see, essentially, if the Supreme Court will give them this unilateral power to essentially usurp the Congress's appropriation power. Here is Donald Trump. I mean, this is just so
Stephen
twisted.
Miller.
No, well, let's just do a quick of the signing order, just because it's so twisted that he's surrounded himself with children, as if this is a benefit for children.
He did this before with the trans sports ban, where it was almost identical to the Tim Walz photo op where he was signing free school breakfast and lunch for children as opposed to scapegoating trans kids.
Are these all private school kids?
I don't know.
Good question.
Maybe charter school, but they're all signing mini executive orders. This is his shtick now, like when he made that kid the Secret Service agent.
Yeah, authoritarian kitsch.
Dress up like me.
This is so twisted. Honestly, I can't even watch any more of that. So twisted.
It really is. We were talking about it yesterday.
This means, in the Department of Education, let's just briefly.
We were talking about it yesterday, but I mean, these kids are, being used by their parents as basically as pawns. It's pretty gross. And what I heard is most of these kids, or all of these kids, go to private or charter schools. So they have no idea what's being taken away from people.
Over what they do. They basically have three major buckets of functions. One is to supplement local school systems, and specifically ones that are poor, rural and inner city, poor school systems. They provide more funding. They also provide funding specifically for things like special ed, and whether those those disabilities are physical or in terms of learning. The second thing that they do is basically enforce the right that children have to a free and minimally good, I guess, is the best way to put it, education. And that's through their Department of Civil Rights. They go in and basically enforce Title I of the Education Act. And then the third thing they do is manage student loans. Apparently, the Department of Education has had a tough time figuring out where they're going to offload these things. They're just probably looking for some type of private enterprise. This Office of Civil Rights is going to be the hardest hit by cuts. And that's what the Department of Education does. It just makes sure. And this is a department that was established in 1970.
Children from the Cheeto.
What was that hashtag? Oh, the way that she pronounced it was hilarious. Hashtag save the children from the Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Omegastar. And I will hydrate. Also, thank you, Tracy, for the super chat. Happy birthday, Captain Kirk, aka William Shatner. That's right, Captain Kirk. It's your birthday. Enjoy. And thank you. I guess, yeah, we'll just add that to your other one. We'll call that two. We're at 2 super chats. 1 super sticker, 1 super chat. Combined. Our powers combined. Something like that.
And the first one happened in the wake of the Civil War. Basically started off Reconstruction because there was an understanding that you cannot have a fair society without making sure that everyone is educated. And it was specifically to provide education or make sure that education being provided for recently freed slaves. And in many respects, the Department of Education's mission, as started again in 1979, was very similar to, at least in spirit, to that, which is we cannot have a fair and equal society if poor people, marginalized people, kids with disabilities are not provided a free and basic education. And that's been the mission of it. And that's why it's under assault here by the Republicans. And make no doubt about this. This has been a long-term project of the Republican Party. This is not, Donald Trump was just an obnoxious guy in New York. And decades before Donald Trump even became a presidential candidate, this was an agenda of the Republican Party. Here is Stephen Miller losing his, and he's a Homeland Security advisor, incidentally, losing his shit about the Department of Education.
Well, as we know, the Department of Education here in Washington, D.C. is overwhelmingly staffed by radical left Marxist bureaucrats who are in every way hostile to Western civilization, hostile to American interests, and hostile to our founding document.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to make this clear. What he's talking about is the Department of Education makes sure that we do not discriminate against black, brown children and poor children. Because there is, in creating the Department of Education, this is what Congress had in the bill. No provision of a program administered by the secretary or by any other officer of the department shall be construed to authorize the secretary to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over the curriculum, program of instruction, administration, or personnel of any educational institution, school, or school system, over any accrediting, et cetera, et cetera. There's no involvement in the curriculum.
Right.
In terms of, inserting Marxism into it. It's just
labor theory of value, yeah.
But the decoding is that he's saying, and they're redirecting these resources to combating anti-Semitism. So when he says the word Western civilization, well, let's decode that. We are going to defund programs that help fill the gaps in poorer areas of this country or that help kids with disabilities to go towards suppressing free speech for the Zionist project. And that's how you square that circle where a white supremacist like Stephen Miller can support Israel. It's because they view that as an extension of Western civilization. And that's why those two things coexist.
And his problem isn't with Marxists so much, it's with MLKists.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. When he says Marxist, he really means the existence of minorities in general. Uppity women, transgenders, LGBT people in general, all of that stuff. Stephen hates that. Now, apparently, some of the stuff Donald Trump has been saying is upsetting Republicans. Huh. That's weird, because I haven't been seeing a whole lot of that in public. Why do I need Maggie Haberman to tell me about this? Why can't they tell me about how upset they are? Where is Lauren Boebert? Where is Lindsey Graham?
The presidential assault on the judiciary, a co-equal branch of government, has already stoked fears among some of a constitutional crisis. The new chapter appeared to come after the DOJ had a noon deadline to answer some key questions regarding hundreds of migrants deported to El Salvador over the weekend. They missed that deadline, and the information they eventually did provide to U.S. District Judge James Boasberg was deemed, quote, woefully insufficient. The judge went on to say,
woefully insufficient. Wow. Sorry, I forgot. Where's Maggie? Maggie, you're going to tell me about this? What are you about to tell me, huh?
do not fix this toxic and unprecedented situation immediately, our country is in very serious trouble. Let's start with Maggie Haberman, senior political correspondent for the New York Times, who is with me here tonight. Where is this headed, do you think? What does your reporting tell you about where the president wants this to go?
So a couple of things, John. This is very much a fight that the administration wants, to be clear, is over this specific case. You heard what the Attorney General said. She is describing this as a case of judges and Democrats and people who criticize what happened here wanting alleged terrorists, although she just calls them terrorists, to stay in the country. This is actually a lack of due process issue, which is why the judge in this case did what he did. Asking about an order not being followed is what any judge would do, no matter who they'd been appointed by. I actually think what Trump said, yes, that was clearly an attack on Judge Boasberg. There's no question about that. He's playing a very risky game because judges don't like attacks on other judges, but he did not repeat the impeachment point. And I think that that is the key point there. I think he is trying to show he is still issuing a pressure campaign. He always does. We are going to see him continue to do that.
It's just a pressure campaign.
His calls for Congress to impeach judges, which is very hard to make happen, has upset some of his own staff, and it has upset leaders in the Senate and in the House, Republican leaders in the Senate and the House. So I think that this is him saying, fine, I hear you, at least for now.
So no impeachment in the statement tonight, but there was this new reference to the Supreme Court, which is pretty interesting.
He knows where...
Wow, Maggie. I love that. Such a nuanced take. The removal of a word from a recent tweet. It isn't even the removal. It's just the lack of a word in a secondary criticism tweet. That's okay. So that means he's a truth. Donald Trump truth on his own private social media company, and it didn't have a certain word in it anymore. And that means actually he's listening to the judges. I'm sorry. What are you talking about, Maggie?
Well, he knows where this is going, and yes, it was absolutely a brushback to Roberts, and it was trying to say, essentially, there is something wrong with you all if you don't side with me. But it was much more of an acknowledgement that, A, this is going to the Supreme Court most likely, and B, that he may not get what he wants. And he may not get what he wants both on the matter of law and because he's not really making things easier for himself.
So the Justice Department sort of dragging its feet, and in some cases close to or over the line, an outright defiance of the judge. How deliberate is this?
Very. I mean, it's amazing. And I was having this conversation with someone earlier today. Remember, the whole strategy for the Trump legal team when he was a defendant and when he was facing a ton of lawsuits as a candidate, and before he was a candidate, just as a former president, was delay, drag everything out, make it go as close to the election as possible, so then you could argue that the sentencing in his criminal case in Manhattan couldn't happen until after Election Day, or this case is now too close to Election Day in one of the other indictments. It's the same thing here. It's not a coincidence that the DOJ is led by two of his former criminal defense lawyers, Todd Blanche and Emil Bove, and Pam Bondi has represented him in other matters. They are employing the same tactics, and I think you can expect to see a lot of that going forward.
Maggie, if you will stick around. We're not done with you just yet. We want to bring in your colleague, though, New York Times, Devlin Barrett, who has a new report on the 18th century law that the Trump administration has been using for some of these deportations.
Wow. What great reporting. Such incredible reporting. Truly overwhelming. So, Republicans, Trump's remarks are upsetting his staff, and other Republicans, but we don't have any of them telling us. It's Maggie telling us that they're upset. Okay, that's great. How brave. So brave.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Oh, Megastar. He's getting all tangled up in red tape. That's right. That's right, Omega. Appreciate the super chat. I guess that gets us up to 3 super chats now on our goal, even though it says 2. Making progress, indeed. Now, here, let's go to talk about something that we talked about yesterday, and I find this fascinating. Because Donald Trump is basically, I mean, this next story is a great example of what we've been talking about. Is that rather than competence, we've been given incompetence. Rather than merit, we're being given, completely untested, well, really, not even just tested, not completely unthought through policy decision making. Okay? All of it is it's just being done in a haphazard way with no consideration for the merits of the actions. Yesterday we talked about how Elon Musk was going to a State Department meeting with regards to top secret future war plans regarding China, what the U.S. would do in result of all that. I said, that's maybe a bad idea, considering Elon is incredibly dependent on China as it relates to his Tesla factory. So Tesla factories, right? To his business. One of the main sources of his wealth is his stock price of Tesla. Okay? And the largest EV manufacturing plant is in China. It's a Tesla plant. It's the, whatever it's called, the Hyper Factory or whatever. And, giving Elon Musk plans about potential war with China, well, it seems irresponsible. I don't even know why he would need the information, first off, or why he would be clued into any of this. So there's no clarity on why that would be even necessary or a good idea. It's more just, hey, get Elon in on every single aspect of government, right? I, of course, suggested that maybe Elon, considering his close relationship with the Chinese Communist Party because of this factory, might have potential conflict of interest in relation to this. Maybe he would feel obligated to tell China, considering he signed a document saying that he would do nothing to cause China any problems. Years ago, when he built the Hyper Factory, maybe Xi Jinping, some Chinese official, goes to Elon and says, hey, we heard about that meeting. Tell us what you know, or the Hyper Factory is gone. We are reappropriating, we're going to nationalize it. We'll give it to BYD.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, within 24 hours, a little bit over, 36 hours after that story broke, Donald Trump immediately reversed his decision, once again proving that he has thought none of this through, that he has, in fact, completely, just, like things like this are just happening haphazardly, scattershot with zero consideration for the ramifications, and then maybe later, oh, whoopsies, oh, you know what, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Come on, that's too much.
That's too much, man!
So incompetent. Also, by the way, I double dare you at Omega Star from Joe47771. Thank you, Joe. Much appreciated. Looks like there's some sort of a chat war going on right now. Double dog dare. Double dog daring going on. So here, Associated Press from yesterday.
York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
China. I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China.
I don't want to show it to anybody. Anybody.
I deal with these people all the
That is such a weird answer. Such a weird answer. My God. Hey, what is that? Anybody. Of course, some people have to see these plans, like the generals, the top national security officials, but that is not what Elon is. I love how Donald Trump's explanation for why Elon's not seeing it is because nobody should see it, rather than Elon has no, like, he keeps doing these little word tricks. You know, it's all just so fucking vague and opaque what it is Elon is still, even with that recent ruling on the appointments clause. And Donald Trump still playing these games. Nobody should see it. It's just not. It's just not.
I don't want reality.
It's controverting reality, man. Megastar, StreamLord. Oh, good double dare. Good Bauhaus song. A bow bow. Sorry, I know it's not. But I just, when you hear bow, I just think they bow bow. I can't help myself, okay? I think in sound shots only. Wait, so where are we now? Wait, did we complete the goal? We did! Holy crap. That happened. That happened already. Okay. Ending goal. I wonder if it's bad for me to end goals before they're actually finished. I wonder if YouTube is like dinging me whenever I end these goals without them completing. I'll bet they do. I'll bet they do.
China. With China. Now, I deal with these people all the time, and I'm dealing with Pete. I'm dealing with these gentlemen on numerous different airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great. But I don't want other people seeing, anybody seeing potential war with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's taking,
he's great. You wouldn't want to
a big price for helping us cut costs.
Massive tangent in the middle. You wouldn't want to show it to a great patriot who's actually. I thought great patriots are allowed to do whatever they want. Isn't that what Donald Trump? Isn't that what he said earlier? He's like, actually, Elon, he's a great patriot, and that's why he's doing whatever he wants in the government. And now, actually. So great patriots you can't show great patriots this kind of stuff. Great businessmen and patriots. Can't show that. No, you can't show them the plans.
I have to have my China. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, Elon has businesses in China. And he would be susceptible, perhaps, to that. Nobody believed it. That the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like.
Nobody believed it. We all believed it because it was true. And then you backed off of it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No, nobody believed that we were doing that thing that we were doing. And then we're like, actually, it's a bad idea. I wonder who told him it was a bad idea. Marco? You think it was little Marco?
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
I'm just thinking to myself, who was it that said, Trump, actually, maybe don't give Elon access to this fucking meeting right now. Just try. Who would be the person to say that? Little Marco, the Lone Ranger. 42 likes. Okay, Mono up. I see you. I see the likes. More emotional support coming. Okay, let's go to some more stuff. Now, thankfully, we don't have nearly as much U.S. news as we had yesterday. We got through a lot of the stuff that I wanted to do. Basically, all of the stuff I wanted to do U.S.-wise yesterday. But kept us from doing all the other things I wanted to do. So we will have a much longer Earth half than U.S. half today. And in a way, that feels good to me, just because of how terrible the U.S. has been recently. Although the world's not that much better right now. I mean, slightly better in some places. Stuff like this isn't helping, though. Like the Social Security cuts that are coming. Supposedly. Let's go to CNN. You know, these CNN roundtables getting put together. I don't know if Abby is in charge of the guest lineup, but it's been bad. It's been pretty bad, and it continues to be pretty bad, not gonna lie. It's mostly Republicans. And, like, it just makes no sense. I don't understand why this is happening.
He's a nut. If his mother doesn't get it, he's crazy. Let him call my mother. She don't get her.
What do you think is the consequence? I mean, so many Americans rely on Social Security just to get by. What's the consequence of even suggesting that the way to get them to stop fraud, the way to stop fraudsters is to just stop all the checks and see who complains about it?
This whole thing is stupid. Somebody's been getting a check for 300 years. Well, who's a stupid person here? Stop sending them the check.
You know, and so this is why Donald Trump is a very unique politician. Now, I heard Lutnick. Now, in Lutnick's case, Lutnick is able to send his...
Look, Malik Abdul, GOP political strategist, and the fact is this whole round table, it's 3 Republicans and 1 black comedian. That's all it is. Like, it's insane. I don't understand what CNN is trying. What demographic is CNN trying to get? Is it the Liz Cheney voter? Is it the? I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. It still seems like CNN is genuinely leaning into the strategy taken during the election. Lean into Republicans. Can we get more Republicans on our side? I don't know why. Because when you think about it, right? Is Donald Trump got, what, 77 million? Kamala got like 75 point something million, right? There's only like 1.5 million between them. But if you add those numbers up, you get about 150 million people out of a 350 million person country, right? Now, some of those 200 million that didn't vote are either not allowed to vote or children, right? Well, children can't vote either, but like felons can't vote, stuff like that, right? Instead of trying to convince 200 million people to get involved, right? And they're like, actually, maybe we can just sort of suck some of the 77 million over here, rather than speaking to the rest of the country that's completely disengaged, right? It's just gotten so tired, so tiresome. I don't have time for it. Which is why most of these I just don't watch anymore. I just don't. Like, they've just been bothering the hell out of me. All right, it was 3 Republicans, a Hillary Clinton advisor, and then a black comedian. Diversity. All right, let's see. Summer Lee had to say here. She went to, I think it was sort of like an impromptu town hall of sorts. I think it was held at a church. Well, I don't think you can have a town hall at a church. Maybe this wasn't a church, or maybe it wasn't a town hall. I don't know which one it is. Can you hold a town hall in a church? Is that legal? Maybe I'm not familiar with how that would work. With how that works. So I feel like you're not allowed to do that. Maybe, actually, now that I think about it, plenty of political events have happened at churches now that they go back. I guess that must not be a problem. All right, let's go here. Summer Lee held a town hall in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. See what she had to say. I'm not going to listen to this whole thing, just part of it.
Thank you. The next question is from Dorothy H. Dodson. The second question was, what message should have been conveyed to people to illustrate that the Democrats are fighting for the everyday person?
Well, I think that some messages have to be conveyed in action. And I think that action looks like bravery and courage in situations where we should not be a rubber stamp to things. If I had to do something different or think of something different, I think that when Al Green was taken off the House floor, I think that leadership should have let us all out of it. And I think that we should have all stood up. Now, I'll say that we should have been there in the first place, because if we don't go to these things, they just fill the seats. And we didn't want those seats filled either. But it doesn't mean that we should have stayed. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have stood up for him. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have also been standing up and saying, you don't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. We should have all been screaming it. Because every single time that there is a camera on us as Democrats is an opportunity to reach somebody who is not always reached. It's an opportunity to convey to somebody that we're there, that we hear you, that we understand the problems, because that's what we're paid to do. We do understand the problems, and we are working tirelessly on solutions, even if we recognize that we might not be the solution in that moment. Because sometimes...
Okay, that's all we needed. But she's right. And the fact that they didn't stand up with Al Green at that moment. The fact that there was such a lack of support and that some Democrats actually voted to censure Al Green. It's just disgusting. Is very, very gross.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
All right. Let's go to a strong, masculine man of valor.
Here is Jesse Waters, and it's interesting. I wonder if they're nervous about the walls, or if it's just a sort of a generic knee-jerk response to having anybody who getting up and showing some type of fight. But
well, they were weird. They were upset about the weird stuff when he was deploying it, and then it was effective, and then he was put in the closet, or in the corner rather. Like, they are self-conscious about their lack of presence in popular culture, right? So right now they think they're back because Trump's on with Aiden Ross, and
he's from the demographic that they think they monopolize in their mind.
But I do think, like, they want to be perceived as the cool ones. Everybody wants to look like us. We're the Chads. We're the football players. So when they're mocked for being weirdos, it triggers something in them because they're the bullies. They don't want to be made fun of.
Here is Jesse Waters. This is the guy. Oh, well, we'll talk about it in a second.
Well, his nickname's Tampon. No real man has a nickname like that. Well,
Drum
that's what
up.
it is. I'm sorry. I didn't make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how
Pause it for a
masculine they
second.
are.
Just to be clear,
Maybe
his nickname is not Tampon. What? any more than Jesse Waters' nickname is, date rapist.
Gets
It's
punched
just
by
not
Ryan Grim.
there's not a nickname.
Tire slasher.
Good.
Well, no, but also I'm sorry. He wants to say real men. What did he say there? Real men don't get beat up.
Let's go back and
I'm just curious if Ryan Grim has anything to say about this.
Make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how masculine they are. Maybe if you're a professional fighter, you can do that, but I don't know people that do that, and I know a lot of tough guys. Like this guy, Greg Gutfeld. I have rules for men. They're just funny. They're not that serious. Like, you don't eat soup in public. You don't cross your legs.
You don't eat soup in
you don't
public.
drink from a straw. And one of the reasons you don't drink from a straw is because the way your lips purse.
You wouldn't want pursed lips. Now, this sound shot is, in fact, Jesse Waters.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
When he was talking about Donald Trump looking very good and very hard.
Phrasing?
Very masculine thing to say, of course.
A straw, and one of the reasons you don't drink from a straw is because the way your lips purse. It's very effeminate. And his excuse was, well, I was drinking a milkshake. Again, you shouldn't be drinking a milkshake. Milkshakes are for kids.
They're delicious.
No. Well, his nickname.
Do we have these pictures?
Look, did you send me them somewhere? I'm looking.
Look at how ladylike I look with the straw.
I mean,
First off,
all
we hear from the right is this notion of this notion of defining what constitutes manliness. I mean, the entire Daily Wire crew of men.
What is that?
Oh my gosh!
Look at that effeminate way his lips.
Is that a beautiful woman in front of him?
Yeah, I can't tell. What is he? Is he gender bending right now?
Yeah.
What's going on with his pursed lips? I don't know how to
He looks good. He looks good.
What's his drag name?
He looks good. And he looks
But this is, this is all part of their project. Like the idea of trying to make Tim Walz seem girly. And as if this is like it does two things, right? One is appeals to their sort of to the insecurity that people who follow Jesse Waters about their own masculinity, and the way that they do that is by sort of like trying to sort of define others as being insufficiently masculine. But it also does the double work of like denigrating women.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is a problem that he does girly things.
Well, that's why trans women are such a threat to them, right? So like
100%.
that's
Oh,
because
girl,
they
baby
view
girl.
and why they focus less on trans men is because masculinity is the dominant thing. We're very comfortable with the idea that that's who you are inside or that you would want to be us. But if you want to be a woman, it also is the anxiety on the other end that they may be attracted to a trans woman and not know about it. So like so when they come up with all these ways to police their behavior to act more masculine, it's because they're constantly thinking about it. And that means that you have an insecurity there, right? Like most people who are comfortable in their masculinity don't have to create these boundaries and anxieties for themselves about how they eat food or drink a beverage because they're comfortable with it.
It's also a direct assault on the validity of the patriarchy, or you could just say the hierarchy that comes from this, that ultimately comes from Christian or comes from religious fundamentalism. Because you don't hear that much about trans men because there's a implicit sort of notion of like, well, of course you want to be a man.
Yeah.
Because that's higher on the hierarchy. But if you are a trans woman, you have given up you have said that your status as a man is not as important as what you feel inside you. And therefore it diminishes the status of men. It is saying that like your privilege there, you're discounting the privilege that you received as a man, and you've rejected it. And then it begins to the idea is that there isn't necessarily an inherent or should be an inherent privilege in being a man within the context.
Sam, absolutely right. Dad of the internet. Jesse Waters.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
War against straws. And feminine men. Bombshell that he has drank with a straw in the past. Essentially, you know, bringing to light the fact that Jesse is in fact a insufficient man.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
It's very sad for him. It's very, very sad for him. Jeez. Great reporting from the Majority Report, as always. Let's go here now to CNN from 2 days ago. Let's talk a little bit about economics here. Got a little bit of the economics talk. Let's talk about the FTC a little bit. Former FTC official who was fired by Donald Trump has come to talk on CNN. $50 likes. Oh, shit. Please hold.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's typical when you're reporting at the White House to run into West Wing officials, Republican lawmakers, cabinet secretaries as they're making their way to and from meetings. One of the best ways to catch officials to ask questions is when they have TV interviews on the North Lawn of the White House. Often when they are coming back, the reporters are standing there. That happened today with one of President Trump's top economic advisors, Kevin Hassett, as soon as he wrapped an interview. This was coming about 24 hours after President Trump had summarily fired both of the Democratic commissioners who serve on the Federal Trade Commission, which they argued was an illegal move by the president. And it also raised questions, certainly in the business world, about whether or not that could mean that Trump is preparing to seek to fire other independent agency heads, like potentially the Fed chair, Fed board members. A question that I posed to Mr. Kevin Hassett. The president fired last night 2 members of the FTC, the Democratic members of that. It raised questions about whether or not he does respect the independence of the Fed, or he thinks that they are fair game as well. What is the president's view on that?
We very much respect the independence of the Fed. There's a massive literature that independent central banks perform better for economies. And so I don't think that's a...
So he doesn't think he can fire the Fed chair?
I think that that's been resolved in the previous administration. You can go back and find a...
It was resolved then.
Right in the space.
Interesting.
Those comments come after the press briefing where we heard from the White House press secretary on the firing of the FTC officials as she defended it.
The time was right to let these people go, and the president absolutely has the authority to do it. And they were given ample notice in a letter that I believe your outlet reported on. So it pretty much explains exactly why this administration chose to let those individuals go.
Is the ultimate goal to get this to the Supreme Court to try to overturn the 1935 precedent?
The goal was to let these individuals go. If we have to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court, we certainly will.
One of the fired commissioners, Commissioner Bedoya, told the New York Times, and I'm quoting now, when people hear this news, they need to not think about me. They need to think about the billionaires behind the president at his inauguration. My next source was appointed to the FTC by President Trump, actually, during his first term in 2018. She was the other Democratic commissioner fired by him yesterday. Rebecca Slaughter joins me now. And it's great to have you here because the statute that governs the FTC says that someone who is in your position cannot be fired only if they can be removed for cause if there is neglect, malfeasance, or inefficiency. Were you given any of those reasons when you were fired?
No, absolutely none.
And so what was essentially, was there just any argument whatsoever beyond the letter you received?
The president can fire you, and so he chooses to do so, was the argument.
But you believe that's illegal?
It is absolutely illegal. The statute that you referenced is very clear on its face. And in fact, the Supreme Court has evaluated whether it is a constitutionally valid statute and whether a president can remove an FTC commissioner. Exactly this question. They faced it 90 years ago when FDR tried to remove an FTC commissioner, Commissioner Humphrey. And they said, no, the law is clear. They cannot be removed other than for cause. And that is a constitutional law. And that precedent has not been overturned.
You said something interesting in your statement when you were fired, and you said that you believed in part it was because, quote, I have a voice and he is afraid of what I'll tell the American people. What is it that you have to tell the American people?
Yeah, well, it's a really important point. I'm a minority commissioner right now. That means I'm not in charge of the agency. But what the FTC minority commissioners can do, and what commissioners at other independent agencies can do, is bring transparency and accountability to the work of the agency. So without the voice of the minority commissioners, if you see, for example, the FTC dismiss one of our many litigations against some of the big tech CEOs who flanked the president in his inauguration, you may not have any reason to know what was going on behind the scenes or what some other explanations or counter arguments will be. And that transparency and accountability has served the FTC really well for over 100 years.
And that's a very real thing. I mean, we have that picture of all of the CEOs who were flanking Trump at his inauguration, but the FTC is in active litigation with some of, maybe all of, a lot of these people.
Almost all of them. Almost all.
You're looking at the names. And
I'm looking at the names right now. Almost all of them.
And so you're saying that in your position, you'd be able to speak out and say, okay, hey, they just dismissed this case against this company. Here's why I think that's a problem, or I disagree.
Yeah, so for example, in 2019, when I was a minority commissioner at the FTC settled a big privacy case with the company that was then called Facebook for a $5 billion payment. The majority of the time touted it as the largest payment ever and a huge successful win for law enforcement. But I said I disagreed, that I thought it wasn't nearly what the violations merited, and people should understand it as a slap on the wrist for a company that had the kinds of profits and revenue that Facebook had at the time. And that kind of accountability is important. And for what it's worth, it is the kind of accountability that our now chairman provided to the FTC when he served in the minority. He had no hesitation to dissent and express disagreement, and that actually makes the work of the agency better.
Yeah, and he wrote a lot when he was a minority member as well. I mean, and they have cases, one coming up against Meta with Mark Zuckerberg, who we often see at the White House. The new FTC chair that you talk about said in a statement that he wished you well, he thanked you for your service, but he said, quote, I have no doubts about Trump's constitutional authority to remove commissioners, which is necessary to ensure democratic accountability for our government. How long do you plan to fight your firing?
As long as it takes. I think the principle is...
Was that a quote from Mark Zuckerberg that Catlin just quoted? Oh my god. Hilarious. Also, I love how she talked about Meta like it was a different company. Like she switched from talking about Facebook to Meta as if they're two different things when they're the same company. They just changed their name. Yeah, Donald Trump firing the head of the FTC, and, you know, someone who I guess he appointed in his first term, now not happy to have her there doing her job anymore. Makes sense. Wouldn't want to hold companies to account for illegal activities. Makes perfect sense. Who needs that?
I don't want reality.
Speaking of reality, the reality of Trump's firings are starting to hit red states all over the place. Well, really states across the nation. But the fact is there is an incredible number of federal jobs in red states. And actually, you know, this is going to affect people all over the place, including the employment numbers, which the Federal Reserve watches closely. Let's go and actually, you know what? I just realized we should We should just talk. Let's go to the Federal Reserve first, because this came out. Either way, let's just go here. I'm sorry. Let's go to Jerome Powell.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate higher inflation.
And actually, just to be clear, Jerome Powell, he held a press conference here earlier this week. It was on Wednesday, I believe. Board of Governors over at the Fed had a meeting, and then he answered reporters' questions here at this press conference.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate.
Oh, also, the FOMC made a interest rate decision. They will be holding interest rates where they are again till their next meeting, where they will reconvene on that matter.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you look to navigate higher inflation and lower growth, the Fed has talked about heeding the lessons from the 1970s. Is the Fed willing to have a recession if it means breaking the back of inflation?
Well, fortunately, we're in a situation where we have seen inflation move down from, higher levels to pretty close to 2%, while the unemployment rate has remained very consistent with full employment, 4.1%. So we now have inflation coming in from an exogenous source, but the underlying inflationary picture before that was, basically 2.5% inflation, I would say, and 2% growth and 4% unemployment. So that's what we did. That's what together the economy accomplished. So I don't see any reason to think that we're looking at a replay of the 70s or anything like that. Inflation.
Well, there's Jerome Powell suggesting, when asked about whether or not the Fed is willing to have a recession in the United States, that actually there's no way that we have stagflation like in the 70s. They're a little too confident, in my opinion, on that, because the fact is, while current statistics, like the most recent numbers that came in, aren't yet showing huge changes. There was already an uptick in unemployment, but also an uptick in inflation, right? So these two things that the Fed monitors, that they are attempting to affect right now with their policy, are diverging, right? In a way that would suggest that at least for some period of time we may have stagflation. Although how long that lasts is unclear. I think that it's not going to last as long as people are saying, because, well, for a number of reasons. But it's, I just found it to be pretty disingenuous for Fed Chair Powell to suggest this with such certainty. There's no way for that to happen. I mean, I suggested that, we would have stagflation for some time, but there may, in fact, be because of the fact that unemployment is probably going to keep going up. That there's no way that inflation continues in the way it has gone. But Jerome Powell seemed to think there's just no possibility for stagflation, and I find that to be strange, especially because of the divergence of those two things that they are trying to affect simultaneously. Right. But because of the, completely scattershot policies of the United States government right now with Donald Trump in office, I think there will have to be some period of time, which is basically already kind of happening, right? Forecasts on growth coming in lower, potentially even a negative reading at some point was suggested by, who was it? I cannot remember who it was that had predicted. Was it the Atlanta Fed? I can't remember. But somebody had essentially, like a pretty prominent figure had suggested that would happen potentially. And we're in a weird spot right now. All right, let's listen to more from Jerome Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So with near 4% unemployment rate, that should be low enough to bring people in from the sidelines in terms of hiring. But we're seeing the hiring rates have been stuck at 2023, 2024 levels. So what's going on there?
Yeah, so that's a feature of, has been for some time a feature of this labor market. You have pretty high participation accounting for aging. You've got wages that are consistent with 2% inflation, assuming that we're going to keep getting relatively high productivity. We've got unemployment, pretty close to its natural level.
It's natural level.
The hiring rate is quite low, but so is the layoff rate. So you look at initial claims or layoffs, so you're not seeing people losing their jobs, but you're seeing that people who don't have a job having to wait longer and longer. And the question is, which way does that break? If we were to see a meaningful increase in layoffs, then that would probably translate fairly quickly into unemployment, because people are, it's not a big hiring market. We've been watching that, and it's just not in the data. It hasn't happened. What we've had is a low firing, low hiring situation, and it seems to be in balance now for the last 6, 7, 8 months.
It's in balance.
That's where we are.
Okay.
There's healthy levels of job creation too. So overall, it's a labor market that's in balance.
Healthy
and,
levels.
We watch it very carefully.
So then, have we seen the new administration?
Levels of job creation are healthy, but people are struggling to find jobs more and more. That's an interesting take from Jerome. Okay. A lot of doublespeak that comes out of Jerome.
Policies in the economic numbers yet, and when do you anticipate that happening?
In labor or in other?
In labor and inflation, just across the economy, have we started to see the new policies take effect in the numbers?
Only in a kind of an early way. I mean, it's only been a few months, right? For example, the layoffs that are happening here are, they're certainly meaningful to the people involved, and they may be meaningful to a particular neighborhood or region or area. But at the national level, they're not significant yet. But we don't know. We don't know how far that will go. We'll find out much more. I mentioned that you saw we've had two very strong goods inflation readings in the last 2 months, which is very unexpected. I think hard to trace it to specific tariffs, but it must have something to do with, it's either noise and it'll come back, and that's very possible too. But if it is.
Yeah, in this moment, Jerome has no tools to deal with this. That's the thing I want everybody to figure out. Okay? Because the Federal Reserve really only has like 2 tools, basically, maybe 3. But they're very limited in what they can do. And they always have a hammer. Everything is a nail to them, right? And even if it's not a nail, they're still going to hammer it, because all they got is the hammer. They either pound it or they pry it up, or I don't know, they throw it in anger, I guess. But there's not a lot of uses for that hammer. But really, it's all just interest rate manipulation. That's all they've got, right? They can change the federal funds rate at which they lend money to banks and other people who are, muddied enough to be able to receive loans directly from the Federal Reserve, or raise and or lower those rates, or to like they did in the past with quantitative easing, they could artificially lower rates in the markets by either buying or selling assets on the Treasury's balance sheet. Right, like bonds, essentially, treasuries and corporate bonds, because they do also hold corporate bonds, right? Which I still have a huge problem with, right? That's a remnant of essentially the 2009 financial collapse. They started buying up private debt to keep other companies afloat, because of the fact that all this debt was imploding across the market. And they still hold a bunch of that shit on their balance sheets right now. Those are basically the only 2 tools they have. So when things change in a way as they are right now, it puts them in a real bind, right? Because in this moment, right, they've been raising interest rates through the federal funds rate after a long period of sort of economic stimulus policy. Like, that's what quantitative easing essentially was, even though it only stimulated the big banks and like mortgage lenders and things like that. It cost trillions and trillions of dollars to do that. And, you know, that happened for a long time. But now we are in this moment where we're raising interest rates, and that they've been selling some bonds. They've now, or at least for some time we were doing that. Sorry, was it late 2022? And then for the last, what is it? Like 6 months, they've been more in a flat policy, right? Where they haven't been messing with interest rates and haven't really been changing. That they've been in this moment where we're waiting to see what happens, right? Essentially, we're monitoring the financial markets right now and the state of the labor market. Because they think they're actually, in fact, the Federal Reserve says outright in many occasions, like he actually just said a moment ago, that there is a natural unemployment rate, right? Like they actually are shooting for a certain amount of unemployment and a certain amount of inflation every single month. Okay, not too much, not too little, just right. And like, you know, it's all right. Like just from that basis standpoint, like from that starting point, I have some issues, right? But the fact is like if we just take them at face value and we say, okay, that's a goal, right? That's a goal to achieve, right? Here's the problem, because they want unemployment at a certain rate, and they want inflation at a certain rate. But right now, because of tariff policy, inflation's going up, diverging from actual production, right? Diverging from actual like increase in productivity, right? It has nothing. It's complete. It's becoming more and more devoid of any relation back to productivity, and now has to do with foreign policy, right? Basically, domestic and foreign policy that Donald Trump is waging right now with the tariffs. So right. I mean, of course, there's also like, you know, greed, which we talk about all the time when it comes to inflation. But Federal Reserve has exactly zero effect. They have no authority to go after that kind of stuff, right? So what do? Right, when inflation's going up, but also unemployment's going up with it, right? That is the opposite of how it's supposed to work in a normal market. But since it's not a free market right now, quote unquote, because Donald Trump is affecting these things with tariffs, then suddenly you're in an instance where you can't do anything, okay? Because if they lower interest rates, right, because the fact is they've been talking about lowering interest rates to increase productivity, but if they increase productivity, then inflation will also go along with it, right? But it's already inflating. Do you see the dichotomy here, the paradox of the situation? Well, that's where we're at right now. So the Federal Reserve basically has no tools to address this moment, right? They can't do either. They can't. Lowering and or raising interest rates in this moment will be bad for one or another thing. They raise interest rates. Well, then employers are probably going to hire less, right? And there's already people losing their jobs. And while he's trying to pretend like these layoffs, as he called them, are happening in the federal government, haven't appeared in the data yet. The fact is the data is backdated, right? And there's still more data to come out. Where in which some of the time period with the data that's supposed to come out over the next, I think it's the next week, is also some of that has how do I say this? Like the most recent data that came out missed a large chunk of the time period in which many of the layoffs, as he's putting it, the firings, the illegal firings from Donald Trump took place. So, you know, we, I guess we'll be like the Fed. We'll wait for more data, and, you know, we'll go from there. But let's go here to Reuters from 2 days ago, before we go to more data, because we do have more data to talk about. Here's Reuters. Yeah, Trump criticizes the Fed after it leaves rates unchanged.
Illegal.
How dare you leave the rates unchanged? It's very rude.
How rude.
The king wants lower rates.
U.S. President Donald Trump wants the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates now, and he made his view clear Wednesday after the U.S. Central Bank left them unchanged. On his Truth Social platform, he posted, "The Fed would be much better off cutting rates as U.S."
Okay, this guy's Donald Trump impression is terrible. The Fed would be, all caps, much better off. All caps cutting rates as U.S. capital T tariffs start to transition, in parentheses, ease their way into the economy. the U.S. tariffs transition, it's easing its way into the economy. Ew.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, they're transitioning so good. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Is that a fucking... Do the right thing. April 2nd is Liberation Day in America. Everyone's going to be liberated when all these tariffs come into effect. They're going to transition like a hot knife through butter. Such a strange statement.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said the lack of clarity about the direction of the economy convinced policymakers to keep rates on hold.
While these individual forecasts are always subject to uncertainty, as I noted, uncertainty today is unusually elevated.
Tariff transitions, do the right thing. Spike Lee joined. Exactly, Popcorn. It's exactly what I was thinking to myself. I was like, what the fuck? I don't think Donald Trump knows that reference, not gonna lie. Jerome Powell being very nasty man, that Jerome Powell. Won't lower rates. Now, of course, if Jerome Powell did lower rates, if the Federal Reserve decided to lower rates, although it's technically a joint decision between all the board members, even though technically Jerome Powell has something like a veto, I believe is how that works when you're the chair. But the fact is, if you lowered rates, it would increase inflation, right? And it would also increase the stock market. That's what Donald Trump is most concerned about, is the fact that if you lowered rates, stocks would go up. Now, here's some data that I'm fairly certain is not yet in the actual unemployment report. Let's go to Virginia, like I was mentioning earlier. WRIC ABC 8 News from 4 days ago. New unemployment claims skyrocket in Virginia as Trump looks to scale back the size of federal government. Oh.
I don't want reality.
Well, good.
In your Capital Connection tonight, with more and more federal workers being laid off, new unemployment claims in Virginia are skyrocketing. Capitol Bureau reporter Tyler Englander joins us live from the Digital Center. Tyler, after looking at the numbers, what do they show?
Well, Deanna, data shows that in the first full week of March, more than 4,000 people filed for unemployment in Virginia, nearly double the number of people who filed during the same time last year.
Wow.
We know what
a 100% increase in unemployment filings from last year, which was, I would point out, March, if my mind for the numbers is working today, March of last year was close to, not quite at the, I think it was during the summer where it hit it, but March was leading into the lowest unemployment rate that we've seen in this country in quite a long time. And now ticked up by 100%. That's bad. That's bad. Granted, this is a small. Virginia's not the biggest state, but if this happens on state by state basis, right? If we were to say extrapolate this sort of number across every state, West Virginia, North Carolina, California, all the states, all the great states, well, that number is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's going to be bad. That'll be bad for people. And yet, even a higher unemployment number, I don't think it's going to convince the Federal Reserve to lower rates at this point, because of the fact that the tariffs are causing inflation to be even stickier than it already was. And that's bad. All of it's going to be bad. Because that means people will continue to be paying super high interest rates on their loans, car loans, credit card loans, and home loans, right? On their mortgages. Speaking of mortgages, it would appear that, at least in some areas of this country, the housing market is having a bit of an interesting development going on, with inventory increasing by double-digit figures. Here's NBC Bay Area from 2 days ago. Now, the combination of these two statistics we're about to look at is problematic.
In our Making the Bay series, which documents the challenges of living here, there is some good news if you're looking for a home. More houses are coming onto the market, but as usual, they come with some hefty price tags. Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman.
Spring has come to the Bay Area, bringing with it more action in the housing market, especially among those looking to buy.
Inventory is up, but it is still not enough for the buyer demand.
According to the National Association of Realtors, home sales have already kicked up by 4% since last month, and the number of homes on the market is up 17% since.
So yeah, I just want to point this out to you. The difference between these two numbers is 400%, right? There's a 300% more increase in inventory than there is in sales. You combine this with uptick in inflation, just on regular living costs, right? Groceries, whatever else, right? Gas has actually gone up in price since it was actually heading up in price going into Donald Trump's inauguration, and as I think continue to go up, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look at it. Actually, I think I'm not driving right now, so I haven't been buying gas. I'm fairly certain that the price of oil has gone back up a bit in the recent. Yeah, it hit a low at one point. Early in March. Oh yeah, I guess it's actually come down a bit in the last month. It was going up into Donald Trump's inauguration, but it's come down. So at least that one cost is down. But then you have, eggs, $15 a dozen, and all these other things. Unemployment going up. This is potentially a big problem, right? Like, because think about it, right? If people's cost of living is going up, right? Just like X rent, like if you disregarding rent, and I know you're gonna say, well, what about rent? Well, we're talking about houses, so that's why I want to remove it from this discussion. But like removing rent costs, people's cost of living is going up, has been going up, and is at a incredible, basically an all-time high, right? In the United States, and you add in the fact people are losing their jobs. That means less people with incomes to be able to qualify or even think about buying a new home. And even less people because of the fact that their cost of living is up. So their savings are dwindling. Savings were at a pretty good number during the pandemic when we were getting the stimulus checks. But since then, that savings money has been utterly eroded, right? You have an aging population where a lot of people are looking to downsize. And so that means even less people looking into these phones. And that means that right now, the people who are trying to sell are trying to sell at a too high price, right? Macroeconomics, right? Too much supply, not enough demand. Sales not keeping up with increase in inventory. And that means that we got there's a bunch of places here where there's a massive discrepancy between what people can afford and where prices are at. And yeah, I just think that we are in a bad spot right now. Sort of in a moment of denial, I think, about where things are at. At some point, prices will have to give, right? But if prices start lowering on homes, people may rush even more to get their homes on the market, right? That's the thing. A lot of people who may have been on the fence about things may be worried about losing their nest egg, right? Because a lot of people's, net worth is essentially tied up in the value of their home, which is only accessible. You can't just, unless you can afford to be able to pay down a loan, like a reverse mortgage or a HELOC, right? Like a revolving line of credit off of your home with your bank, which is not a good idea, I would point out, unless you have income to deal with that debt. And with the interest rates the way they are, a lot of people are that option doesn't make a lot of sense, especially if you're looking to retire or you are retired, or you don't have the income to service that debt. Just not it's all a bad idea, right? And of course, during the last, housing bubble, right? That's what was happening. Is people have been doing that here as well. In this last, they didn't stop doing it. Although some people maybe did, but the fact is, it's a bad moment. This is a very bad moment. Whatever. All right, break time. Before we get to the actual break, just want to point out, if you're noticing that the audio of my microphone, my voice, sounds weird, it's because technically, and you know what I should do? This makes me sad. I should take this down. Because I'm not speaking into this microphone right now, it's gone. No microphone. I'm using my computer. My crappy computer microphone. That's right, because my audio interface, a vital piece of Galactic Space Station hardware, is down. No longer functioning, won't turn on. Costs, depending on what route I take on this, what features I want, whether or not I want to replace it with the exact same piece of hardware, whether I update it, or whether I look for a downgrade, depending on finances right now, may cost somewhere between, like $150 to like $500. So if you have a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal or YouTube or wherever else, because who knows how long it's going to take me to fund replacing this hardware, do consider contributing to the fund to get us better equipment, or just functioning equipment, not even better, because right now we got a deficiency in space and we need your help. Anyway, on to the real space messages. Break time. Well, hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very, very important. While you're at it, maybe consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. I don't know if you know this, but if all the subscribers on this channel contributed only $2 a month, we would have no problems paying all the Galactic bills. That's right. We could easily crowdfund this thing, people. So many great ways for you to show your support to the Galactic News Network, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. I would point out that memberships have unfortunately gone down recently because there was a lot of gifted memberships, and some people have chosen not to re-up the membership themselves. So support the Galactic News Network. Contribute. We still got some emotes that we need to add. Of course, we got Twitch as well. Bits and subscriptions, things like that. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to forego giving either YouTube or Twitch the cut. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. Note the price, $3. Very affordable, and it's basically that number that I just told you. If only, if 2/3 of our subscribers became patrons, we would have no U.S. Money problems right now. Anyway, chat, that's it for the space messages. Make your choice. Pick your adventure. Enjoy the short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. This is a reasonable question to ask. Unfortunately, there may be a fuse in it. I don't have a diagram of this in front of me. I haven't looked at one yet. But, I mean, this thing is jammed together. I don't know exactly how many screws are on this, but it's going to take me a while to even take it apart and look inside of it. But there's no accessible fuse port on it, unfortunately. So I can't be sure if there's a dead fuse in it. I'm planning to check at some point when I have a moment to do some disassembly. All right, chat. I'm back. You know what that means? Time for us to get this show back on the road. All right, now let's go to somebody who's been infuriating. We'll go to talking about somebody who's been infuriating the MAGA crowd.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Tim Walz. Let's go to secular talk. See what Crystal and Kyle have to say about all this.
Tim Walz, Crystal, I think he's been doing a pretty good job lately. He came out of hiding. It's become very apparent to me that the Kamala team really did kind of try to hide him.
Yes.
Which makes no sense because you picked him because he was great in cable news hits. He was really good. He had moments that went viral. People liked him. You got along well with him. And then you bring him on and basically say, like, I'm going to handcuff you. And the thing that you did that we know you're really good at, you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Right. So the only experience people are going to get of you is during a debate when you have already told us you're bad at debating.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened. But, like, he's reemerged now as honestly one of the leaders. Like, got Bernie doing the anti-oligarchy tour. AOC is joining him with that. You got some fighters like Jasmine Crockett. But Tim Walz has really come out of nowhere. And he sort of was like, I might run in 2028. These guys on the other side are Nazis and fascists. People are going to expect us to do universal health care this time around. They're not going to expect tweaks around the edges.
Yeah.
He spoke to Greasy Gavin and really exposed him, like, without even trying. It was kind of interesting. He's like, Gavin was like, sort of, you got to hand it to Steve Bannon. And Tim Walz is like, these are bad people. Like, what are you talking about?
And that's the thing about him is, like, you know, I probably, if Gavin Newsom had said that, I would have launched into some long diatribe about, well, really, Steve Bannon says this and he does that. And, like, you know, he'll go along with, he'll claim that he's against the tax cuts for the rich, but then he just goes along. Like, I'd probably do a whole soliloquy. And Walz is able to get his point across just in that one moment, just being like, these are bad guys. And it's like, oh, yeah, you just kind of totally undermined his whole thing of doing a whole song and dance with these dudes. And that was an interesting exchange. There was a little bit more to it than that, but it illustrated there are two very distinct camps in the Democratic Party right now. One that wants to capitulate and one that wants to fight. And right there in that moment, in a very obviously, like, diplomatic and civil way, it was clear Gavin Newsom is in the let's capitulate and, you know, have a grand old time with Charlie Kirk and Michael Savage and Steve Bannon. And Tim Walz is in the, no, you have to stand up. You have to fight with these people, and you cannot just, like, capitulate to them.
So now he's doing a tour where he's sort of doing what Bernie's doing. He's going around the country. He's not doing speeches in the purple districts. He's going to red districts and purple districts and doing town halls where the Republican Congress people are refusing to show up because Mike Johnson told them, like, hey, dog, don't go.
Yeah.
You about to get reamed, son.
Yeah.
And so he was like, I'll go. And so we're getting some moments coming out of these town halls. And he posted this. I'm curious your thoughts, how intentional this was, like, versus he posted it not expecting the reaction that he got, right? But this is from one of the town halls. He has this moment where he's basically mocking Elon Musk and talking about how he loves it when the Tesla stock goes down.
Yeah.
Right? And then we'll get to the reaction from the right in a minute, but first watch the video.
Some of you know this on the iPhone. They've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping. So, and if you own one, we're not blaming you. You can take dental floss and pull the Tesla thing off, you know, and take out, just telling you.
So first of all, it looks like, many people pointed this out, it looks like he's doing his Netflix comedy special.
Yeah.
All right?
He's, like, working the crowd.
He's working the crowd. He's standing up. It looks like a comedy, stand-up comedy.
Yeah, and I mean, that last bit was hilarious. Tim Walz really knows stuff about cars. He's not just pretending. He's like, hey, I got a quick DIY fix for you Tesla owners. It's actually just held on by adhesive. Grab some Vendetta floss and away you go.
He's very comfortable in his skin there, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and of course, I'll let you guess what the right-wing reaction was
With
to this.
maturity and grace.
So they all come out just 100 miles an hour, flipping out, you know, basically being like, he's rooting for the downfall of American companies. And then, of course, like the House Judiciary account said that. The Republican House Judiciary account. People immediately dug up like, here's your tweet where you went after Bud Light
and Target
and this company and that company.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you went after an American
Disney,
company.
Remember Ron DeSantis did a whole like jihad against Disney in his state. He was like a hero for that, you know?
That account tweeted like love for Kanye like a few years ago, right? And so they're all fucking clutching their pearls. They're all, and I like it drives me crazy, Crystal. These people said nothing when Elon Musk slashed pediatric cancer research. They said nothing.
No, they would rather do culture wars. That's what the Republicans would rather do. Kyle hardly ever says Dickie McGeezax anymore. I think that's true. I don't watch enough, Kyle, to be able to say that for sure. I think you're right, though. Intuitively, that feels right. PB, I don't know how Crystal can stand her husband's voice. Oh, wow. Wow. Harsh Kyle criticism. Okay, let's go to here. This happened 4 hours ago. This is, I think, basically the last in the... Well, no, not quite. We still got a couple more things to talk about with the U.S. But it's at least in terms of the U.S., we're going to move on to Canada. We're going to move on to environmental and Earth news soon. But this is close to the end of the U.S. news. Here's NBC from 4 hours ago. Guess who Donald Trump decided to revoke the security clearances of? I'll bet if I gave you all 5 guesses, you'd be able to get the 3 people listed in this title. In fact, I'll wait for 5 guesses from chat. We'll wait for 5 before I click this. I'm fairly certain that within 5 messages from chat, we'll get all 3. It really is not. It's not a difficult one to figure out. I'm not gonna lie. John Stamos. Nope, that's the first wrong guess. All right, I'll stop holding on. Jerry Kushner, right? Yeah, sure. No, chat. Batman? No, you've all just gone off the rails. John Stamos and Batman?
That's too much, man!
No. Biden, Harris, and Crooked Hillary, of course. Joe Biden.
President Trump has revoked access to classified information for his former political rivals. Vaughn Hilliard is in Bedminster, New Jersey tonight covering the president. Vaughn, what prompted the president to make this move?
That's right, Jose. Back in 2021, President Biden revoked the security clearances for President Trump when he left office. But today, President Trump is going much, much further. He had already revoked security clearances for dozens of former U.S. national security officials and President Biden. But now he's adding former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, former Vice President Kamala Harris, and several other high-level Biden administration officials, saying it is no longer in the national interest to have them have that access.
And Vaughn, more than 500,000 people in the country are potentially losing their legal status here?
That's right. The administration is ending a program that gave a certain number of Haitians, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, and Cubans temporary legal status in the U.S. to work for up to 2 years in the country. The parole program, it was started by the Biden administration, and it allowed these individuals into the country after they applied, went through background checks, and had this.
Okay. Yeah, well, it should be interesting to see what happens. I mean, I know I'm looking way out for some modicum of hope, but it should be interesting to see what happens when Democrats come back to power, or perhaps some other group of it. I mean, there's no one else to look to in this country right now. But will Donald Trump have his security clearance revoked? I certainly hope so. As well as all the other ghouls that surround him. You know? I'm sick of Democrats just watching Republicans do whatever the fuck they want. You know? And then just like when they get to power, not doing the exact same shit. Because at this point, I'm fairly certain that Republicans will never understand any of this shit until it happens to them. Genuinely happens. Not in some sort of like, you know, oh, lawfare, oh, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't know. Okay. Let's go to Denver. Things were pretty wild in Denver yesterday. Gotta say, pretty crazy. Let's go here. See a snippet of this. Guess who showed up in Denver? AOC and Bernie. That's right. That's right, folks. The dynamic duo.
Citizens United.
I love that people know what Citizens United is enough to boo it. That makes me happy. It tells me that the fact is Citizens United is not something that people ever wanted, but only what the ultra-wealthy and corporate interests were hoping for. Nobody else wants it.
Estimates that we have already is 30,000 people. My name is Alexandria. And I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the effort to be here today. And made arrangements and carpooled, and I want to thank you for taking that time and thank you for making that effort. Thank you. I think we're all here together because we share in the frustration and heartache that comes from watching those in power. In fact, we're all here together because we share in the frustration and heartache that comes.
You were at the Tempe rally yesterday? That's crazy. We watched that on the stream yesterday. Or I guess it was 2 days ago now. We watched it yesterday.
From watching those in power actively tear down or refuse to fight for working Americans like us. We're here together because an extreme concentration of power and corruption is taking over this country like never before. And we are here, most importantly, because we know that a better world is possible. To get there, we need to be honest about where we are. We are witnessing an oligarchy in America. The most economic, political, and technological power destroy the public good to enrich themselves while millions of Americans pay the price. And our political system is ill-prepared for this kind of abuse of power. In fact, much of our political system enables it, starting with the role of money in politics. But I'm here to remind you today, Denver, that we are not powerless in this moment. People are starting to put the pieces together. And ironically, some of the most divisive forces in our country are actually bringing more of us together than ever before. And that's important. Because the same billionaires who are taking a wrecking ball to our country derive their power from dividing working people apart. They specialize in getting us to turn against one another along lines of left and right, race and gender, creed and culture. And it's all to keep us distracted because the last thing they want is for us to realize that the real division and the real harm in this country is how endless greed is costing the lives of everyone else. Abolishing the Department of Education was kids with disabilities are able to get special education. Things like this, cruelty and disdain is a shorthand for the right's entire political agenda and a certain ugly kind of politics that is lying to and screwing over working and middle-class Americans so that billionaires can steal from our livelihood to pay for their tax cuts and bailouts for their crypto billionaire friends.
Sorry, the video has gone a little wonky over here. You see, where does this stop being so shitty?
In the years that I spent waitressing and wiping down tables and never being able to get ahead, I did give up. I tried to stop caring, keep my head down, work my shifts, and accept that this is just how things are. But that's no way to live, Colorado. It's no way to live. And we do not have to live like this. In fact, we cannot live like this. I was born to a working class family. My mom cleaned houses. My dad started a small business. They just tried to make a better life for my brother and I. And for a while, it felt like our American dream was almost coming true. Both my parents were born in poverty. They were able to work to put food on the table. And then when I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with a rare form of lung cancer. And by 18 years old, by the time I was 18, 19 years old, he was dead. And overnight, my mom became a single mom. She had to suddenly provide for my brother and I. And this is what so many of us experience. we're all just one accident or one moment away from feeling like our whole rug is pulled out from under us. And we don't have to live like this. And here's one thing I will say. Donald Trump, he sees the immense pressure that working people are under. But his answer to that pressure is an America that operates on the principle of every man for himself. And we can see this clear as day. He has handed the keys of the federal government to Elon Musk. To the richest people on the planet. And in exchange, those oligarchs will bankroll his campaigns and those of his allies. They scratch his back, he scratches theirs, and all of us are left behind. But the clever thing, I will say, the clever thing of what Donald Trump and what the right tries to do is make working people like you and me feel like we're just one step away from being inside that club. That maybe one day we will be a billionaire too. Any billionaires here? I didn't think so. Yeah. But here's the thing. The spoils of that kind of corruption and billions of dollars are not earned. They are stolen.
Illegal.
Trump are doing to our health care, our veterans benefits, and Social Security. They are slashing the programs that we have spent a lifetime paying into. By the way, not them, because they haven't paid their fair share in taxes in years. So let's talk about Medicaid and Medicare for a second. Because every single House Republican voted to cut Medicaid. And you see, these budgets aren't just fights about numbers. They are fights over our values as a country. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security were promises that we as a people have made to each other about the kind of society we want to live and the living and the nation that we want to become. They are not promises from politicians to people or charity from billionaires to the working class. These are promises that we have made to each other, neighbor to neighbor, friend to friend, elderly to young person, teacher to student. And to me, the strength of our country is not just measured by the height of our best days. It's also about who and what is there for us on our worst day. And that's why I'm here with you today. Because I want to share with you exactly what I mean. Because what many people want to smear as radical, I believe, is common sense. I believe in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, when a person gets sick, they shouldn't go bankrupt. Common sense. I believe that the minimum wage should cover the minimum cost to live. Common sense. I believe that homes are not slot machines for investors and big banks to extort working families for every last dollar that they have. Your government should fight to help you keep an affordable roof over your head. And finally, I believe that we must get big money out of politics and make clear that our country is not the same.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And that is why I don't and never will take money from industry lobbyists or corporations. You know, a lot of right-wing media will, thank you. anywhere. But I can tell you, I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist. I believe these things because I was a waitress. Because I worked double shifts to keep the lights on. Because I did lose my dad as a kid and had to see my mom open the hospital bills a few days later. And I don't want us to live like this anymore. We deserve better.
Absolutely. AOC getting a lot of love in Denver. I just want to show you some stuff here. Because it's hard to get a sense of it because they're outside and the camera is inside of the crowd, essentially. But, here, I guess I'll do it this way. I'll just open it up. This. Actually, I should do it in this order. We're going to listen to a little bit of what Bernie had to say, too, in a second. I mean, these photos are pretty wild. You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. Yeah. All right, so take a look at these. I mean, these are the photos from this. Like I said, it's very tough to see because the camera is in the middle of the crowd. I assume it's right here. I assume this is like the press junket, if you will. But look at this sea of people here. I mean, this is incredible. This is in Denver while there was a storm approaching. Or just left. It was pretty cold, if I'm not mistaken. You can see everybody's bundled up. You know, they all came out to see Bernie and AOC talk. And I mean, look at these photos. So many people going all the way back. You can see, it's hard to see back here. But over here, you can see people all the way back up against this, I assume this is a city hall. Look at this. Look at these photos. Utterly insane. Look at it. It's a sea of people. Supposedly there was like 40,000 people that showed up for this. That's a lot.
That's too much, man!
Today. And that is Senator Bernie Sanders.
to say, you know, you run for president 2 times, you do a lot of rallies. And in fact, we were here some years ago, right here, and we had a great rally. I think we had about 10,000 people out. In the hundreds of rallies that I have done, we have never, ever had a rally as large as this. Your presence here today is not just significant for Colorado. You are sending a profound message all over the world. The whole world is watching. And they want to know if the people of America are going to stand up to Trumpism, oligarchy, and authoritarianism. Now, I want to say this. The reason Alexandria is with me today is not just that she is doing a great job representing her district in the Congress. It's more than that. She has become an inspiration for millions of young people. When she was a kid, she worked with her mom cleaning houses in order to help the family survive. Before she ran for Congress, she was a barista. Alexandria has not forgotten where she came from. But more importantly, when she decided to run, she was taking on one of the most powerful members in the Democratic Party. And everybody said, "You're crazy. How are you going to beat this guy? Maybe a future leader of the Democratic Party." She had no money. She had no political experience. But what she did is what all of us have got to do. She went out and worked with her friends and she raised a few $1,000s. And she worked hard and in a disciplined way. What Alexandria did is what millions of Americans can do. We can organize at the grassroots level. We can become strong trade unionists. We can run for school board or president of the United States. We're not going to let the billionaire class have all of the power. So the message today is yes, here in Colorado, in Vermont, in New York, all over this country. Hey, Mr. Trump, people fought and died to create a democratic society. You're not going to take it away from us. Amen.
So yeah, record-breaking numbers of people showing up to these rallies. See AOC and Bernie. Let's go see what David, is this David Dole? I think it is, yeah. He dropped something this morning after this happened.
2 minutes ago is exactly the right point. And that is what the right wing wants us to do is to turn on each other.
I woke up early this morning to give you some hope because Lord knows we all need a little hope right now. So I'm going to go through some of the insane crowds that Bernie Sanders and AOC brought out this week. Crowds that are even bigger than the crowds that he got when he was actually running for president. Keep in mind, as you're looking at this stuff, as I'm showing you clips, videos, I'll get to a local news report as well. As you're looking at this stuff, keep in mind, there is no election right now. There's no midterm, no primary, nothing is going on except for the fact that people need a place to put their energy with what they are seeing with the Trump administration. And they trust Bernie and AOC much more than they trust other Democrats who are doing very little, or in the case of someone like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, in some cases, actually helping the Trump administration. But I'll get to some of the backlash towards Democrats generally later on in the video. First, let's get to the hope. So let me start with his rally in, or I should say, I guess, town hall in Tempe, Arizona. So a lot of these town halls, he actually talks to the crowds. It isn't just him going out there and giving his typical oligarchy speech. There's actually,
I realized recently listening to David Dole, he does not know how to pronounce any American cities. Tempe, Arizona. Yes, that's it.
Interaction. I'll get to a couple of really sweet moments, both from Bernie Sanders and AOC at a couple of these rallies. But 15,000 in Tempe, Arizona. Trump visited the same space 12 days before the 2024 election. He couldn't fill it. AOC and I had overflow crowds. Americans will not accept oligarchy and authoritarianism. On to Greeley, Colorado now. Denver tonight. Huge crowds expected. Look at this insane crowd. What a great picture. Amazing. So, as Anna Barr, who works with Bernie, just get her title here, comms director for Bernie Sanders, says, just to be clear about the moment we're in, Bernie's biggest crowd in Phoenix previously was 11,300 in 2015 when he was running for president. Tonight, in a non-campaign year, when he is running for nothing, 15,000 Arizonans turned out. This is a big deal. Another great image. Here's get a little feel of the crowd.
This is the one we watched yesterday. I was just glad that David did this video because I hadn't found all of this footage for yesterday's stream. So thankfully David's picking up the slack for me a little bit here. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted Galactic membership. Natalie Marie gifted a Galactic membership by Morbius Dragon. Very, very thoughtful and generous, Morbius. I appreciate you. You know, if everybody took a page from Morbius's book who subscribed to this channel, either they got their own Galactic membership or gifted one, you know, that would be enough to crowdfund this here stream indefinitely.
That's as AOC came out, really cool. There was also an overflow crowd. So this is them outside with the overflow crowd because they couldn't get them inside. There's a theme here. All of these rallies had large overflow crowds. It's hard to know what to say here because this is so much energy for not an election. I've never seen anything like this, where you have these many people show up for politicians when they aren't running for anything. Bernie Sanders writing here, Greeley has a population of 108,000. 11,300 of those Coloradans joined our town hall this afternoon. On to Denver. So if you haven't seen any of these town halls, there's a lot of interaction with the crowd. I showed a video in a previous video of mine where Bernie's asking the crowd, you know, what are you going through? How are you feeling right now? And people are shouting out.
I just want to point this out to you all. Go back to that number real quick. Sorry. I mean, 11,300 in 108,000 is more than 10%. If you were to sort of transpose that figure onto places like New York City or, you know, Los Angeles, talk about hundreds of thousands of people showing up. In New York City, it would be close to 1 million, like 800 some odd thousand people would be showing up to a rally like this. For more than 10% of the population to show up. I think Los Angeles is like 4 million. That'd be like 400,000 people showing up in Los Angeles. You know, just shutting down the entire city, basically, to attend a Bernie AOC rally.
1,300 of those Coloradans joined our town hall this afternoon. On to crowd. I showed a video in a previous video of mine where Bernie's asking the crowd, you know, what are you going through? How are you feeling right now? And people are shouting out. There's a lot of back and forth. So it isn't just his typical, you know, oligarchy speech. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there is a lot more interaction, making it more of a town hall feel than your typical, say, political stump speech. So here's a great moment. Let me share this.
When Alexandria was a kid, you correct me if I'm wrong, she cleaned houses with her mom in order to make enough money for the family to survive. And then after she graduated college, she was a barista, working paycheck to paycheck. But what she did, as she looked around her and in her community in Bronx, New York, is she saw that change had to come. And so what she did is decided to run for Congress, and people said, what, are you kidding? The guy who represents the district was one of the most powerful members of Congress. He had access to unlimited kinds of money. How much money did you have when we started? You started?
None.
None. All right. But she did what real politics is about. Real politics is not sitting at $1 million fundraisers. It's working with people in your community. And she worked hard, and her friends worked hard, and she pulled off a major upset. And since then, she has been a great member of Congress, but not only that, she has been an inspiration to millions of young people all across this country. Now, the reason I say all of that is not just to praise Alexandria, and I love her, but is to tell you and the people of America that what Alexandria did, you can do. There are millions of young people out there who love this country, who are disgusted with what they are seeing, who are prepared to get involved in the political process. So, Alexandria, thank you for being that inspiration.
I think this is one of the more important moments to come out of these town halls, is this message to the audience, because these people that are there are ones that want to be more politically engaged if they aren't already. And having AOC there as an example of what you can do, I think is a great way to message to these people who want to be more involved and understand that, hey, you could be a bartender and you could take down someone like Joe Crowley, one of the most important, or I should say powerful Democrats at the time in Congress. You can take him down if you have an actual connection to your community and you actually are willing to fight for people. So it's a great message, and I'll get to a clip from AOC in a second as well. But this was the overflow crowd in Greeley, and we'll get to Denver in a minute. But like, it's just, there are very few things that are giving me hope.
That's the overflow crowd. Holy shit. The overflow crowd. When Bernie said thousands of people were outside, I mean, he was not kidding. This is wild. This is wild. Like, look at this picture
right now. And I got to say, this is pretty cool to see people come out like this. So Dave Weigel, who is a reporter, journalist for Semaphore, tweeting out here, overflow crowd for the Bernie AOC rally. The smaller one planned for today. The big one is in Denver. So here's just a quick clip of this.
The senator, the man, the friends, the person who has helped bring all of us here together.
Very cool. And Dave Weigel also spoke to people there. One thing I noticed talking to attendees was that many hadn't voted for Sanders in the primaries. Sure enough, Sanders told me half the RSVPs for these rallies are not from their very large supporter list. So he isn't just bringing out his typical, Bernie supporter crowd. He's bringing out people that aren't typically involved, which again adds to my hope because it's not just the people that are already following this stuff closely, but it's people that are now more engaged because of what they're seeing from the Trump administration, and also likely what the inaction they're seeing from a lot of their own Democrats. So here is AOC. This is great.
Our goal here today is to commit to building the kind of country we all deserve. So I'm going to take another second here, and I want each of you to turn to the people around you and get a good look. And I want you to greet someone you don't know. And this is awesome. And I think I don't want to interrupt. But it's because if I can offer one assignment today, before we all depart here, it's to leave this place connected to a new person you didn't know coming into this.
I absolutely love this. This is the opposite of a Trump rally. A Trump rally that's all about Trump, all about his personal issues, all about hate division. This is all about community, all about the people, all about love. If you have the opportunity to go to something like this, you should go. Because the
Absolutely, David. My thoughts exactly. I thought that was maybe one of the most interesting parts about all of this, aside from the sheer crowd size and everything else. Because that is the thing that I was thinking this whole time when I saw it. I was like, yeah, that's perfect, right? Because like I was thinking to myself, I was like, all right, because we're like, why do we have these kinds of numbers? It's because people are feeling disenfranchised, feeling powerless more than ever so. And, bringing people together around the same issues right now, even while elections are far away, will at least, what's the word? I hate to say galvanize, but it will at least, I think it'll at least bring people together in a way that will reinforce, right, that they're not alone in this situation, and that they do have people they can work with to fight back against this stuff, and will hopefully create, more sense of community, perhaps more, and just to some degree, maybe it'll bring some people over who just showed up because they were feeling sort of left behind by Trump's policies, including maybe Trump voters, because I think a lot of, and we're just people who've disengaged over the years, right? And I think in many ways, this is like sort of a circling back, if you will. But if you go back 8-9 years now, I think a lot of people, their disenfranchisement moment, right, was, the DNC essentially pushing Bernie out and getting Hillary in there, and then her losing, right? And we saw a repeat of that almost this year where they ignored, doing an actual primary. Joe Biden stayed in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
He waited too long and then just gave the nod to Kamala. That was it. We didn't have a primary. And we could have. But I think that you go back 9 years, Bernie's sort of being pushed out by the DNC in 2016. because there was a lot of people who I think were politically curious at that moment, right? There was a lot going on, right? It was, people were still in many cases struggling after the collapse of the real estate market and everything that followed. There were a lot of people who were not political before who found Bernie and were like, oh my God, this is great. And a lot of people were either disenfranchised after that happened, or in some cases thought, you know what, maybe Donald Trump does have the answers. Right? Perhaps some less politically savvy people went that direction. I don't think it's crazy to say that. I genuinely believe that happened to some degree. And I don't blame people for feeling disenfranchised, or feeling they were pushed away. I felt that way. I voted for Bernie in the primary. And it's just, I think a revisiting in this moment where we're all struggling to grapple with what's happening to our country, Bernie is kind of what people need to be able to, remember, what it was that they wanted out of politics in the first place, rather than Donald Trump and Republicans always trying to, own the libs and all this other crap, or Democrats sort of just playing the same game Republicans are playing. We could have had Bernie the last 8 years. We didn't. It's unfortunate. But we could have Bernie AOC 2028, although Bernie will be 90 years old when that happens, so that's going to be difficult. Because while there's certainly other people that I could see on the ticket with AOC, I don't think that these crowds would be as big if it was just AOC. And I don't know if they would be big. I'm actually fairly certain that they would not be as big if it was anyone else. And that is a problem I have been racking my brain over before these things even happened. I hope you know that. Before these oligarchy tours even started happening, I've been thinking about Bernie this whole time. He's one of my favorite political figures in U.S. politics. And I've been thinking to myself, God damn it, why didn't we get Bernie? Why can't we have Bernie now? What will it take for Bernie to be president? And I keep thinking to myself, God damn, Bernie, and especially now, since the end of November, it's been okay, so now it's 4 years until we could even get close to that, right? And I don't know who it is out there that is as sort of universally loved in this country as Bernie, who has ideas that are as progressive and to the left as him. So it's just, and I've heard people talk about Tim Walz. I like Tim Walz. I do. I think he's funny. I think he's got juice. I think he lost some of that juice because of how the last election happened. But he's the next guy that I think of right now. I hear him talk. I see a lot of. Look, see, there's a anti-corporate set right there. I think I like Walz / AOC. But yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I don't. If this was a Walz AOC rally, I don't think it would be quite the same. I think people know what to expect from Bernie in a certain way that they don't with practically every other politician, right? So because just think back to 2016. While these rallies are fucking huge and they're beating out some of the numbers he got in 2016, those rallies were the biggest rallies happening at that time, right? Whether it was Hillary or Trump or anybody else, those rallies were the biggest, numbers-wise, during the 2016 election. And it's just, it's disturbing to me that I don't have a really good answer to this. And I've been trying to think about it this whole time. No, don't get me wrong. I see commenters saying AOC has risks. I'm not saying she doesn't have any risks. Not even close. I'm just saying, because that's why I'm bringing it back to 2016, right? Because, like I said, a lot of people took what happened in 2016 very badly. Right? I've even seen chatters in this chat talk about their experiences during the 2016, being disenfranchised or being referred to as Bernie bros and whatever else. And I was referred to as Bernie bros, so whatever. But like then like the turn on the left and the blaming of the left after this, I think, for whatever reason, not for whatever reason, but because of all of this, I think people have a special connection to Bernie, right? They feel like he was the one. He got burned. Bernie got burned, and vicariously through him, they did too, right? I think a lot of people want retribution to some degree with Bernie because he has such popular ideas and all these other sorts of things, and the fact that he never got his shot, it was essentially taken away from him by the Democratic Party. I think it upsets and disgusts a lot of people, and I don't think anybody can speak to people's outrage as well as he does. And we need AOC, absolutely. We need more. We can't. The presidential ticket isn't one person. The fact is, we need a whole host of people all doing this stuff with zero sort of. Because it's partially. I think a lot of it has to do with also just how consistent Bernie has been over the years, right? Like, for how many years has he been in the goddamn Senate? He's one of the longest sitting senators in the country. So, his record speaks for itself. He has been very, very, very consistent about things. Incredibly consistent. Not a lot of people have. In fact, I would argue no one else in the Senate or in government has as long-standing of a good record as he does. Retribution isn't. I'm not saying it's progressive ideal. I'm not claiming that it's productive either. I'm just saying I think that it's true that some people have a sense of that to some degree. Like people, I mean. Am I saying it's good to act on that? No. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that I'm just talking about the, what do you call it? I'm trying to unpack people's mindsets as it relates to politicians and popularity, essentially, right? Which is like a popularity contest isn't a very productive thing to talk about either, but it's also how we do elections, right? And so, I'm just saying, I think we need more. We need more of this, as much of this as we can have. And we need more people with a backbone and people genuinely working towards these progressive ideals with no sort of backstepping, no sort of wishy-washiness, with resolute resolve around this, an ideology of enriching all Americans and not the billionaires, not, corporate lobbyists, not, all of this shit, right, that comes along with Bernie. So I'm just hoping that we get more leadership rather than a devolution of leadership, like with Chuck Schumer and all these other people. I hope that we get some real change out there. All right, let's go to Canada. We got Canada stuff to talk about. The fact is, we've been talking a lot about how the relationship between Canada and the United States has been just precipitously falling from the sky into oblivion day by day. More and more things happening in this incredibly idiotic and pointless trade war Donald Trump is waging against Canada and our allies. I actually we watched part of the Jon Stewart interview with Chris Murphy yesterday. Although I had to clip it out of the stream because Daily Show copyrighted me. But we watched part of it yesterday. I think it might have been we watched it through the Majority Report, and I watched it earlier. Watched it before that, but I knew that I couldn't actually watch it by myself. I was hoping that watching a clip of the Daily Show through another channel would be good enough, but it was not. It sucks that we, the fact is I have not been adamant enough about trying to, fight back against copyright claims. But it's just a massively annoying process to go through. Maybe one day I'll start working on doing that. Oh, God. The things just seem to keep getting worse. I mean, last week we talked about how British Columbia is going to start taxing trucks going through the country to Alaska from the United States. Because, of course, Canada is completely on its own up there in many ways. You know, it's landlocked in another country between Canada and the ocean. So they are in a uniquely complicated situation up there with that sort of stuff happening. Well, last week we talked about how Canada is enforcing tariffs on goods coming into the country. Something which wasn't happening in the past. It's now hitting people who were, say, traveling across the border to get groceries or gas or whatever else. They're now being forced to pay taxes and tariffs on things coming back into their country, while those aluminum steel tariffs are still in place and all this other crap is going on. Donald Trump calling them the 51st state. We talked yesterday about how Canadian citizens, including Canadian citizens with U.S. visas, were being detained for weeks without explanation, without court hearings, just disappeared for weeks without any rights being afforded to them. We saw how Canada, I can't remember who it was that said it. I know David said it, but there was a Canadian representative who said it. But basically, I mean, David was saying it yesterday. We watched him talking about this, suggesting that Canadians just don't come to the United States, which, you know, considering everything, makes a little bit of sense. And actually, let's go back to that video of David's yesterday. Watch the second half, because we only watched the first half. Start it back here.
What are you doing? What is happening? I asked. You are being detained. I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long? I don't know. And she goes on to say, that would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. So she goes on. I'll get to more details of the story afterward, but here is a part of her interview with Global News after she had arrived back home in Vancouver.
I was reapplying for a work visa. I had a work visa, and then I was reapplying for another one. And because my lawyer was in San Diego, I was at that border.
Regret going across the border?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Come on.
If I knew that was
What
even
kind
a
of question is
possibility, like even a possibility that could happen, I would have never in a million years gone there. Like, I'm telling you, from the second I got there to now, like, I can't even process what just happened because there was no heads up. Next thing you know, I'm taken, and for 2 weeks haven't been told anything, moved in different cells, sleeping on cement, sleeping in different jail cells. Like, it just... nothing makes sense to me, and I'm still trying to process the entire situation.
All right, so I'm going to get to a bit more from that interview because there's a lesson that she took from her experience that I think is worth sharing. But some more details here about what she went through. For 2 days, we remained in that cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep me from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. Then they moved me to another cell, this time with no mat or blanket. I sat on the freezing cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me to a real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. And this is after she thought she was going to get out. So, you know, they were going through a process with paperwork. She thought she was going to leave. But no, they're sending her to an actual jail. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted, and interviewed. I begged for information. How long will I be here? I don't know your case, the man said. Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months. So this over a visa that she had, she's worked in the US, she runs a company. So I'm going to get to later some more details of other stories, at least bits and pieces of other stories from a great piece in The Nation. But they go on to say that there's some speculation here that these border security is trying to meet quotas. So they're essentially, any excuse they can find to throw somebody in a detention center, they're going to use it because they're trying to meet a certain quota. Just following orders. So let me get to the last piece I want to share from this interview.
You know, it was really, really hard the first few days, but then when I got to know everyone else in there and heard all of their stories and how long they were in there, I was like, okay, I'm not allowed to feel sorry for myself at all because every single person in here is in a way worse situation than me. So I just spent the rest of my time trying to console and help as many women as I could because there were there was one girl that was in there for 10 months. So 2 weeks compared to 10 months, how am I supposed to complain about anything, right?
And once again, I want to plug her piece in The Guardian that goes into more detail around that because she really, it appears through her experience, she wants to shed light on the other experiences of the people that she interacted with there. And it's good on her for doing that. Now, as she mentions, like a lot of people are being rounded up for apparently little or no reason. The Nation, I'll link to this below the video under sources on YouTube as well, has a great piece on this. Essentially cages. ICE is using courthouse cells for lengthy detentions. So, you know, I'm not going to, there's a lot in here. I'm just going to grab bits and pieces, but they write, along with other news of aggressive arrests and deportations of Baltimore detentions, and add credence to the theory that ICE agents, quote, seem to be out there arresting anybody they can arrest and then figuring it out later. And the reason for that seems specifically targeted towards driving arrest numbers up because they're being told that they have to meet quotas. So this would help to explain some of these more insane stories, though it doesn't excuse any of it. So some examples. A Central American grandmother who had lived in the U.S. for 20 years. She was not allowed to shower. So she was grabbed during a raid that was getting somebody else, but she was there. So I guess she was a family member. They grabbed her up as well. Not allowed to shower. Was not given access to a toothbrush, toothpaste, hair ties. Had to use a public toilet in the cell in front of other detainees. Again, this grandma who didn't do anything, swept up in this. Another example, a man in his 50s who suffered tremendous medical neglect while held in the field office. The man had lived in the country since he was 6 years old. So this is a guy who requires diabetic or diabetes medication.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Like I said, these people are being deprived of their rights, and this disincentivizes all people from coming to the United States, whether it's the revoking of visas. If they wanted nobody in the United States, they're going to get it soon. You know, people are just going to stop coming to this country. They are going to stop. You have 63 likes. Yes, I gave you a new one, but what I just realized is you actually deserve another one because yesterday you got 110 likes. I somehow forgot about it for 3.5 hours. I feel really bad. You actually deserve a 7th one. Don't waste it on PP. Pink Panther. I don't determine who goes up. Okay, if I get Pink Panther, I get Pink Panther. It is what it is. Can't change the dice. You can only roll them. But yeah, I mean, if they were hoping that people would stop coming to the United States to spend money, to participate in our society, to come be part of research, or to work at companies, or, you know, to pick food, pick crops, you know, milk cows, whatever else, it's going to start happening very soon. People are just going to start determining, you know what, America is a hostile place to go. Regardless of economics in my country or whatever else, there's other options out there. Let's go to CNN. This is from yesterday. One state is about to be hit incredibly hard by all this, and that is Maine.
And more breaking news as the trade war between the U.S. and Canada shows no signs of letting up. Two government sources say new Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is expected to ask to dissolve Parliament this Sunday and call for federal elections on April 28th. Now, earlier this month, Carney was elected leader of the country's Liberal Party and took over as prime minister when Justin Trudeau stepped down after low poll numbers and a cabinet revolt. That has not stopped President Trump from attacking Trudeau. This is what he said last night.
One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada.
So
the
nasty.
people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty.
President Trump last night. Now, earlier this month, before stepping down, Trudeau said this at a press conference.
Canadians are hurt. Canadians are angry. We're going to choose to not go on vacation in Florida or Old Orchard Beach or wherever.
And that's happening. Our Randy Kay went to Maine's Old Orchard Beach, and this is her report.
This has been a family business for 50 years. You got to take into the fact how the Canadians perceive this, and they are incredibly pissed off.
We met Sterling Morse in Old Orchard Beach, Maine. He owns the Point of View Inn, which is only about 150 miles from the Canadian border.
We have been here.
He says the majority of his regular customers are French Canadians.
Very traditional people, families that take the same room, the same dates every year.
Not this year. Sterling says most of his Canadian customers have canceled, fed up with President Donald Trump's antagonistic rhetoric toward Canada. There's the threat of tariffs, too, and lately Trump has suggested redrawing the border between the two countries.
It's affecting at least 90% of my business.
Are you saying you've had 90% of your business canceled this year?
Easily.
Point of View in?
During our visit, yet another Canadian called to cancel.
Listen, monsieur, you don't need to explain anymore.
This is every registration card from last year. This is the Canadian.
Oh my God.
That's my American. This just went away.
That's all you got now.
Jesus Christ.
That doesn't pay the bills.
No, it does not.
For Sterling Morse, it all snowballed shortly after Donald Trump's inauguration.
All of a sudden an email pops up. It's almost like, your phone, ding, ding, slow ding. It's people that have been here for 35, 40 years. You recognize that number, and it's like, I know why they're calling. And the anger is, in my eyes, incredibly justified.
Here in Old Orchard Beach, roughly 40% of the tourists come from Canada, according to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber's executive director told us that those tourists make up about 30 to 40% of the revenue for many of the businesses here. I think we're still...
Wow, 30 to 40% of the business in the state of Maine relies on Canadian tourism and business. And now, all of that is seemingly over with the stroke of a pen. And a bunch of angry, shitty words from one man. This is horrifying. And, while the Federal Reserve might be able to sit there and say, actually, we haven't actually seen a lot of effects from this yet. Well, get ready, because they're in the pipeline right now, and they're going to be hitting us.
Immediately, if
pretty damn soon, I would say. Not looking good. The more sort of antagonistic that our relationship becomes, the more likely it's just going to continue to get worse and worse. It's this combination isolationist slash expansionist, totally incoherent bullshit from the Trump administration that is going to cause a collapse of the United States. Make America crappy again. Let's go here. Two musicians from Halifax in Nova Scotia had a
Halifax.
Rather troubling situation happen on a recent tour to the United States, if I remember this story correctly.
Music duo say they were shaken after being interrogated by police in the U.S. Midwest earlier this month. Sisters Cassie and Maggie McDonald of the group Cassie and Maggie were driving in Ohio when officers pulled them over. We're joined now by Cassie and Maggie McDonald from Alberta, where they're currently touring. So take us back to that day when you're in the car. When did you notice something was off?
Well, we were, pulled over for distracted driving, and we don't deny that that was the initial reason for sure. We were speaking with our mother, and the Bluetooth was malfunctioning somewhat, so we had the cell phone in our hand. Maggie was driving, so we were passing it back and forth in an attempt to have a clearer conversation with our mother. And we did notice Maggie was the first to notice a cruiser tailing us for about a half an hour, and we thought that was odd, So she was being very, very, very careful not to speed 1 single kilometer over the limit. And then we noticed we were going to pass. We noticed another cruiser waiting on the side of the highway. And so when we passed him, he pulled out and then began following us as well. So we were followed by 2 cruisers. And as soon as he pulled out the second car, the lights came on and we immediately pulled to the side of the highway.
And what did they say when they got to your window?
So they both came out. The first officer came to my side, the passenger window, and Maggie had the second officer come to her window. So we presented them with all of our documents, the rental car agreement, which is sort of the most important. We wanted to let them know that this was not our vehicle. We were driving a rental car as touring musicians. And so they immediately got Maggie out of the car, which was sort of out of the norm for what we would expect a normal traffic stop to proceed to start with. So we were separated right away from the beginning, and Maggie was put into the first cruiser. And from there, our experience kind of went on 2 different paths, but very...
Yeah. In no situation does distracted driving warrant removing people from a car and putting them into a police cruiser. If you've ever been pulled over for something as small of an infraction as this, then you know that the police officer will probably have the ticket written before you even get to the door. All right, well, not quite. I mean, you have to give them your license, but there's no way, unless you're doing something else illegal, that you're going to be pulled out of the car for distracted driving and put into a police vehicle, okay? It is completely out of the norm. It is incredibly strange.
Following a very similar script, I would say.
Well, Maggie, what was going through your mind during all of this?
Oh, well, it was the first time I was ever actually removed from the vehicle, and he said, get out of the car and I'll tell you why we've stopped you. And so I was told...
By the way, unless you're under arrest, you don't have to ever get out of the car. That's a fact. Unless you are under arrest, you legally do not have to leave the car.
Out of the car, that it was for distracted driving, and I admitted to it immediately. He said, I saw that you were on your phone. And so then he said, get in the cruiser, and I've got a few questions for you. So for the next about 40 minutes, we were stopped and asked all questions for where we entered and where we were on our touring, which was complicated answers because we were in a different spot every day. And so, all the questions seemed okay, but they took the drug dog around the car, and that was when Cassie was removed from the vehicle. I guess there was a positive result on the
which is bullshit. I mean, the fact is drug dogs are pseudoscience, okay? I just want to point this out to everyone. Drug dogs are pseudoscience. There's no way to know for sure why a dog barks, okay? Because it can't tell you why it's barking, okay? Also, most trainers know that there's ways to get a dog to bark, right? And to get a dog to give a false positive reading. Drug dogs have been used so many times for illegal searches and seizures. And they honestly need to be gotten rid of. The same thing, those need to be gotten rid of. Things like polygraphs need to be gotten rid of because they're all just pseudoscience, okay? There's no actual scientific basis for allowing dogs to determine whether drugs are in a place or not, okay? Dogs bark. They're dogs. They also don't speak English, so they can't tell you why they're barking, should never have been allowed into courtrooms in the first place, or in, you know, in law enforcement practices in the first place. There's a bunch of stuff like that. I mean, a lot of criminology shit is fucking pseudoscience, okay? Stuff that people came up with 100 years ago, you know, because they wanted to get some guy on something at some point. But yeah, these two sisters, I mean, look at these two. Oh, God, they seem like a danger, am I right? I mean, look at these two. Oh, God, it's a danger to society. Two lady musicians from Canada. Just, you know, bringing music to America. Rose to the level of all of that. We're staying with Canada. Let's go here. Another ridiculous and antagonistic move from the U.S. government. Let's go here to CTV from yesterday. Talk about the state of this library. That's right. Libraries are getting involved now. This one might not be what you expect.
For over 100 years, it's been a symbol of friendship between Canada and the U.S. This line marking the border in the Haskell Free Library now represents a bigger split between the two countries.
I'm shaking all over, and I can't believe it's happening.
I'm upset. I've been coming to this library for almost 70 years.
The site
Jesus
is about
Christ.
150 kilometers southeast of Montreal.
Did you hear
On one
that?
side is
That was-
Derby Line, Vermont.
That is such a sad statement. Oh my God. This.
And I can't believe it's happening.
I'm upset. I've been coming to this library for almost 70 years.
I've been coming to this library for 70 years. I mean, this is utterly insane. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind right now. 70 years of president. Longer than that. Being just wiped away by the Trump administration. This poor fucking lady. I mean, Jesus Christ. Why can't the Canadians come to our libraries? This is disgusting. It's also, you'll find out in a second, it's not just our library. I mean, it's really, if Canada wanted to, I think they could seize some portion of this library themselves.
50 kilometers southeast of Montreal. On one side is Derby Line, Vermont. On the other, Stansted, Quebec. And in the middle sits the library. To get in the front entrance, Canadians need to walk into the U.S. Starting Monday, that will be restricted to only those with library cards, and as of October, not at all. The move is drawing outrage from both sides of the border.
Canada has been a staunch ally of the United States for many years. They do not deserve to be treated this way. They do not deserve the tariffs. They do not deserve to be dismissed.
We're family. Yeah, there's disputes once in a while, but at the end of the day, we're still family, and we'll still come together and be one community.
The library was built in 1904 and is listed as a heritage site in both Canada and the U.S. Its official address is in the United States, but the majority of the building is in Canada. And in the time I've taken to tell you that, I've actually been in both countries. Now the library will have to spend $100,000 to allow Canadians to get in through a back entrance.
A back
There's
entrance?
no question
What?
it will stay open.
What does that
It's
mean?
very emotional. I never thought, there's a lot of things these days that we never thought we would see. That's one of them.
U.S. Customs and
I know this is petty and is not going to solve anything, but I would genuinely support it if it happened. And, I would not blame Canada one bit if they decided to come and dismantle the 70% of this library that happens to reside on Canadian soil. And I think they would be completely justified in doing so. Just saying, it's It's like I said, it would be incredibly petty. But, you know, I don't know what else is going to get through to people. Like, certainly to Donald Trump and to, you know, Republicans, that there are consequences for all of this shit. You know, like, we can't keep doing all of this and expect Canada and other countries not to respond, not to retaliate, not, you know, to take offense to any of this garbage that's being done. It's so stupid. So fucking stupid. And you know who agrees with me? Well, maybe not about that specific point. But Mark Carney, the new Prime Minister of Canada, kind of agrees with me. Let's see what he had to say about the lack of respect which Canada is receiving from Donald Trump's administration. Here's Mark from yesterday.
U.S. President Donald Trump claims that he totally changed you and your party's fortunes. Is he interfering in our election? And since he repeated the 51st state comment about Canada, does this mean that a meeting with Trump or a phone call is off the table?
From my perspective, they're not going to come until we get the respect we deserve as a sovereign nation. By the way, this is not a high bar.
I get no respect.
This is not a high bar to say we will sit down as a sovereign nation and have this negotiation, but also that we will have a comprehensive discussion, not a discussion about one-off tariffs, the latest initiative, but a comprehensive discussion of the economic relationship and the security relationship, which is also in the interests of the United States. Now, of course, in the end, America is going to lose from American trade actions, and that's one of the reasons why I'm confident that there will be that discussion with the appropriate amount of respect and the breadth, and I'm ready for it anytime they're ready.
I get no respect. Well, there you go. That was Mark Carney saying that until Donald Trump respects the sovereignty of Canada, there can be no constructive sit-down conversations with the two countries about this trade war. It's not about respect for money and power. It's about respect for human rights and saving the planet. I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I think just in the context of being the new PM, I think Mark Carney is just trying to at least stand up for the bare minimum of things in terms of just respect for the sovereignty of Canada, which I don't blame him, because Donald Trump has been saying all this fucking insane shit about Canada being the 51st state. And I mean, maybe one time, as a joke, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But him, Marco Rubio, and I don't know how many other people have doubled down on, tripled down, and quadrupled down on this fucking comment. And so, you know, I guess you gotta start from square one. But you're right, there's a lot more to do in terms of respect. What it is that needs to be respected. No argument there. Okay. Let's see. Matthew, about to get crazy up in here. I feel you, Matthew. I feel you. It's getting hot in here.
So hot right now.
Alright, let's go on now. Talking a little bit about the environment. We are getting close to another break. Maybe I should just take it now, and then we'll start the half at like 4 hours in. You know what? Sometimes I do that. I'm going to do that now. Making an executive galactic decision to start the break early. We'll do the environmental half and the space news together. Just feels more right. I hate just chopping it up in weird ways. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that since the audio interface is down, yesterday I found out that my audio interface shit the bed and is no longer turning on, which means that my regular microphone is now no longer usable. Forced to use the tiny microphone which is installed somewhere inside of this computer. Don't even know exactly where it is. Is now the only way for us to make this stream happen right now. So if you have a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal, or if you're not yet a Patreon member, do consider doing one of those three things, as they are the only ways in which for people to contribute and have that money go to us directly here at GNN. And right now we're trying to crowdfund enough money to be able to replace that that device and get us back to premier audio quality around here. Yeah, okay. On to the regular galactic messages and the break. Intergalactic intermission incoming. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. I would also recommend hitting that little bell icon so you get the latest galactic notifications. Otherwise, you might miss galactic content. Also, probably a good idea if you're enjoying the show to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships. And of course, memberships are a great way for us to work together for galactic goals, as the more members we get, the more emotes we get. Twitch, bits and subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal. Of course, the best way to get the most galactic benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. That's right, only a few US dollars a month. Get access to a truly incredible number of galactic benefits. Avatar on stream, shoutouts, and so much more. Anyway, chat, that's it for the galactic messages. Enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back. Well, chat, you know what that sound means. Time for us to get back to the show. Okay. I am back. Let's do this. Let's get started off in the Midwest, where recent weather has brought a great deal of storms and bad weather, snow, wind. This is in Nebraska. This is in Iowa. Unseasonable snow here now that winter is over in the Midwest. Wow. Pretty rough weather here in the Midwest. It's part of the system that was going through Midwest has now made its way to the Northeast, but if I'm not mistaken, has dissipated at this point. Let's go talking about the wildfires that have been going on and the current danger for wildfires, as there's still a drought in many places, as well as a lot of wind. There's ABC News from 4 hours ago. Well, I guess it was like 6 hours or something like that, 7 hours ago.
Now to the dry and gusty conditions fueling wildfire dangers across the central U.S. and southeast. More than 25 million people in 10 states under red flag warnings tonight. That includes big cities like Raleigh, Atlanta, and Denver. North Carolina issuing a statewide bird ban. Here's ABC's Ike Ajachi.
Tonight, multiple areas across the country are under an elevated fire threat. Over 25 million people in 10 states remain under red flag warnings as warm, dry, and windy conditions continue to raise the possibility of wildfires. Those warnings stretching from New Mexico to South Carolina, covering major cities such as Raleigh, Charlotte, and Atlanta. The Denver metro area also under a red flag warning. In the southeast, the greatest risk across portions of North Carolina, where a statewide burn ban is in effect. Right now in Polk County, officials there say 3 separate wildfires are burning, mostly uncontained. In Miami-Dade, Florida, firefighters are making progress, battling a large brush fire that's already claimed 27,000 acres.
Speaking of that 27,000 acre fire, we talked about that earlier, and it wasn't even anywhere close to it when we first talked about this. But that wildfire in the Miami-Dade area in Florida exploded from a very small brush fire to 25 plus 1,000 acres. Here's NBC Florida.
The flames have shut down acres in access in and out of the Florida Keys. There is a continuous effort around the clock to put that fire out. US 1 and Card Sound Road are both currently closed. The National Weather Service issued a red flag fire warning for today. That's until 8 o'clock tonight. There are no reported injuries so far, so that's a positive news. I want to give you some perspective. Take a look at your screen here. The fire is currently 22,000 acres, and that's about 34 square miles. And for some perspective, that is just shy of the size of the city of Pembroke Pines. I want to get to NBC6 reporter Laura Rodriguez. She's been on this story ever since that news broke 3 days ago and joins us now. She's alongside a chief pilot with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue to give us some perspective and talk about all the efforts to contain this fire.
Right now I'm at Tamiami Airport at the hangar for Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. This is where their team and the Florida Forest Service team has been coming to refuel and get ready to head back out to that fire. This is an extensive operation here. This is a major component in this firefight. We've seen over the last 3 days how these pilots lower buckets into a nearby lake. They're scooping up the water to then dump that water onto the flames. There are multiple choppers flying back and forth conducting this operation. The wind and dry conditions have not helped in this battle. According to the Florida Forest Service, right now the fire has grown to 22,000 acres, 20% contained. I am joined by Chief Pilot Robert Wallace. He is with the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, the air rescue team. And can you tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing up there in the air?
Absolutely. This morning I conducted a survey flight around the burnt out areas. And there's extensive smoke from smoldering fires down around the NASCAR track, Homestead Speedway. There's also a prison that there's been some encroachment close to that as well. Most of the fire appeared to be contained, but extensive smoke over the entire area.
And how complex is this operation, specifically those water buckets? It seems like it takes a lot of skill.
Well, the Bambi bucket drops are very complex. It's probably one of the more dangerous operations that we conduct. We do conduct a lot of training on it, and fortunately, we were in the process of doing some training with the Forest Service when this fire caught fire. So the training.
When the fire caught fire. All right. Now, there has been some movement on this. This is the latest I have on all of it. Apparently, the first time we talked about this, it was only 10% contained or something, and then here is 20% contained. Here's CBS Miami from earlier today. Apparently it is
now the massive fire that's been burning for days in South Miami-Dade is now 50% contained. This after reinforcements came in to help. More than 26,000 acres have been scorched, making it bigger than the Palisades fire in California. CBS News Miami's Steve Mangieri is live in Florida City, where firefighters have been working to contain that fire. Steve, how's it looking this morning?
Well, the smoky conditions are not the same that we've seen throughout the earlier this week, Ted. It's a lot clearer this morning, but things have picked up later in the afternoon. But crews have not been able to really get this fire under control during the past few days. It's really been a number of factors. The dry conditions and the wind really haven't helped these past few days. And now this is starting to impact people's commutes, vacations, and some of the events that are going on around Southwest State. Now, this is what crews have been doing. They've been getting helicopter crews, dumping water around the clock to contain the flames. State emergency management officials are also sending smaller vehicles around to squeeze through narrow paths, and they're using a plane with fire-stopping chemicals that they borrowed from Tennessee. This is all happening during around spring break times when people are driving down to the Florida Keys. The fires have caused officials to close off Card Sound Road indefinitely since Tuesday, and US 1 has been closed off intermittently throughout the week. And this has caused some traffic nightmares on US 1 in both directions. And on top of there, on Friday night, there was a crash between a Jeep and an SUV that collided with a truck carrying a boat, hurting several people. That and the smoke kept cars at a standstill. Just how?
Yeah, came to a dead stop out of nowhere before we even saw the smoke.
This is one of the joys of living on an island. If there's an accident, this happens. I usually keep a fishing pole in the back of my car.
And this is all happening with an event happening at the NASCAR event at the Homestead Miami Speedway. That's not until 3 p.m. So for the meantime, we're told that US 1 remains open in both directions. But as we found out throughout the week, Ted, that could change throughout the day.
There you go, 50% contained, which means they're absolutely making progress on this fire in Florida, but it's still burning as much as I know, and has already claimed 25,000 acres, like we said before. And while it's not necessarily threatening the city of Miami right now, technically that could happen. Once they get this thing under control. Hopefully it doesn't, but yeah, it's a possibility. All right, All right, let's go talk about this. And I guess technically I should have done this one in between all of this, because this is back in North Dakota. At least it's relating back to North Dakota, but if you didn't hear yesterday, let's talk about it again now today, that being the horrifying verdict that was given in this case between this multi-billion-dollar oil company and Greenpeace. Here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
The environmental group Greenpeace is vowing to appeal after a jury in North Dakota ordered the organization to pay $667 million in damages for defaming Energy Transfer Partners, the corporation behind the Dakota Access Pipeline. The Texas-based pipeline company accused Greenpeace of orchestrating criminal behavior by training and providing funds to the indigenous-led protest at Standing Rock nearly a decade ago. Greenpeace said it played a minor role at the protests and warned the lawsuit was aimed at destroying the right to peaceful protest. Greenpeace attorney Deepa Padmanabha spoke outside the North Dakota courthouse on Wednesday.
What we saw these last 3 weeks was Energy Transfer's blatant disregard for the voices of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. And while they also tried to rewrite Greenpeace's story, what this trial showed was Greenpeace's unwavering commitment to nonviolence in every action that we take. We should all be concerned about the attacks on our First Amendment and lawsuits like this that really threaten our rights to peaceful protest and free speech. And Greenpeace is going to continue its fight to protect these fundamental rights for everyone.
The indigenous water protector Candy Mossett-White, who took part in the Standing Rock protests, also spoke outside the courthouse in Mandan.
My name is Candy Mossett-White. I'm born and raised in North Dakota. I'm originally from Newtown. I live in Bismarck. I'm Mandan, Hidatsa, Rikara, all along the lands down south. That is our historic lands that were destroyed. And this company got money for defamation for Greenpeace or for other people allegedly saying that they destroyed sacred sites. They did. I was there. They got the letter from the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer on Friday, September 2nd. And on September 3rd, their company moved all of their bulldozers up 2 weeks ahead of schedule and razed the entire area.
Illegal.
There was burial grounds out there. And they're calling that defamation. It's true. That's what happened. I just don't understand how they can get away with it other than North Dakota is a huge fossil fuel state. I know that. I'm from here, I was born and raised here.
Energy Transfer Partners attorney Trey Cox praised the jury's decision and accused Greenpeace of running a propaganda machine.
Greenpeace paid protesters and trained individually.
Before we listen to these idiots, I mean, this woman's story, the fact that the jury would listen to this sort of thing and think it was actually Greenpeace who was in the wrong, while this oil company destroyed burial sites, according to this woman who says that she saw it with her own eyes. Someone from the tribe. They're just ignoring that and saying, actually, no. $660 million fucking dollars. 2/3 of $1 billion to Greenpeace. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Greenpeace paid protesters and trained individuals to unlawfully disrupt the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Greenpeace maliciously misrepresented events within this community in an unrelenting attempt to stop, by any means possible, the construction of a pipeline that had already obtained all of the necessary legal approvals. These are the facts, not the fake news of the Greenpeace propaganda machine.
We're joined right now by Steve Donziger, who was part of the independent trial monitoring team that's been observing the Greenpeace trial in Dakota. Steve Donziger has his own history of battling corporations. He was targeted for prosecution by Chevron after he successfully sued the oil giant on behalf of 30,000 Amazonian indigenous people in Ecuador, whose land was devastated by oil spills. He ended up being disbarred and spending over 900 days under house arrest. Steve Donziger, welcome back to Democracy Now!, this time in studio. Start off, you were just in Mandan, you were just in North Dakota. Talk about the significance of this multi-$100 million verdict against Greenpeace that could bankrupt them.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we were in court every day for 3 weeks. We had 8 or 9 attorneys on this team. We organized because for...
I said it yesterday. I'm glad Amy backed me up here. But I postulated that this verdict would, if Greenpeace was forced to pay out, it would bankrupt them. They would be forced to go into bankruptcy because they don't have nearly that kind of money. I don't know exactly what their balance sheet is, but I'm fairly certain that they don't have $1 billion on hand.
Multi-$100 million verdict against Greenpeace that could bankrupt them.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we were in court every day for 3 weeks. We had 8 or 9 attorneys on this team. We organized it because for months we've had concerns about this trial. It was very clear that this was not going to be a trial as that term is commonly understood. I would really call it more a choreographed show in a county that, 75% of the people voted for Donald Trump. Greenpeace did a survey of residents prior to trial. 97% said they could not judge this case fairly. Of the jurors, most had ties to the fossil fuel industry. In our opinion, it was impossible for Greenpeace to get a fair trial in this county. And
why couldn't they get it moved?
Well, they tried repeatedly to get it moved and the judge wouldn't move it. So that raises really another issue, which is the court itself, the judge in this case, just didn't.
I love this. I mean, our judicial system is so fucked. I mean, I would just like to compare this to what the jury selection process, and now it hasn't started, if I'm not mistaken, as it relates to Luigi Mangione, because recently we were talking about him and the upcoming trial, and we heard pundits on CNN talking about how the jury selection process is going to go there, how, anybody who's ever had a bad experience with, an insurer or a bad medical experience ever might be disallowed from being on that jury. Meanwhile, you got a majority jury in this trial of people who have ties back to fucking fossil fuel industry, and yet somehow they're not disallowed from the jury? I mean, it's fucking idiotic. It is idiotic to think that this is equal and unbiased system of justice that we have here.
Seem to want to give Greenpeace anything.
He repeatedly ruled against Greenpeace. The proceedings at the request of the company were held pretty much in secret. Trials in North Dakota are generally live streamed. Court TV had broadcast trials, but he cut off the live stream for the public and the media. It was very hard to get. The only way you could cover the trial was to actually be physically in court in this very isolated courthouse. So there was an effort, I think, really to shroud the trial in secrecy. Thousands of documents were sealed. So, I don't think Greenpeace, just watching this as someone who's actually been through this, I don't think they stood a chance. What's interesting is, in sort of the larger issue, as Deepa pointed out, is this really is an attack on the First Amendment. I mean, Greenpeace really, in essence, was a stand-in, in my opinion, for the Standing Rock Sioux, for the climate movement, for the right to protest. And I think this company, and it's really been driven largely by CEO Kelsey Warren, who is a huge Trump supporter, is trying to use this as a vehicle really to intimidate.
How many jurors are each side allowed to eject? I don't actually know the figure on that. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm actually talking about the process before, because if I'm not mistaken, there's like multiple. I'm pretty sure there's like multiple processes we're talking about here right now. Because I'm fairly sure there's like a pre-selection process before you actually go into the courtroom, right? And if you have any whatever, like there can be like preconditions set on that jury, right? And in the pre-hearing portion, where jurors are just showing up to the courthouse, and after receiving that little blue slip, you got to go to the jury, whatever. You get there, and they say, "Hey, if you have any of these conflicts, we need you to leave right now," right? And I'm fairly certain that's what we're talking about. Is that they were talking about making one of the preconditions for even getting to jury selection is not, like, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that's a different thing.
Climate movement, intimidate the Standing Rock Sioux, and I think really chill for people's First Amendment rights. And as we know, in this environment right now in the United States, that's a serious, serious issue. So this trial has serious implications. It goes way beyond the environmental movement. It goes really to the right to protest. It affects church groups or religious organizations, political organizations, and I think people need to keep a close eye on it and really do what they can to protect Greenpeace.
How was a Texas-based company, Energy Transfer Partners, able to bring this case in North Dakota?
Well, the reason they brought it in North Dakota is because the protests took place in North Dakota. So this pipeline runs from North Dakota down to Illinois. It's about 1,200 miles. And there were protests all along the way, but the most intense protests took place just south of, Morton County, or in Morton County, where the trial was held. And they brought it there for the obvious reason to me that they felt like it was the most hospitable venue they could find. And, again, it really was not a trial as is commonly understood. Like, they felt like they could get people on that jury who were completely sympathetic to the fossil fuel industry, and that's exactly what happened.
So,
here we go. Our fantastic situation, our fantastic system of justice. Oh my God! Now this is going to go to appeal, but I mean, Supreme Court. Maybe the appeals court will allow it to go through, but the Supreme Court, they just got rid of the Chevron doctrine. Remember that? I struggled to think that John Roberts is going to be like, oh, those patriotic Standing Rock protesters, Greenpeace. They don't deserve to pay this money. Oh, no. He'll be thrilled to hear that Greenpeace goes out of business. Not out of business, but is bankrupted. We have 70 likes, and I forgot to give you your 7th emotional support character, too, from before, for your rollover character. That's my bad. Okay, let's move on from Greenpeace. Let's go to Mexico. Because as spring comes, as things get warmer, the oceans are rising. And people in Mexico are losing their homes.
immediately, if not sooner.
Here's France 24 English from 15 hours ago on that very subject.
On El Bosque beach, every day at 6 a.m., the fishing boats return after a night at sea.
There aren't many fishermen now since we had to leave. Some can afford to come all the way out here, others can't.
Guadalupe and her family still spend most of their time here. They've made a living from fishing their entire lives. Their house is one of the last ones standing in the village.
We still feel at home here, even though we've been forced out by the sea and climate change.
El Bosque today is a ghost village, submerged by the tides.
This was my mother's house. She ran a store here for about 30 years. This was the village's main street. The school bus would arrive and drop off the students here. Every time there was a wind from the north, it was like a small tsunami. And when the waves came to a house, they took everything with them. So people started putting up barricades, sandbags, tires, and so on. But nothing could stop the advancing sea.
Over the last 4 years, several NGOs have supported the villagers of El Bosque. Thanks to this struggle, the government has officially recognized El Bosque's inhabitants as people displaced by climate change, a first in Mexico.
What we need is for the El Bosque disaster to mark a first step towards putting in place public policies to deal with the cases of the climate displaced. It's painful to say, but there will be more and more climate displaced people in Mexico.
In November, almost all the villagers from El Bosque were relocated about 10 kilometers inland.
This is my new home. We have 2 bedrooms. Our life has been turned upside down. We lived from fishing, that was our way of life. But for us, this is a new beginning.
According to scientists from the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 300 million people will be directly affected by rising sea levels by 2050 unless forceful action is taken to tackle climate change.
Yep, and this is going to get worse. I mean, the fact is there's no actual designation for climate refugees yet, but it is coming. It already should exist. But internationally, there is none. But mostly because there's most climate refugees, if you will, are internally displaced. But as these things get worse and worse, and there's already some examples of it, Tuvalu, people forced to just leave their country and go somewhere else because their country no longer exists. And this is going to become a massive problem for people all over the planet. If we don't do something to stop it now, this is going to be one in a torrent of stories. And of course, every summer it gets bigger, and not just because of the melting ice, right? Because of heat transfer, or like, what's it called? Oh, I can't think of the words right now. Oh, damn. I can't think of the word. But essentially, when water gets hot, it expands. When it gets cold, it contracts. So, every spring this stuff happens, and it's going to get worse and worse as the glaciers continue to melt. Speaking of glaciers, yesterday was World Glacier Day. Let's go to Argentina, where some people trekked through the blue ice of Perito Moreno in Argentina on World Glacier Day.
Tan compacto que el único color capaz de traspasar esa densidad es el azul.
Cansa, pero vale la pena.
It is tiring, but worth it. It's beautiful and awe-inspiring. Although this glacier has been in equilibrium for 100 years, In the last 10 years, it has shown an anti-gravitational rate of threat. It is melting. It shows a high melting rate and retreat rate compared to previous years. Yeah, and I mean, the glaciers just keep retreating, and people like Donald Trump keep talking about drilling, baby drill. But this situation is getting worse and worse in an exponential way. It's hard to see because the changes are so, on such large scales. I think sometimes it's hard for humans to wrap their minds around it. But the fact is, you have just, utterly massive sizes of just quantities of ice melting right now into the ocean. And it's going to threaten millions, billions of people eventually if it continues on this rate. Right now, it's a village here, it's a village there. It's a sandbar lost here. It's barrier island this, barrier island there. Eventually, it's going to get through all of that shit. Okay? And people live on all of these places I'm talking about still. Well, not sandbars, but you get what I'm saying. Like, the idea of us being insulated is quickly coming to an end. And even if you don't live on the coasts, believe me, the weather is not going to get better in the Midwest, for instance. You're not going to have less tornadoes. Believe me, we've been seeing tornadoes getting more and more destructive, more and more powerful as these things continue to evolve. Now let's talk about maybe one of the dumbest solutions I think I've heard so far on all this. You know how we talked about carbon capture and how it's pretty much an idiotic waste of time, something to justify the continuation of burning fossil fuels at this incredible, unprecedented rate, which humans are doing it at right now. To help justify to capitalists to continue the state of affairs. Don't change anything. We got a solution. Carbon capture. All that nasty carbon, we'll get it, we'll capture it, we'll hide it somewhere for eons. Well, we already talked about how that technology is not nearly sufficient or enough to be even kind of feasible. Well, some people have decided maybe we should just take it to a much bigger scale. I'm sure you're probably thinking to yourself, what does that mean? A bigger scale than what? Well, the biggest scale possible. How's that sound? That'll do it. That'll do. The biggest possible scale. I wonder what that would even entail.
From the shores of eastern Canada to the beaches of North Carolina to New Zealand's open sea, companies are exploring a new frontier to fight global warming.
We've got too much carbon dioxide in the air, and the logical storage place for some of that excess carbon is going to be the biggest reservoir by far that exists, and that reservoir is the ocean.
This is so stupid.
Climate experts say that even if countries stepped up efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it wouldn't be enough to cool the planet. Carbon dioxide also needs to be removed from the atmosphere. Oceans naturally absorb heat-trapping gases, but researchers are looking to supercharge that capacity.
For this to work, carbon dioxide removal has to go from something that most people have never heard of to the largest thing that humanity has ever done in a really short time, right? And it's daunting.
Near Halifax,
It doesn't.
Planetary
The fact
Technologies is pumping out magnesium oxide.
I'll point one something out. This guy is the CEO, co-founder of this company, Seaworthy. Oh, so clever. C, because carbon is the element is C. That's very funny. And then you're going to dump it all in the ocean. That's a good idea. I'd point out that we've been talking about for the last year how the ocean is basically hitting up against its maximum amount of heat it's able to trap. And these idiots want to somehow supercharge it. I don't know what that means. I mean, there's no engine in the ocean, so you can't attach a supercharger, which is something that blows air through the engine to increase power. But you can't do that with the ocean. So, I mean, the words, I'll move past the semantics of it and get to the heart of it, because the fact is see, the ocean is maxed out right now, okay? It's maxed the fuck out. And these guys want to start dumping chemicals into the ocean to make it capture even more carbon. I would point out the ocean is dying right now, okay? It's not dead, it's dying, though. We've been talking about how the reefs are currently collapsing, and while you might think, oh, who needs reefs? Well, I would push back against that and say all of us need reefs, especially things in the ocean that live, because the reefs are essentially the spawning ground for all the bottom of the chain, bottom of the food chain, right, type of organisms. You know, all the little ones that the bigger ones eat, and that the bigger ones eat of those. You know what I'm saying here? Like, there's a food, there's a, you know, what's it called? A food chain, right, within the ocean that, you know, depends on functioning reefs. And these guys want to start just playing God in the fucking ocean. And this needs to be stopped. I don't know who's trying to stop them yet, but they need to be stopped before they fucking obliterate the planet. This is one of the dumbest plans. And the fact is, the other thing about all this discussion of, oh, we need to make this technology work. No, we don't. Actually, we need to start using the technology that already fucking exists, that continues to get better and better every single fucking year. Solar, wind, the technology in those two places, especially with solar, have utterly, not straight up, but nearly exponential curve in terms of how many watts per dollar is put into making solar panels, right? The amount of energy that's being produced by solar panels is exceeding by multiple factors solar panels that were being made 10, 15 years ago. And we're still talking about fucking carbon capture. There isn't better options for all this shit. Because the fact is, yes, the ocean does capture carbon. Yes, the forests do, but they're maxed out, right? And we need to stop adding more, right? Rather than trying to just engineer up these fucking just quixotic solutions.
Near Halifax, Planetary Technologies is pumping out magnesium oxide, a powdery white mineral used in everything from water treatment plants to heartburn pills. Here, a red dye is added to track how it flows out to sea. The company hopes the chemical reaction caused by the magnesium oxide will allow the ocean to absorb more CO2.
You add an alkaline or a basic mineral to the ocean.
Jesus Christ.
And that mineral
this is insane.
Essentially an antacid. This
is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. You hear what they're doing, right? They're treating the fucking ocean like it's a goddamn fish tank, okay? Whether they're going to alter the pH of the entire fucking ocean? Is that a joke? Is that a joke? It's not. These idiots think this is an idea. This is an idea to follow up on. Holy shit.
That mineral is essentially an antacid. This alkaline mineral neutralizes carbon dioxide acid in the ocean.
Dozens of other projects have been launched in recent years, including sinking sugarcane pulp to the ocean floor to trap carbon. Last summer, another company, Vendetta, poured shiploads of the mineral olivine an ingredient used to manufacture steel, off the coast of North Carolina. GigaBlue is taking a different approach, hoping to increase the growth of algae through added nutrients. But some projects are facing strong opposition over concerns that dumping foreign matter into the ocean could have unintended consequences. Planetary paused its project in Cornwall, England, after residents protested.
Interesting.
And some locals in New England are fighting a proposed experiment off the coast of Massachusetts.
We created the Clean Water Act to ensure that we have clean water and we're not dumping chemicals into the ocean.
The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution plans to study the effects of sodium hydroxide in the North Atlantic Ocean. The scientists have been meeting with the community, but Megan Lapp, who represents a Rhode Island fishing company, is still concerned.
To be doing that in the name of carbon capture, to me, is just irresponsible.
The industry is so new that many countries have yet to adopt guidelines and standards for how to dump nutrients, crops, or minerals for carbon capture.
Yep, since there's no regulations around doing this in the ocean, people are just out there, just kind of tinkering around with the ecosystem, without checking with biologists or anybody else. They're just like, you know what? Let's try this. Since it hasn't been working on Earth, let's try carbon capture with the ocean. There's a million ways for this to fucking go wrong. So freaking stupid. Yeah, like I was saying, there's no one's stopping them from doing this. There's a lot of people questioning whether or not this is a good idea. Yeah. But no regulation around all this, and it's not like the United States is going to say don't do this right now. Donald Trump just got rid of the EPA, or he's at least firing everyone over there so they can't do their jobs. All right, one last story. This one is in South Korea. Massive wildfires are raging across the country. This is CNBC from 15 hours ago. Multiple forest fires in South Korea. 2 firefighters killed. More than 20 wildfires flared across the southeast region of the country. South Korean government declared the region a disaster area. Acting President Choi Sung-mok urged all-out efforts to extinguish the fire. Deadly fire spread to over 680 acres due to strong winds. More than 200 residents have been evacuated from the region. Why is he using a leaf blower? Good question. The reason he's using a leaf blower is trying to push the debris on the ground, essentially towards the fire, right? But it's an attempt to create some kind of line on the ground where there is no, like no rubble or whatever, like fuel to feed the fire, right? There's some sort of line. I mean, that's one of the basics of wildfires, is to try and create some sort of line where there is less stuff to burn. It's a good question, though. It looks weird. They're basically trying to push back against the fire and push things over in one direction and hopefully keep it from spreading further. All right, let's go to TRT World from 9 hours ago. That number of 2 people killed increased to 4 within about 6 or so hours, at least between these 2 videos. Four killed, hundreds evacuated as wildfire sweep South Korea. Sancheong, South Korea, March 22nd. All right, that was the quick update to that. Try and keep you updated on that as best as I can in the future. Now it's time for a little bit of space news. And we're going to quickly go through this story, even though we hit it up yesterday, because we've been covering it for so long. In case anybody missed it, here's your last opportunity. 9+ months we've been covering this story. We were covering it before they ever launched. When the first and second launches got scrapped, I think we were here watching it on stream. In fact, one of them we may have watched live. I can't remember. And we were disappointed midway through it. That being the Starliner launch, which took those 2 astronauts, Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, to the International Space Station. Then during that trip, they determined, or at least rocket scientists on the ground determined, there had been a number of failures on the spacecraft that led them to be concerned about those astronauts returning back to Earth on that Starliner capsule, which was supposed to bring them back about a week later. Since then, things have gotten a little complicated, and they've been up there for 9 long months. SpaceX just called him fucking Star. That is wrong.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm sorry. Good God.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
SpaceX was contracted, I think, within the month of finding out that they were going to be stuck. They already had a planned launch to bring new astronauts to the ISS. They'd already been paid by the U.S. government for that, and then, got a sweet check for bringing back these astronauts. Let's go here to Guardian News from 4 days ago and watch the departure of these 2 astronauts.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Houston Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity.
Oh, there we go. That was their departure. Here was their arrival. At least the landing.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play.
A pod of dolphins were seen greeting a SpaceX capsule carrying NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. After it splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
Problems with the Boeing capsule aviary.
We got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just one or two.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessel slowly but surely closing the distance there between... Oh, dolphin cam back again.
Dolphins. Increasing the enjoyment of that landing for everyone, including the astronauts probably. Speaking of those astronauts, here was the crew exiting the capsule after 9 long months in space. Do I mean the Gulf of America? No, I mean the Gulf of Mexico.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
An on-time splashdown. Oh, looks like we're getting our next crew member here. That is none other than Sonny Williams. Big smile, big waves. She, like her other crew members, now will be assisted onto the mobility aid.
There we have it.
There we go. Sonny Williams. Now a historical figure who made records in space. Longest amount of time moonwalking. Woman astronaut. Truly impressive. Wait, did I say moonwalking? I meant spacewalking. Did I say moonwalking? Oh, my brain is broken. All right, let's. I almost wanted to make. Never mind, forget it. Okay, now we got a couple more things in space to talk about. Elon Musk went on to Hannity's program. Talked to him about the horrifying state of affairs, as well as this SpaceX launch. Let's see this little glow up from Hannity. This is it, right? Is this the wrong one? Oh, here it is. No, it's...
Yeah,
That's semantics.
Very good. All right, I got another one for you, Todd. Elon Musk spoke with Sean Hannity last night. I want you to listen to what he had to say about the fraud uncovered by DOGE.
The government, the government waste and fraud is so high that it's causing a $2 trillion annual deficit. So the country was going bankrupt. It's just, country is no different from a person. If a country overspends, doesn't spend wisely, just like a person, a country will go bankrupt. So the reason I'm here is because I'm very worried about America going bankrupt due to the corruption and waste. And if we don't do something about it, the ship of America is going to sink. And we're all on that ship.
It's no secret, Todd. Democrats hate all this stuff, but why? I mean, exposing all of this waste and fraud, it's got to be a good thing for the country.
But not for the...
I just realized this is the wrong clip. Oh, God damn it. Point is, damn, why didn't I think I did this twice in a row. But basically, Sean Hannity was like so upset that people are protesting Elon Musk. He's like, why do they hate you so much? You just saved these astronauts. You're a hero. As if he did it from the bottom of his heart. I'm going to point this out to you. Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore got $5 a day extra for every day they stayed up there after the 8 days, the initial 8 days. So they made an extra $1,400 each. Elon Musk's company received $140 billion from the U.S. government $140 million. Excuse me, $140 million for this one launch. So, nah. Not a hero. Not a hero. Maybe Sunita Williams is a hero, but not Elon. Didn't do this out of the kindness of his heart. Did it out of the love of money that he seems to so truly have. Now, last piece of space news here. Save the best for last. Today is it was today. Still is technically in Alaska. March 22nd. Was the 94th birthday? This guy's getting old. 94th birthday of Captain Kirk. That's right. Captain Kirk, getting old. Not actual Captain Kirk, but, I can't think of his name now. I can't think of his name. Oh my God. Shatner. The original Kirk. Let's do this. It's a way to celebrate his birthday. We gotta do some fun stuff here from time to time. It is basically Sunday after all. Sunday fun day.
How you been?
Fine, sir.
Captain Kirk always karate chopping ladies, huh?
By demonstrating whether good or evil is more powerful. Oh! You find my body heat distressing, Captain?
Find that girl.
You're right. He's not one of us.
What do you mean?
Look at him.
That's right. You karate chop that Nazi.
Send yourself a report. Drop your weapon.
There you go. It's a little Shatner on Shatner's birthday for you. All right, let's move on to Earth news. Looks like that's all we got for environmental and space news here today. Part of it is, there's probably more stories for me to cover, but the fact is I've been so inundated with just regular geopolitics and internal politics back home here in the United States. A lot of stuff I feel like might be going by the wayside. Don't worry, we got plenty of Earth news. We got quite a bit to cover, because we did not do Earth news yesterday, even though we were supposed to. Alright, let's go to the UK. Start it off. As Mark Carney made a trip there earlier this week. I actually think this covers France too a little bit, but that's okay. Well, what happened to the volume? Ahem.
Right?
A lot there. And because it's a new prime minister,
yeah.
right, we don't know the answers that he's going to give the way you might when you've had a leader in power for 9 years. So a lot of what we're hearing is what's his take on this? We've not heard that before. A lot of what you highlighted, I highlighted as well. I do think it was interesting when he was asked about looking for support, overt support of Canada in the face of annexation threats. He did repeat what he said before, we don't need others to stand up for us. But just talking about how, well, you know, there was the or more part of that question. You know, there's economic force, and then there's actually the idea of some kind of physical attack, you know, troops coming across the border. So he talked about how, as a member of NATO, in which there is the clause that, you know, an attack on one is one for all, that it's unthinkable. The or more is unthinkable. So I mark that down as interesting, that even though there's talk about stand for ourselves, not wanting to go down that road when it comes to actual military incursion. He did show that he wasn't stumped by any question in any major way, except when it kind of came to the testy exchange on the disclosure of what his assets that are now been put, his investments and holdings, into a blind trust. I did feel like that moment got a little testy, where he blanket said following the rules, and how could there possibly be a conflict of interest if I'm following the rules? I doubt that will end that conversation or that line of questioning, especially as we head into an election campaign. And just there was one other thing that I highlighted, Andrew. Oh, yes, just that in his answers, and a lot of people have said, you know, what kind of election campaigner will he be? This is a prime minister who's never held office in terms of an elected position, very untested when it comes to campaigning. Definitely testing out lines there where you answer the question about how you would do something, and then you attack the other side for how they wouldn't do it the way you would do it and why that's bad. He did that a number of times, singling out Pierre Poilievre, whether we're talking about the industrial carbon price and the system, and pointing out that you get rid of the industrial price, you're no longer going to have an easy free trade with European partners, which is why he's over there, to try and bolster trade, something that he uses as an example of forward thinking as opposed to...
Yeah. Mark Carney looking to bolster Canada's trade abroad rather than with the United States. Not shocking considering what Donald Trump's been doing recently. Okay, let's talk about recent UK happenings. This is Al Jazeera from a day ago. The Heathrow Airport, the biggest airport, I think, maybe in Europe, I'm not actually sure, but certainly the biggest in the UK, was shut down amid an outage. There was a fire that caused all of this. Let's go look at this real quick. This threw global travel into chaos.
Firefighters are still working to contain the blaze west of London. They've also cut power to thousands of homes and forced the evacuation of about 150 people from the substation affected. Meanwhile, Europe's air traffic control operator says no arrivals are permitted at Heathrow and that diversion plans are in place for planes scheduled to land there. Well, we can speak now to our correspondent Jonah Hull. He joins us on the phone now from London. Jonah, so this is a massive disruption for the UK's biggest airport. What more can you tell us about what's happened?
Well, I can certainly tell you that at this moment the fire is not contained, and there doesn't appear to be any immediate chance of that happening. The local fire brigade, London Fire Brigade, saying that this is a prolonged incident, multiple crews in attendance. It is an enormous fire by all accounts at this Hayes electrical substation, as you say, with significant local disruption, some evacuations and 16,000 homes without power. But the real impact on this is much faster than that because, of course, it affects Heathrow Airport, the world's second largest airport. The airport is shut down to all intents and purposes with its multiple terminals and dual runways. It is an airport, according to the Flight Radar 24 online flight tracker website, that handles some 1,350 flights every day. None of those flights are either landing or taking off in the next.
Yeah. Pretty crazy story here. This is the view of the site of this fire, which caused Heathrow Airport to shut down for almost a full day, and all of these power outages in the area. You can see it's a power substation. Still smoking, even though it seems like most of it's been put out. I don't know how long it's going to take to fix all of that, but probably a little while. It's probably going to cause a number of people to go without power or have to get it from somewhere else somehow. Is my mic still rooted? I don't know what rooted means in this context, but I assume you mean is my mic still not working. Mic is fine. It's just the audio interface that I use for the mic. So, I mean, technically, there's no problem with the mic itself. It's just the way in which I route the mic to the computer. I don't have a way to do that right now, unfortunately. But thank you for asking. We're still trying to raise funds, still trying to crowdfund a way for us to replace that hardware. All right. Now let's go here, finish off our discussion of England. I found this to be an interesting conversation. It's a quick one, but I think worthwhile. Here's a Teo from 3 days ago. Mehdi Hassan and Nish Kumar. I think that's his name, right? I only know this guy from like comedy stuff. And like his Taskmaster appearance. But yeah, let's go here now. To Zadeo. Bam. Go web go.
You and I are not English. That's the view now growing on parts of the English right. What was your reaction to that clip?
No.
So the two guys...
No, it's not the drivers. No, the hardware itself is not functioning. The audio interface, piece of hardware, Drivers are functioning fine. It just won't power on. Might be a fuse. I haven't taken it apart yet. To see. I've never taken that piece of equipment apart. It's never failed me in the last 13 years that I've had it. I used to use it for music stuff. So I'm gonna look into seeing if I can fix it myself. But for now, we're going without. And I have no idea how long it's going to take me to try and fix it. So, for the meantime, I'm trying to crowdfund a solution to this situation. Fortunately, audio interfaces that are decent. They're not cheap. Like I said, I bought this one well over a decade ago. Sadly. Real loss. I was right, it is Nish Kumar. Okay, good.
You and I are not English. That's the view now growing on parts of the English right. What was your reaction to that clip?
So the two guys that host that show are, I guess, like former comedians. Like these are people that I...
They say that about Kissing, but I've never seen them tell a joke. Or say something funny.
And listen, no one is in a better position to comment on this, the failed comedian to political podcaster route than me.
And you're a Hindu as well, like Rishi Sunak. Yeah. As a Muslim, I'm used to the kind of you Muslims that can never integrate. It's the first time I've heard someone say you can't be English because you're Hindu.
This conversation is sort of burbled up in various forms down the years. And listen, one of the things that is interesting about someone like Sunak, a man for whom I have nothing but constant, ceaseless and open contempt for, is that, at various points, Sunak was the victim of racism. If you look at what happened in June of last year, where he leaves the D-Day celebrations early to give a television interview for the election, which was idiotic, and like everyone knows he shouldn't have done that. But some of the criticism he received was absolutely like tinged with racism.
Yeah. Was it Channel 4 that taped Reform Party candidates saying the P word about him?
Open use of racial slurs. And the problem is that because people like Sunak and Patel and Braverman, who are these very high-profile South Asians, conservatives, are not able to engage with the racism that they receive for reasons of their own personal political ambition.
Let's separate them out. But you mentioned Suella Braverman, who some of our American viewers may know turned up for the inauguration. She's very MAGA wannabe. Yeah. She's super right-wing. She wrote a piece for The Telegraph, right-wing British newspaper, in which she said, I'm not English. Yeah. She basically endorsed the kiss and view. Bizarre moment. It was a bizarre moment where she goes, of course I'm not English.
Jesus
Actually,
Christ.
The headline was, I will never be truly English. Here is why. I'm
self-hating Indian. That's what it is. All right, that's rude.
How rude.
And how many times have we heard that, about Jewish people in the United States. Oh, you're a self-hating Jew for not liking Israel.
Asian. I feel a deep love, gratitude and loyalty to this country, but I cannot claim to be English, nor should I. This is not exclusionary, it is honest. It's what living in a multi-ethnic society entails. As somebody on Twitter pointed out, she's basically telling herself to go back to where she came from.
Yeah. She's finally living out her true ideal, which is the logical endpoint of Suella.
I've got to go too.
Is for her to deport herself.
It'll be sad when Suella Braverman has to deport herself. For no one but her, I'm sure.
Financial cuts at the top of Donald Trump's political
agenda. I'm not gonna lie.
And
I'm kind of looking forward to it. I've been kind of hoping some things like that will happen here, There's some number of people in the United States who sort of fit into that sort of vibe, who I think should probably just port themselves. Elon comes to mind. Melania comes to mind. They're not Americans. They pretend to be Americans. But of course, Melania's from Slovenia. Elon's from South Africa. But yet they are part of an administration that is incredibly xenophobic. Of course, Melania got here on the Einstein grant. Everybody be based. Einstein. Wow. But, it's about time. It's about time these immigrants immigrate themselves the fuck on out of here. Now, a story that we have not been able to talk about, that has been killing me, that we have not talked about yet. I mean, we should have been, oh my God, we should have talked about this way earlier this week. I had planned on doing this on Tuesday. And somehow there's been so much shit for us to talk about, and I have not streamed enough, that we never got to it. We never got to it. Stream got cut off in the middle on Tuesday because it wouldn't function. Yesterday we went 11 hours before even getting close to Earth news. But this is a great piece of news. And I mean, I highly doubt this is going to come to fruition, but I would love to see it just happen. So the same thing with what I said about that fucking library on the border of Nova Scotia. Let's go here to France 24 English from 5 days ago. One French parliamentarian has come out with a strong stance, a request, perhaps a demand, if you will. Because, of course, France gave us something a long time ago. And, well, this one French MEP wants it back.
Financial cuts at the top of Donald Trump's political agenda and his decision to spearhead a plan to end the war in Ukraine. Party leader Raphael Glucksmann took aim at supporters of the US president in the French political sphere.
Let's make sure we never, ever let the Trump and Musk fan club into our country. Give us back the Statue of Liberty. We gave it to you as a gift, but apparently you despise it.
Glucksmann's words echo those of Claude Maluret, a French senator whose speech in Parliament in March strongly criticised Trump's decision to distance himself from his long-term allies. In reference to Trump's decision to open the conversation with Vladimir Putin, Maluret said that the war in Ukraine is being fought against a dictator, now supported by a traitor.
Never in history has a US president given in to the enemy. Never has any president supported an aggressor against an ally. The message Trump is sending us is that there is no point in being his ally because he won't defend you. He will impose more tariffs on you than on his enemies, and he will threaten to seize your territories while supporting the dictators who invade you.
One study published last month found that 59% of French people would describe Donald Trump as a dictator. Another found that 73% no longer consider the United States to be an ally.
That's what we want to do.
Let's talk about...
All right, let's go back to CBS, back to New York here. Fox 5 New York from 5 days ago.
Well, it's become a symbol of New York City.
Yeah, we're talking about the Statue of Liberty, which was gifted to the U.S. by France back in 1884.
All right, but as Fox 5's Kendall Green explains, at least one French lawmaker is now calling for it to be returned.
Raphael Glucksmann, a French member of parliament, put the Statue of Liberty in a national conversation Sunday, suggesting France should take it back. And it already has New Yorkers talking about the symbol of freedom and democracy.
This is the signature of New York. This is what a lot of people come here for.
It has changed from what it used to be.
Glucksmann shared, quote, "We gave it to you as a gift, but apparently you despise it. So it will be just fine here at home."
I've never expected that to be a thing. Like, it just like, where'd it come from? Nowhere.
Oh, well.
I see now where it comes from.
Yeah.
The statue was a gift from...
I love that. In the middle of that sentence, kid's like, well, actually, no, I would not have seen this coming, but I see where it's coming from now that I've thought about it for 5 seconds. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh boy.
To the U.S. in 1884, honoring the long-standing alliance. And since President Trump's firm stance on the ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine, the administration has gotten more global pushback. But New Yorkers say to respond by retracting the symbolic gift doesn't make much sense.
No?
Well, the Statue of Liberty is just an icon. It's just a statue. That's all it is.
Yep.
Our perception of liberty is...
What are you saying? I mean, it's just an icon. So I mean, of course, we don't need it, right? They can take it. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Different than a lot of other places in the world.
But this New Yorker added, with the statue being a symbolic welcome to immigrants, there are some grounds for criticism.
Yeah.
Believes that the people that come into this country who are not yet citizens, I think that we can do better.
Of course, the White House is not going to do it.
There we go.
What do you think about that assertion?
That's interesting. I mean, could they take it back? I mean,
is
it rightfully theirs, you know?
Yep.
But I don't think
it actually definitely is. They built it. The French literally built it. And just like Panama, I mean, considering everything Donald Trump's been doing, he wants to take back the Panama Canal. Why can't France take back the Statue of Liberty? I mean, I see clear parallels there. I mean, if not them being the exact same thing. Although technically France also helped build the Panama Canal too. Maybe if we take it, they'll take it back from us. Then we will hear first, actually. Thank you very much. Now let's see what Caroline Levitt had to say. Chief spokesman of Chief spokesman of the Ministry of Truth over there at the White House. Let's go to the press briefing room. You need truth. Give me Caroline. She'll straighten all this out for us. Right, Caroline. You got this covered.
In this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Wow. Interesting. It's just that America saved France. Well, the only reason that we're not still a colony, I would remind Caroline. She thinks look at her face. Look at how smug she is. Look how pleased with herself that she remembered a certain part of history. But she forgot what happened, of course, 250 years ago during the American Revolutionary War, where France came and saved us from our colonial oppressors. Remember that, Caroline? That's why we have the statue in the first place, right? So, it depends on where you want to. When is October 7th? When history? I always forget when history starts. It's always very confusing to me. But Caroline seemingly forgetting that part of it. Wouldn't even be a country if it weren't for France. Now, with everything else going on, France has been thinking they need to make some changes. Not just talking about taking back, statues and things. They have been very seriously ramping up defense spending, as well as manufacturing of arms. I guess we'll start off here 3 days ago. Going to head up France 24 English a couple times in a row here. French shell factory ramps up production as Europe rearms. Workers are racing to keep up with orders for shells destined for Ukraine and armed forces across Europe. We currently operate in 3 shifts from Monday to Friday. We also called for voluntary work on Saturdays, and we are negotiating company agreements to implement continuous operations. This is a stark turnaround for a company that a few years ago was on the brink of liquidation. We went from almost halting production in 2022 to manufacturing nearly 60,000 shells last year. The war in Ukraine has seen arms manufacturing processes across Europe ramp up productions. But the continent is also embarking on a massive rearmament drive of its own. And the Forge du Taube factory... sorry. I got distracted doing lasers. And the Forge du Taube factory is now seeking to double its output by the end of the year. The main problem, it says, is finding enough qualified workers. We have a real labor shortage. We need skilled or even highly skilled workers. Yeah, I wonder if this is what Donald Trump was hoping for. I mean, it's basically what he asked for, right? I mean, he was hoping that they would up the defense spending and then spend it on U.S. manufacturers. But, you know, when you make demands of your allies and then do things to hurt them at the same time, or like, you know, contravene, like everything Donald Trump does gets ruined by something else Donald Trump does. I love that. Competence and merit. That's what that is. But yeah, you know, it's fascinating how instead of, I mean, Donald Trump is getting part of what he wants. NATO is stepping up. They are spending more money. The last 2 months, things have really changed as it relates to how much money NATO is spending. But now suddenly they're making their own weapons. The UK we talked about a few weeks ago, they were doing the same thing. It seems like a lot of European countries are not only boosting their spending, but are looking to buy weapons at home, at least in Europe, and avoid buying them from the United States, who they cannot count on. Now let's talk about those capital expenditures. As France is looking to raise its defense specter, we should call it the defense specter.
Talking business, of course, is your domain. It's been a really big day.
Spooky. But yeah, the defense sector spending, the specter of war on our fucking doorsteps all across the world, it seems like. More so than it was even last year, somehow.
We're talking business, of course, which is your domain. It's been a really big day for the French defense industry, of course. This is all about the EU gearing up to create a different kind of defense landscape, and France very much at the center of that. And of course, on the horizon, very close to us, of course, Ukraine.
That's right. French authorities really trying to kind of lead that push. A meeting this Thursday at the French Finance Ministry here in Paris brought together leaders of France's top defence contractors from firms like Airbus, Dassault and Thales, and the French finance and defence ministers, along with a host of bankers and private investors. Finance Minister Éric Lombard says it's a starting point for discussions, adding that the aim is to raise €5 billion in new capital for defence companies. French public investors will start by pouring in €1.7 billion, and public bank BPI France is launching a fund that will allow French citizens to get involved too.
There we go. There's the breakdown of the spending. France increasing their defense spending budget by a massive percentage. I think that the defense spending was pretty low last time I checked. I think this might be as much as like a 25% increase or more in defense spending. Actually, look this up. Nope. I just put the wrong number in. 2024, please. Okay, it was a little bit lower percentage. It's like a 10% increase. Still a lot. Still quite a lot. Defense spending, I think it was at $45 billion last year, 2024. Looking to increase that by $5 billion over full year 2025. Oh God. I'm sorry, chat. I have to take a really fast break. BRB. Okay. Sorry, chat. Had to hit the space bathroom. Okay. I'm back. Let's keep talking about France real quickly. Emmanuel Macron made an announcement a couple days ago. Here's Associated Press. Everyone's talking about a coalition in Europe, that being the coalition of the willing. We'll be holding the next Coalition of the Willing Summit on Thursday in Paris in the presence of President Zelensky, and we're finalizing our work on short-term support for the Ukrainian army, on defending a sustainable model for the Ukrainian army, to prevent Russian invasions, and on the security guarantees that European armies can provide. We have to take greater share in tomorrow's security guarantees in Ukraine. We have to take more autonomy in our capabilities, the ways that we are equipping ourselves. So that's a step forward. But it's not weakening NATO. I have always defended this idea. The European pillar of NATO is at its core simply better burden sharing and a recognition that Europeans must do more for themselves. Now this is Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor. We, of course, understandably, are once again focused on the situation in Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression continues with a great degree of brutality, and is therefore very important that during our discussions with President Zelensky today, we make it clear that the European Union, and I want to make it very clear, 26 of the member states have made it clear that they are on the side of Ukraine. We will not abandon them. Okay, now I think we're going to go straight to Germany more, right? Yeah. Let's go here. BBC News from 4 days ago. Germany votes for historic boost to defense spending.
Well, we are starting in Germany, where the outgoing parliament has approved a plan to break with generations of tradition and amend the constitution to allow for borrowing of up to €1 trillion to spend on defence and infrastructure. The Chancellor in waiting, Friedrich Merz, comfortably secured the necessary two-thirds majority to overturn decades of fiscal conservatism. The upper house of Parliament will have its say on Friday. The German economy has been in recession and faces the challenge of spending much more money on defence. Well, Andrew Kenningham is Chief Europe Economist at Capital Economics and joins me now. Thanks for being with us today, Andrew. It is a seismic vote. From an economic perspective, leaving aside the defence concerns, what difference will it make for Germany?
Well, I think it's something that many economists have been hoping would happen for many, many years. And Germany is unusual, as you were saying, in having this very strict approach to fiscal policy, particularly since the global financial crisis. So they were unable to spend, and they ended up, particularly cutting back on spending on investment. So that frees up money for infrastructure investment to get the railways running on time, to improve the digital infrastructure and so on, which should boost growth in the short term and might edge up the sort of trend growth rate in the long run. There's also all the defence spending, and we've seen defence stocks go up, and I think there'll be a lot of activity in the German and wider European defence industry over the next year or two.
It is often described as Europe's powerhouse economy. It has been a drag on growth in the Eurozone for the past couple of years now. Could this change also raise the fortunes of the wider EU economy too?
Well, we think that for Germany itself, it'll probably lift GDP by around 0.5% or so next year. So it's an improvement, but not a complete game changer. Other European countries are not going to do anything like as much. Even those that would like to boost defence spending haven't got the fiscal room because they're worried about their borrowing costs. So I think there'll be much less from other countries, and the overall impact on the European Union and the Eurozone will be, much more modest.
Culturally, historically, Germany's been...
Now, this guy was completely wrong about that. Since France decided to increase their defense spending by $5 billion, that's close. That's getting close to 0.5%, I'm pretty sure, in their GDP. But this was actually before... this story came out before the France story. I'm just going west to east here. Did turn out that other countries decided to boost their defense spending, regardless of the fact that they might have to deficit spend to fund it. I know that was actually one of the sticking points in France, but they still decided to push ahead with it. So I mean, he was wrong. He was right partially. He was wrong on a different point of it. But yeah, I mean, everybody rushing to rearm in Europe right now. And I wonder if this is really what we all need right now in this moment. I would have preferred everyone to chill out, stop invading each other, stop genociding each other, stop whatevering, stop trying to continue expansionism and whatever else. But with the United States pulling out of things, some of the guardrails on this have gotten removed. And I think that's not just thing. That is basically one of the main factors in all of this, is the United States removing themselves as guardrails on so many different things. This is going to cause massive upheaval in every sector possible, practically. And yeah, it's a disturbing trend right now. But European countries are determined to defend themselves in lieu of the United States' support. Okay. Let's go back to France 24 here. Europe. 2 days ago, Europe never prepared to take care of their extreme dependency on the US for their own security.
Now, European leaders are gathering in Brussels. The summit this Thursday comes as the bloc mulls a ramp up in defense spending and more support for Kyiv. Gathering also comes as uncertainty over the relationship with the United States mounts. This after the US President Donald Trump said the EU was created to screw the US. We can now bring in
Such
Paul
a
Van
stupid
Hooft,
claim.
Research leader in defense and security at RAND Europe. Thank you very much for joining us on the program today. Now, the Kremlin says Europe's plans for militarization are at odds with the mood in Russia and the United States. Are they wrong? Because Russia and the US seem intent on reestablishing links.
Well, I'm not sure. We have to speculate on what the Russian intentions are, but their actions in the last years suggest that they are intent on providing a wider threat to NATO, to the European allies. So under those conditions, it seems very reasonable to me for the European states to build up sufficient capabilities to defend Europe, defend allies, to deter Russia. Also in the condition that the U.S. might not be entirely available to play its part, right? And that could be given the political discussions having, but it's clear that the U.S. itself has said that its priority right now is not Europe, but instead Asia and its border security. So under those conditions, I think it's fairly reasonable that the Europeans continue to arm themselves.
But Donald Trump thinks that Russia is no longer a threat because he's back in the White House. Is the U.S. president delusional?
I wouldn't. I don't think that's it's my place to kind of make assessments of the U.S. president. He was chosen. These are the priorities that he signaled before he was elected. And I think it's more a mistake on the European part not to prepare to take care of their extreme dependency.
Yeah, I suppose it was a mistake, but also I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump was going to win. The fact is many people, not just in Europe, but in the United States, did not prepare for this. I mean, look at the Democrats. Look at the fucking Democrats right now. Look at Chuck Schumer. Look at these people with zero plan, who were arguably more in threat or under threat of a future Trump presidency, and so little was done to stop it from happening and or to prepare for dealing with it. So, I'm not going to blame Europe more than I blame people in the United States for not considering this. But I mean, yeah, the fact is it's not just about preparing. The United States was, up until recently, recently, with, the exception of the first Trump presidency and now the second Trump presidency, the United States was gladly picking up the slack in Europe for multiple reasons. Because we insisted on being the most powerful military on the planet, as well as the fact that all of this continued to enrich U.S. arms manufacturers, right? It was multiple-fold. Also for just general, hegemony purposes. Like, we preferred it. And they were, to be fair, they didn't have to spend billions of dollars a year on defense. Something that a lot of people in Europe would rather be spent on, healthcare services or whatever else. Shoring up infrastructure. So the two things that the United States refuses to do for its own people. It's a real sticky wicket. And, it's just the state of play now. For the next 4 years, this is what it's going to be. Donald Trump is going to keep doing the dumbest things possible. And last year I was saying that we were closer to being to World War III than we ever have been. And somehow now we're even closer to it. Everybody rearming, more and more conflicts, and the United States backing all the wrong people in all those conflicts, Russia and Israel, both, including the United States now making aggressive expansionist threats to its own allies, Panama, Canada, Greenland. I'm not being hyperbolic, inflammatory when I say these things, right? We are closer to World War III than we've ever been in, and who knows what the next 4 years is going to hold. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying, if there was a World War III clock, like there was a Doomsday clock, that minute hand's getting ever closer to midnight. Okay. Now, let's go here. Talk about a couple of European boys. The Tate Bros. As we all know, Andrew Tate and his little brother Tristan
Don't be creepy.
came to the United States. It was like a few weeks ago, I think. Was it last month? Might have been last month. Can't remember now. Came to Florida. Ron DeSantis was a little upset about that, but he didn't make too much of a fuss. But they have now gone back to Romania. Let's see if we can get some more detail on this story with the Associated Press here from yesterday. Why are the Tate brothers back in Romania?
Hello. I'm glad to be home, back in Romania, like I said I'd be, because innocent
You sound
men don't run
Romanian.
from anything. We're here to clear our names and exonerate ourselves, and after all we've been through, we truly deserve the day in court where it is stated that we've done nothing wrong, and that we should have never been in court in the first place. We should have
I
never
did
gone to jail.
everything
We should
right
have never
and
had
they
our assets
indicted
seized. We should have never
me.
had our name slandered. Anyone who believed any of this garbage has a particularly low IQ.
You're
Anything else?
to US after 24th of March?
Maybe we might. I think that I have my American passport back in my hand. I can travel where I like. You know, if any authorities from any police force anywhere in the world wish to speak to me, they have my number. They will call me and I'll answer the phone.
All the police have Tristan's
number. The US government put some pressure on the Romanian authorities.
We won the case on December 19th, 2024. That is when the appeal court said there's not enough evidence here to even have a trial. That was in December 19th, 2024. The president at the time was Joe Biden, and Joe Biden hates me, so I said
Joe
there was
Biden
any
hates
American
me.
pressure. I think it's amazing that people think there was American pressure required to let men go who couldn't even get a case to trial after.
I wish I had Joe Biden here right now so I could ask him, what's the name of Andrew Tate's brother? I just wonder if Joe Biden even knows who Tristan Tate is. Narcissism.
That people think there was American pressure required to let men go who couldn't even get a case to trial after 3 solid years of imprisonment. I mean, why would you need pressure for that?
The outrage.
Surely, in any
The
civilized
outrage.
country,
Ah.
a man spent 3 years locked in his house for no reason, eventually you're going to say,
No
okay, you can
reason.
travel now because we don't even have a case. I think it's incredible people are not sitting here thinking
no,
they should have let him go way sooner.
yeah, right.
Pressure. There's
Ah.
just a rule of law for innocent men who have never been convicted.
Yeah.
And because of that, we've come here to prove our innocence because we deserve our day in court.
Why didn't these guys get their passports revoked from the United States? I don't understand. We're getting rid of the wrong immigrants, okay? Although I'm glad to see them actually out of the country. But Tristan said he still has that U.S. passport.
Illegal.
Anyway. Yeah, there's a little statement from the Tate Bros. Talking, you know, how wrongly they've been treated by everyone. They're just back in Romania because they want to be back in Romania. They can go back to the United States whenever they want. Okay. Okay, you say so. Great times on this planet of ours right now, huh? Really great times. Yeah. Exactly, Donald James. Trying to deport 500,000 citizens. Meanwhile, Tate Bros just walk into this country. Waltz, in fact. Now let's look at a place where there's been zero waltzing going on. Mostly anger and protesting. Serbia. We have been keeping up with Serbia quite a lot lately as these protests have evolved in the country and grown to just monumental sizes. The state of things have been getting pretty wild in Serbia. These protests, like I said, have continued to grow. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people at a time taking to the streets. Most recent protests in Belgrade had nearly 500,000 people at them. Serbia is not exactly the biggest country, okay? I can't remember the population of Serbia right now off the top of my head. What is it? 6.6. That's like 10% of the population, like of the entire country coming out to protest. 6 million people in the country, 500,000 people protesting per day in the country. But at that most recent protest that we talked about from earlier this week, there were accusations against the Serbian government. Let's talk about that. DW News here. Did the Serbian government use sonic weapons against protesters?
Illegal.
Now, I'm going to point something out to you before we even get going on this. The United States has done this before. Sonic weapons have, in fact, been used on protesters in the United States. Police forces have been equipping themselves with these things. There are a multitude of problems with these. And as well as like the fact that in some cases you might not know that you've even been attacked by one. Right? But it can cause serious bodily harm. Okay.
Now, Serbia's President Alexander Vučić is denying claims that his police used a sonic weapon to disperse protesters at a rally in Belgrade. Footage of the alleged incident has been circulating on social media. Witnesses report hearing a sudden piercing noise.
Do you see what it just did to that crowd? Like, it's like parting the sea. These things are so fucking powerful. Like, do you see, like, I mean, it forced people to move out of the way. It should be genuine, like, these things should be, like, there should be, like, humanitarian, like, laws against using these against civilians.
Of the alleged incident has been circulating on social media. Witnesses report hearing a sudden piercing noise, causing crowds to scatter in panic. Opposition groups and activists claim it originated from a sonic weapon. DW is unable to verify those claims. The prohibited device emits a burst of incredibly loud sound to temporarily incapacitate people. Now, Serbia has been gripped by months of protests, triggered by the collapse of a train station roof in the city of Novi Sad last November, which killed 15 people. Now, Pedro Oliveira works on sound studies, and he's done research on the use of so-called sonic weapons, and we can speak to him now. Welcome to DW, Pedro. You've seen the video of the protests in Serbia. Do you think that a long-range acoustic device has been used in this instance?
Hi, good evening. Well, I've seen the video as well as other so-called evidence that has popped up on social media so far, also reports on the ground. And I mean, I cannot say for sure that a long-range acoustic device was used. What I can say for sure is that in some degree, sound is being used as a weapon to cause havoc and panic into this crowd, which in itself...
I'm sorry. What? In the same sentence, this guy contradicts himself. A sonic weapon wasn't used, but it's possible sound was used as a way to attack this crowd. He's saying the same sentence, except one of them is just what are you saying, dude?
Regardless of whether or not it is a long-range acoustic device or any other sort of sonic weapon that emits a high-pitched sound or a low-pitched sound or whatever it is.
So it is a
It
sonic
is in
weapon.
itself cause of concern, for sure.
Tell us a little bit more about how a weapon like this actually works. So you said a high-pitched sound.
Well, there are many uses of so-called like sonic weapons, sonic deterrents, and many variations of those. So you can have, for instance, your classic, what is called a sound bomb, which is a stun grenade that emits just basically a loud bang. You can also have sonic booms, which are...
Except that was clearly not a sonic grenade, stupid. First off, we saw no explosions, no smoke, no nothing, which would be caused by a grenade. And the entire fucking crowd split like it was the Red Sea. Like Moses just put his hands up and said, "Move," you know? Like oh, this is such a dumb fucking, but the fact is, I feel like this guy is trying to avoid running afoul of the Serbian government. I don't know who he is, but I get the sense that he might be in Serbia. And since the Serbian government is denying using a sonic weapon, this guy's trying to sort of both sides this bitch as hard as possible. Really weird decision, in my opinion, but still. Let's go on. Keep talking about this. This was the denial made by Serbia's interior minister of having used a sound cannon against Belgrade protesters. Demonstrators observed 15 minutes of silence for those killed at Novi Station. Some later reported suffering from headaches, nausea, and ringing in their ears. Serbia's interior minister, Vica Dacic, has denied the allegations. Not only were no illegal means used the day before yesterday, but specifically regarding the sound cannon, the police have never, not just on 15th of March, but have never used those means. This denial makes me think that they definitely have used it before. Oh my god. We have never even heard of this sort of weapon before. Fascinating. I don't know of anything else that could cause a bunch of people to suddenly just invisible force moving people out of the way. Nothing else I can think of that would have caused that. By the way, not only can it cause headaches, ruptured eardrums, just loss of hearing, it can also cause women to miscarry, as well as a number of other horrifying things. Right? Because think about it. A sound loud enough to force you to move and stop doing what you're doing, gotta say, that's a great deal of force. And, you know, sound doesn't have the same sort of physical limitations that that other weapons might have, right? It's just horrifying to think that this was used. It really, really is. This is why I recommend anybody going to protest to always wear sound stopping devices, right? At the very least, very, very least, ear like insert in your ear type. What do you call them? My brain just broke. But really, I mean, I recommend using these sort of headphones, not actual headphones, but the headphones, like the over-ear ear protection that gun enthusiasts use at the range, as well as wearing helmets, things like that, to protect yourself. Eye protection, you know? Protect yourself. Protect yourself. Earplugs, thank you, for the love of God. That should not have been so hard to come up with. Where are we at on time? Oh, we gotta take another break. Perfect timing. But we'll quickly, let's just watch part of the silent protest that happened in Belgrade before we take a break. This is the last we have on Serbia. I just figured we watch this drone footage. You can see just how many fucking people are out here. I mean, this is why Serbia's freaking out. I mean, they've had, you know, a very poorly functioning democracy for a long time. Vucic has been president for much too long. I think it's like 20 plus years or something like that. And you can see how people are upset about it not having rights anymore, about the corruption. I mean, they have rights, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like about being oppressed, about having corrupt leaders who are more focused on enriching themselves and their friends rather than taking care of the people, rather than making sure train stations don't randomly collapse out of the blue. You know, stuff like that. I mean, look at this image. Like, from one end to the other of this image, it's just people. It's a sea of people. Like, we're not kidding when we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people showing up to Belgrade for this protest. This is wild. And this was a silent protest. Everyone was holding up their cell phones and or flashlights, whatever else, to show. And like, I mean, it is bright. Look how fucking bright it is. In this one area, there's so many lights. The street is just one big white blur. It's incredible. Oh my God. Putting South Korea to shame right now on the protesting. All right, not literally. South Korea does know how to protest. But this is, I mean, certainly rivaling South Korean numbers. Those people know how to protest over there. Okay, now break time. Saddle 8. Excuse me, ma'am. Miss Lady. Sister. Okay. That's going to be it for the third half. Let's move on to the break portion. Intergalactic intermission incoming. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic content. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. The more memberships we have, the more emotes we get. That's right. We are slipping further and further behind in those memberships, and some people who were gifted memberships didn't re-up them themselves. So do consider maybe doing one of those for yourself, because if everybody contributed a couple dollars every month who subscribes to this channel, well, we would have no more financial woes around here, galactically speaking. Of course, we have other ways to contribute: Cash App and PayPal. If you don't want YouTube or Twitch to take a cut, Patreon. If you want the most space benefits available to you on Earth. All great options. You decide. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. think you might know what that sound means, Jim. Time for us to get back to the show. Of which we are, of course, getting all of it tonight. That's the plan. Still have some stuff to talk about, that's for sure. Quite a lot of stuff. The fact is, since we haven't gotten to talk about... Do we have 70 likes? Okay. Oh, we already have. You didn't hear the beeping. Really? How's that possible? That's very strange. What's I doing? All right, we gotta talk about the Middle East. And the fact is, this week has been incredibly full of news in the Middle East, and we haven't talked about it one time. Didn't talk about it yesterday. We didn't talk about it Tuesday. I didn't do a show on Thursday, so we didn't talk about it then either. So, God, the news has been fucking insane. Which is why I really want us to do full streams every stream. So bad. So badly. Otherwise, we just don't talk about things that are incredibly important. Left by the wayside, and how are we to make informed decisions without this kind of stuff? Let's go back to talk about the United States' immigration policy, because apparently a professor in the United States at Brown University was deported to Lebanon. Someone who had a U.S. visa. Just you know? I feel like I'm a broken record now, but it's actually all different stories. It's just the way everything is going. United States getting rid of everybody that Donald Trump and his allies don't like.
The deportation of a Lebanese doctor has really sparked alarm here in the United States. Dr. Rasha Alawiya, a kidney transplant doctor at Rhode Island Hospital and an assistant professor at Brown University, was deported on Friday night. Now, she had gone from Lebanon to Boston Airport, and she was detained at Boston Airport as she was returning from a family trip.
Does anybody here in the United States think we need less doctors? I mean, what is happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Lebanon. Now, initially it was unclear why she was being detained, but then it transpired that she was deported on Friday night after border agents found photos on her phone, which they said indicated that she was sympathetic to an extremist group. They found photos of Hezbollah's late leader Hassan Nasrallah. And in an interview with the agents, Dr. Alawiya said that she had, whilst in Lebanon, attended the funeral of Nasrallah. Now, in that same interview, she also explained that she had attended not for political, but rather for religious reasons, because he had been a big figure in her Shiite community in Lebanon. Now, her deportation has really had a chilling effect, because it comes right after the detention of Columbia graduate student Mahmoud Khalil. He was the lead negotiator in protests over the Gaza war at Columbia University last year, and he has been detained, and the Trump administration says that it's going to deport him
for anti-Semitism at protests, of which they have no evidence of. They won't be justified. They won't be actually, giving us any real sound evidence, I'm sure, of actual anti-Semitism that happened. I am genuinely sick of people talking about how criticizing a country outside of the United States, because that's where they all exist. Actually, all the countries that are outside of the United States. Criticizing any nation can't be, generally speaking, is not racism. Okay. Now, sure, in some instances, people have done this, not just with Israel, but with plenty of other places too, right? But generally speaking, criticizing another country is not racist. It's how you do it, right? Like, and there's literally nobody at these protests in Colombia screaming, "I hate the Jews." I'm trying to, But meanwhile, back in reality, of course, many Trump acolytes and orbiters have posted all sorts of anti-Semitic shit, right? From George Soros conspiracy theories, Marjorie Taylor Greene with the Jewish space lasers, Elon Musk and Steve Bannon with the Nazi salutes and the actual Nazi aspirations. Candace O. I mean, how many fucking Republicans have come out with actual anti-Semitic shit, and they're getting zero pushback from the president, from Elise Stefanik, from any of the people surrounding Donald Trump? No. It's about fake anti-Semitism. It's about disliking genocide. It's about having a problem with massive human rights violations. And it diminishes people who are actively being, espousing Nazi shit. Like that covertly worded speech of Elon's that came before the Hitler salute, which supposedly had all of the 14 words in it, or maybe some of those tweets that he did before and after the salute. I mean, it just sickens me, because I grew up caring about anti-Semitism, actual Jew hatred, actual, racist shit. I've always seen it as the same thing, right? It's wrong and it needs to stop, right? Hating people for their religion, who they are, is wrong, right? Hating people for their ethnicity, any of these things, it's all wrong. But meanwhile, we're having people put up on pedestals in front of us who genuinely support anti-Semitic stuff. And the dichotomy of this just continues to ring in my ears, and it disgusts me. It really disgusts me. It makes it really tough for me personally to I feel like in some ways it's almost like this. It's not almost. It's genuinely doing it, right? This continued discussion around anti-Semitism that revolves around Israel rather than, genuine anti-Semitism. It diminishes the word. It diminishes the word, and it makes it harder to fight back against. Okay? And there's going to be repercussions for this. There's a whole group of children right now growing up thinking that anti-Semitism means criticizing Israel and not being a Nazi. And Nazi salutes are good, but hating Israel's anti-Semitic. Think about what other things. Just for a moment, think about the Jubilee debate with Sam Seder. Okay, that's a group of young people in their 20s, and maybe some of them are in their 30s, but most of them are in their 20s, very young. Gen Zers mostly, right? Gen Z Republicans. Think about the environment in which they're growing up in, and then think about kids much younger than that with access to cell phones and computers. Just saying. What are they learning right now? We're not going to leave Lebanon. And I actually just realized we did talk about this woman who was deported to Lebanon, and I somehow forgot. It escaped my mind. Oh God. Yeah, we're not going to leave Lebanon yet. Wait, where is it? Oh wait, what happened to it? Shit. Oh, why is it down here? God damn it. Oh, because I had this set up for yesterday's stream still. With the week-ending report in the Earth half. I totally forgot about this plan of mine. Wow.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm sorry, chat. We're going through this basically this whole week right now. And like I said, it's been a busy one. Jesus Christ. I do something about my sleep schedule. Alright, let's go here. Associated Press from 5 days ago. Netanyahu's push to fire Israel's domestic security chief sparks an uproar.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he wants to fire the chief of Israel's domestic security agency, the Shin Bet. If this dismissal goes through, Ronen Bar would become the latest in a string of top security officials who've been forced out of office in recent months. This also includes the country's former defense minister, as well as the commander of Israel's military. Now, Netanyahu says this is simply a case where he has lost faith in his Shin Bet chief, but critics say that there are other factors at play. Netanyahu has repeatedly tried to blame or place the blame for the failures that led to the October 7th Hamas attack on top security officials. He says the Shin Bet and the army failed to do their jobs that day. By pushing out figures like Barr, critics say that Netanyahu is insulating himself against criticism of his own actions and the decision-making by the political leadership in the run-up to that Hamas attack. Critics also say that this is part of Netanyahu's broader feud against the country's governing institutions. Netanyahu has...
I love this vibe from Bibi. It basically stays with his whole sort of, you know, what do you call it? Modus operandi, right? He's blaming as he tries to push out the door. Like it's a perfect one too, right? Like you take all the blame that really should be directed at you, and you push it onto someone else who you're also pushing out of government at the same time, while attempting to install a loyalist who's not going to blame you for the thing that you're blaming this for. Like it is really quite a tactical decision here from Netanyahu.
I don't want reality.
Okay, now, like I said, we're going through this whole week and things have really fucking been bad. Of course, Israel, if you haven't heard somehow, and maybe you haven't, but Israel has completely broken the ceasefire, not just with the blockade, which we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, but with launching mass strikes on Gaza again. And the death toll is fucking, at this point, it's in a few days' time. I mean, whatever. Associated Press, 5 days ago. This is video from Israel looking into Gaza. You can see just from watching that moment right there, you can see it, right? Just between those two frames, you can see that the strikes are happening in multiple locations, in rapid succession. Maybe shocking to absolutely no one. Hundreds and hundreds of civilians died in just a few days' time. Let's start looking at the aftermath of this. Associated Press, once again, 5 days ago. Those are not bunk beds, that's a fucking morgue. It's disgusting. Let's go to France 24 English from 4 days ago. More than 320 killed as Israel launches airstrikes across Gaza. That death toll has gone up since then. More than 100 people per day have died.
Explosions lit up Gaza's skies in the early hours of Tuesday. Gaza City, Deir al-Balah, Han Yunis and Rafah in the south were all hit as Israel launched what it called a wide-scale campaign against dozens of Hamas targets. A new wave of panic in the enclave. At the Nasser hospital in Han Yunis, ambulances arrive continuously and bodies of victims pile up quickly. Among them are many children.
Almost the entire family was martyred, all of them in pieces, and our house collapsed on us.
They bombed the tents over our heads. There are dozens of martyrs.
Hamas accused Benjamin Netanyahu of disrupting the ceasefire deal, exposing the remaining 59 Israeli hostages in Gaza to an unknown fate. The Israeli Prime Minister says the strikes follow Hamas's repeated refusal to release hostages, with Israel claiming to have consulted the White House before launching the attack.
Wow.
We will show no mercy on our enemies. Let me be very clear. Israel will not stop until all of our hostages are back home.
The first phase of the truce ended 2 weeks ago, in which 33 Israeli hostages were returned in exchange.
That's all we needed, that one. But if you didn't quite catch that, according to Israel's own ministers and whatever government officials, this attack was greenlit by the United States. Is this ending the war day one? Is that how this works? Even fucking ABC News didn't even blame Hamas in this title. Israel launches extensive strikes in Gaza. ABC 4 days ago. Even ABC.
The end of the ceasefire in Gaza. Israel launched extensive strikes across the Gaza Strip overnight. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz is tracking the latest from Washington. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. There had been hope for the release of the remaining hostages, hope that the ceasefire could hold. But this morning, make no mistake, a major Israeli assault on Hamas is once again underway.
I love the use of the passive tone. The ceasefire would hold. As if there's nobody who's got their hand on the trigger. I love that. So good. Such good coverage.
This morning, the tenuous ceasefire between Israel and Hamas over. Israel launching a wave of deadly airstrikes across the Gaza Strip, lighting up Gaza just after 2:30 a.m. local time, in the largest assault on Hamas targets since the ceasefire took effect near.
There we are. Hamas targets. Well, they didn't blame him in the title. I guess that's 10% better for ABC. But they have absolutely been one of the worst to cover this thing. Them and CBS, honestly, have been genuinely just horrifyingly bad about the way they talk about this. All Hamas targets, she says, eh? That is very interesting. We might get to, I want you to write that down, or at least in like a mental note. and stick it in a little filing cabinet in your brain for me, because that was ABC saying that Israel was striking Hamas targets. I guess we'll find out later whether or not children are in Hamas. Maybe. Let's go on CNN, see what they had to say about this. This 4 days ago, out of the Criminal News Network.
A fragile ceasefire broken overnight after deadly Israeli airstrikes rocked the Gaza Strip. Minutes ago, Israel's foreign ministry said this was in response to Hamas rejecting 2 concrete mediation proposals presented by the US.
Reality.
The sound and scene of strikes there in Gaza. In the aftermath, there are horrific scenes coming out of Gaza City. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 400 people have been killed. Gaza hospitals simply overwhelmed as doctors race to treat heavily wounded patients. One doctor telling us the majority of the patients she's been seeing are children.
Oh, interesting.
I could hear people yelling outside, screaming. I heard ambulances driving on and off. The bombs have also been hitting.
Well, you can put that note away now. Weird. ABC just got done telling us that they were striking Hamas targets, and meanwhile, half of the casualties up at this point are children. That's good. That sounds like Hamas. Hamas always getting in the way, putting children in the way of those Israeli missiles.
How rude.
Jeez, Hamas, have you no class? Or maybe Israel is just a genocidal force in the world right now, especially as it relates to people in the Middle East. All of their neighbors. Or people under their occupation, like Palestinians.
I could hear people yelling outside, screaming. I heard ambulances driving on and off. The bombs have also been hitting tents and other structures where families have taken refuge. There's dozens of children reported killed, many more injured.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv for us. Jeremy, what does this mean for the ceasefire? Obviously, we can see what it means for the Palestinians, but also for the hostages who hang in the balance.
Well, for the moment at least, this ceasefire is very much dead. The war is back on as the Israeli military launched a punishing series of deadly airstrikes across the Gaza Strip from southern to central to northern Gaza overnight. More than 400 people have been killed.
I love how they try to obfuscate as much as possible who's the aggressor here, even though they do eventually get to the fact that it's Israel who's doing the aggressing right now. They still try to pretend like somehow Israel and the United States don't have just not just a major part. They are the reason why the ceasefire didn't go through, because what they're asking for is completely unreasonable, right? And I didn't see the ceasefire agreements, proposals from the United States or Israel, but everything that I've heard out of the United States and Israel has basically been about ethnically cleansing Gaza. Having Hamas completely put down all of their arms, and otherwise Israel's going to keep killing as many civilians as they want to.
Illegal.
I mean, they've given up on this recently because I think I think the media has completely given up on this. Remember, people were saying Israel is the most precise military on the planet. It's clearly not. All they seem to do is kill children and women and just generally civilians. Meanwhile, we saw the previous hostage releases where Hamas seems to be alive and well.
Now, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health's latest death toll, more than 500 people have been wounded. And as you noted, a number of those victims have indeed been children. The Israeli Prime Minister, in launching this offensive last night, said that it was launched because of Hamas's repeated refusal to release hostages. Here's a spokesman for...
No reason to take any time unpacking the fact that you just said that most of the people who just died were fucking children. Even this guy looks a little fucking sad. These people know what they're doing, right? They know what they're doing. And granted, sure, are they given teleprompters? Yeah. But, you know, if I were on the air and I just said, 50%, more than 50% of the casualties were from children, I'd take a moment to talk about that rather than moving on to whatever the fucking teleprompter wants me to move on to, which is why I don't have a job at CNN. But you get what I'm saying. It's just incredibly disingenuous, sort of both sidesisms.
Israeli Foreign Ministry this morning.
Concrete proposals made by the American Special Envoy to extend the ceasefire. Hamas said no. So with no other choice, Israel is forced to carry out this activity.
Okay.
And so, as you can hear, that is the Israeli government's justification. But it is, of course, important to note that Hamas said it was willing to continue to negotiate. While it rejected that proposal from Steve Witkoff, it wanted to go back to the deal that Israel and Hamas both signed onto, meaning negotiating phase 2 of this ceasefire agreement, which would entail an end of the war in Gaza and the withdrawal of all Israeli troops. But in recent weeks, the Israeli government has made clear it was not interested in negotiating that phase 2 agreement. Instead, looking to get more hostages out of Gaza without
there we go,
those engaging in those
That's
overall negotiations. Now,
they tried to introduce new negotiations, new terms onto this fucking deal. It's actually incredible to me, and like this is why I left this one in here, because like while I still have a lot of fucking criticisms for CNN, I just want you to think back to about a year and a half ago. And try and imagine what CNN sounded like back then. Okay? It was they were purely just funneling to us talking points from either the U.S. State Department or from Israel's Shin Bet, right? That was it. And now they're actually being like, well, while Israel's saying this thing,
I don't want reality.
actually, it sort of contravenes the actual facts on the ground. And actually, this fucking this bullshit narrative about how Hamas turned down the deal. There was already existing points put in place for the second round of the ceasefire. But instead, Israel tried to renegotiate midway through for more favorable terms for Israel. Because in between that time, Donald Trump came out and said, hey, we might help Israel ethnically cleanse Palestine. And so they were like, oh, great.
Real question is whether or not Israel and Hamas can come back to the negotiating table. It is clear that the Israeli military strikes are in part a pressure tactic here to try and get Hamas to agree to these new conditions to release more hostages. But in the meantime, of course, we are seeing what it means for the people of Gaza, and also the families of hostages now speaking out as well, expressing severe concern for the fate of their loved ones amid this bombardment of Gaza.
And this is one of the first times CNN, in my recollection, has even mentioned that some hostage families back in Israel have been protesting for the last year and a half. Just saying, this is a change. I'm not saying it's a great, it's not a monumental shift. They're still both sidesing it the fuck up. But at one point there was only one side. October 7th was the beginning of history, and everything Israel and the United States says is correct. And now we're in this weird zone where they're like, actually, maybe, I don't know, I don't want to say definitively, but Israel might be doing some stuff that's wrong. I don't know, I just found it a fascinating, if not perhaps too small of a shift. but a shift nonetheless. Because, I mean, the fact is we've been covering how the protests in Israel pretty much the whole time, right? And then, honestly, people haven't been a huge fan of those videos, and I get why. But the fact is those protests have been going on and getting bigger and bigger, angrier and angrier. Israel's been cracking down on them because they want to continue this war. But meanwhile, those hostage families are back there. And the fact is, CNN has trotted out the footage of hostage families when it fit the narrative, right? When they got back hostages, or when they found out somebody died, or whatever else, right? But they haven't talked about how many of them object to what Israel is doing. I'm sorry. Actually, we're going to watch a little bit more of this. I forgot.
Yeah, the picture's devastating, and the families on both sides of this devastated. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Got to get both sides in there.
Israel has said basically two things are the reason for the end of the ceasefire. One, that Hamas did not release all the hostages, and because its officials say Hamas rejected the U.S. deal that...
Oh my God, they're showing footage of Palestinians going into hospitals. Maybe if they spoke like this even slightly, we wouldn't be here right now. Maybe. Yeah, maybe if the media organizations stopped to think for a moment back in October. 2023 feels like it's so long ago now. Really does. Yeah, maybe we would have changed sentiment about this. Maybe if media organizations had chose not to repeat everything, just, what's the word? Line by line. It's not quite what I was looking for. I can't think of the word right now. But, forewrote Israeli and U.S. State Department talking points and done some journalism, maybe we wouldn't be there. Maybe we wouldn't be here where we're at. Maybe we would have had a different president. Maybe that would have put enough pressure on Joe Biden to change course. Maybe it would have been enough to get, a number of things could have happened if we had just had a competent media apparatus.
On the table. Are you surprised how quickly and how severe this attack happened?
Yeah, I am a bit surprised that it happened at this particular moment in time. But when you look at the dynamics of the Israeli political landscape, it's pretty clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to not only keep the conflict going, he doesn't want to go to phase 2 of the agreement that was reached under the Biden administration. And that is something that, is really putting the population of Gaza at risk for the kinds of scenes that we're seeing right now. So what you're seeing is really the outgrowth of Israeli efforts to, yes, get the hostages back, but number one, to continue to pound Hamas, in essence, in an effort to destroy it and to make it completely unviable as an organization.
Even if you have to,
has not succeeded in.
Yeah, even if you have to pound Hamas straight through entire groups of civilians.
In spite of the massive amounts of ordnance that Israel has pounded into Gaza, and they're continuing to do this, but it's a strategy that really portends a war without end, and that's a very dangerous scenario.
Oh my God. This is such a rough watch. But yeah, I mean, this guy completely just glazes over that shit. He's like, it hasn't worked. And it's been killing a bunch of people, but they keep doing it. But he doesn't talk about the fact that it's clearly war crimes and all that other stuff. They're like, they keep trying to get close to it, and then they just back away. The second they get close to talking about, the war crimes, and the ethnic cleansing, the genocide, it's a goal. They have a goal. They have goals. Don't you understand? Israel's on that grind set, don't you see? They're so dumb for thinking Gaza would be let me amend this. Or not amend it, but let me push back only on one word. Wait, this is the wrong one. Where is it? Am I on Top Chat? Oh, this is so rude. Why don't I have live chat? Okay, so I'm going to say this. I think they're more cynical than stupid, right? And hear me out, because the fact is, even people like Norm Finkelstein, right?
Your name, please?
Even people like Norm Finkelstein, in some of the early interviews that he did, which we covered here, he talked about how, leading up to October 7th, even though he was the foremost Palestinian historian, right, felt like it had become that, right? He had expressed essentially that he had almost lost hope that it would ever gain traction, right? And I think CNN recognized that and decided to downplay it cynically, right? Because they knew that it was easier for them to do that than to do journalism and to push back against the Defense Department or, the State Department or against Israel. And, it would be much more convenient for them to just parrot these narratives, right? I think they knew that for many decades, it was a somewhat boutique issue that not a lot of people were paying attention to, right? And so they swept it under the rug, and I think it was more than just pure stupidity. Because I think these people are capable of competency, they just don't exercise it because it's more profitable to not do that, right? Do a puff piece about something in between that, whatever commercial, in between advertisers, so that advertisers don't pull out. They don't want to be associated with talking about Palestine or genocide or whatever, right? And that's really what I think it is, I think they made a calculation, a bad one, but they did it. And it's put us in the situation we are, because the fact is the Fourth Estate, journalism is an incredibly important aspect of our democracy, and when they failed us on that, they are honestly complicit in the existence of Donald Trump being in office again. By not doing their jobs, they basically, they downplayed the seriousness of this shit. It just it made things worse. It just made things worse because anybody with a pulse knew what was going on, because this shit was unlike previously, unlike back in any of the other instances of this. There was not the prevalence of social media like it is now. Right? You go back to whatever, like 2006 or something like that. Like or any of the other like Operation Protective Edge, like some of these other things that have happened. Like the prevalence of social media just wasn't there, right? And the existence of now Palestinians having the ability to get that word out to the entire world. I just think they miscalculated. They didn't think about the fact that everybody, and then they'd already they made their bet, so they just stayed in it. All right, now here was Riyad Mansour. At least I think that's who it was. He was at the United Nations talking about the end of peace in Palestine. Talks about Benjamin Netanyahu here, who he asserts has ended the ceasefire deal for political reasons back at home.
Jump in there as we're just going to the UN Security Council meeting, which is ongoing in New York, and I believe we can hear from the Palestinian ambassador to the United Nations, who's speaking now.
Of international humanitarian law and our very humanity oblige. life was starting to triumph over death. Our collective role is to ensure life prevails, and that requires ensuring the full and effective implementation of Resolution 2735. Resolution 2735 is unequivocal. It clearly spells out the terms of each phase and the obligations of each side. It also clearly states in relations to phase 2, which includes release of hostages and full withdrawal of Israeli occupation forces from Gaza, that the ceasefire will continue as long as negotiations continue. And negotiations will keep going until all the agreements are reached and phase 2 is able to begin. There should not be unilateral, self-serving, and irresponsible decisions to execute breaking the ceasefire. While the Trump administration has prioritized the release of hostages, it is evident that Netanyahu's concern for his political selfish survival far outweighs his concern for the survival of the hostages.
It's true. His concern for his own political career seems much greater than his concern for all of the hostages that are still in Gaza, or certainly for any Palestinians, or really anyone. He doesn't care. He'll kill as many people as he needs to get what he wants. Now, one person received a great deal of protest. This is back in the United States. One actress received a Walk of Fame star in Hollywood, but her ceremony was disrupted by protesters. KTLA5 from 4 days ago. Gal Gadot protested at her own Walk of Fame.
Us, Israeli actress Gal Gadot's Walk of Fame ceremony disrupted today by pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli demonstrators.
KTLA's Chris Wolf joins us live with the clashes that delayed the event on Hollywood Boulevard for the Wonder Woman star. Chris?
Absolutely. Micah, and Cher, Israeli actress Gal Gadot says she always avoided talking politics until October 7th of 2023, when Hamas launched a massive and deadly attack on Israel.
Jesus Christ.
She did avoid political discussion today when she accepted a star on the Walk of Fame. However, political tension was inescapable. They showed up in force for a fiery face-off in the heart of Hollywood. Two opposing groups of demonstrators, pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel, disrupted a star presentation ceremony on the Hollywood Walk of Fame this Tuesday. That's because the recipient was Wonder Woman herself, Israeli actress Gal Gadot.
It takes Wonder Woman to help us get through this, so please come up onto the stage.
Gadot also stars as the evil queen in the newly released version of Snow White.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
In her speech, she avoided politics and did not acknowledge the commotion outside the tent, which shielded her somewhat from the growing tension around her.
Standing here today on this street, Iran, 15 years ago, we came here and we were driving by this
illegal.
There you go, Gal Gadot being immortalized on the Walk of Fame. The evil queen. We need a new Wonder Woman. The old Wonder Woman is tainted. All right. Jesus Christ. So this statement came out from Israel after the initial strikes that killed hundreds of people, including over 175 children, and said that they will continue hammering Palestine, Gaza, Hamas until all hostages are released or dead. All right, I added that last part of it. But until all hostages are released, even though there's been quite a bit of evidence that Israel's killed a number of its own citizens who were held hostage with their own bombs.
Israel is vowing to strike Hamas targets until all the hostages are home. The Israeli military says the new strikes targeting Hamas in the northern Gaza Strip and off the coast of the region. This comes after Palestinian health officials say Israel's Monday strikes killed at least 424 people across Gaza, including more than 130 children. UNICEF is calling it the deadliest day for children since the war started. Meanwhile, hundreds of protesters are marching toward Jerusalem this morning for a planned rally at the Knesset. Last night, tens of thousands of people took to the streets to protest in criticism of Israeli Prime Minister's handling of the war in Gaza. ABC's Matt Rivers is live in Tel Aviv for more on that. Matt, what's the latest on these most recent strikes on Gaza?
Yeah, Diane, the death toll from these strikes is simply staggering. Since dawn on Tuesday, when Israel targeted some 80 targets across Gaza, we know that well over 400 people have been killed. We know that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of additional people were injured. We know that at least 130 children were killed as a result of these strikes. So really the severity of these strikes, the surprise nature in which they occurred, I think it took a lot of people by surprise. That said, I think the idea that Israel is now once again bombarding Gaza did start to feel inevitable within the last few weeks, especially because those negotiations between
ABC staying with some of the worst coverage of this crisis, of this genocide. It was inevitable that Israel started bombing Gaza again.
What you talking about?
What a fucking joke. It's beyond the passive voice. It's like going to like fatalism. Jesus Christ. What are we talking about? It wasn't inevitable. Anything other than that was preferable. Israel could have done whatever they wanted to. They weren't being forced by anyone to do this. And to suggest it was inevitable is incredibly disingenuous. It's basically saying, Israel just did what they were going to do. You know, it was going to happen.
Come on!
Israel genocides, what do you expect? Come on, ABC viewers. It's going from worse to worse, renewing tragedy, suffering, fear, and horror. Children unable to sleep at fear from night, shelling and missiles. We could not believe we went from the south to the north to our houses. We found our houses, destroyed like biscuits. We built up tents and left it. Nothing was left. No money, no houses. We thank God for being everything, for being alive. For being alive. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go to Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
We begin today's show in Gaza, where the nearly 2-month ceasefire has been shattered by Israel as it carries out a second day of intense airstrikes. At least 27 Palestinians were killed in overnight strikes. This comes a day after Israel killed over 400 Palestinians, including at least 174 children. The group Defense for Children said it was, quote, one of the largest one-day child death tolls in Gaza's history. On Tuesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, this is just the beginning, unquote. The attacks come as Israel continues to block food, aid, and fuel into the Gaza Strip. We go now to Mohammed Shahada in Copenhagen. He's a writer and analyst from Gaza, visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Mohammed, thanks so much for joining us. Can you describe what's happening right now in Gaza?
Thanks so much, Amy, for having me. It's basically the most unprecedented, most savage attack that Gaza has witnessed in over a year. You have about 200 kids whose lives was extinguished in the matter of seconds, and now you have about 700 wounded civilians that are languishing in hospitals that are dysfunctional because of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. There's, for example, a girl that is about 6 years old, Elon Abuzuz, who has an apple-sized shrapnel stuck in her chest, and doctors are trying to race against time to remove it to save her life. Doctors are saying that Palestinians that were wounded in those airstrikes in...
Sorry, I'm going to go back a second. I just realized I had the volume on.
Airstrikes. At least 27 Palestinians were killed in overnight strikes. This comes a day after Israel killed over 400 Palestinians, including at least 174 children. The group Defense for Children said it was, quote, one of the largest one-day child death tolls in Gaza's history. On Tuesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, this is just the beginning, unquote. The attacks come as Israel continues to block food, aid, and fuel into the Gaza Strip. We go now to Mohammed Shahada in Copenhagen. He's a writer and analyst from Gaza, visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Mohammed, thanks so much for joining us. Can you describe what's happening right now in Gaza?
Thanks so much, Amy, for having me. It's basically the most unprecedented, most savage attack that Gaza has witnessed in over a year. You have about 200 kids whose lives was extinguished in the matter of seconds, and now you have about 700 wounded civilians that are languishing in hospitals that are dysfunctional because of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. There's, for example, a girl that is about 6 years old, Elon Abuzuz, who has an apple-sized shrapnel stuck in her chest, and doctors are trying to race against time to remove it to save her life. Doctors are saying that Palestinians that were wounded in those airstrikes in critical condition are under a death sentence because there's no capacity whatsoever. You have entire families that were extinguished completely, a whole bloodline that vanished from the civil registry. So I have a colleague whose sister, her husband, their kids, their in-laws and their grandchildren were killed in a single airstrike. And the viciousness of all of this is compounded by the fact that there was not a single Hamas militant that was hit in that airstrike, not a single Hamas militant that was declared dead. The most prominent figures that were killed in those airstrikes were basically 4 government officials: the acting prime minister, the acting minister of interior, the acting minister of justice, and the head of the internal security agency. What Israel is doing there has nothing to do with Hamas whatsoever. It's been made clear by Israeli officials yesterday, who said that basically whoever thinks that those attacks will make Hamas more flexible is completely blind, is missing the point. The attack was completely predictable. You had the Israeli journalist Ori Misgavin Haaretz saying a couple of hours before Israel killed those 460 people in Gaza, he said that Netanyahu is about to attack Gaza because the walls are closing in on him. He had a bunch of crises, a national crisis having to do with his attempt to fire the Attorney General, the head of the Shin Bet, a crisis in terms of passing the budget. It was about to falter. There was a crisis about his corruption trial testimony that was scheduled yesterday, and he was trying to get it canceled. And there was another crisis about basically the demonstrations that were scheduled in Jerusalem yesterday in protest of all of this. So as the Israeli right-wing government always goes through the same dynamic. When you're in crisis, nothing would unite your government, nothing would suppress any sort of protest or opposition more than killing Palestinians, than destroying Palestinians and sort of parading their pain and misery on TV. There was another dimension. So as soon as the airstrikes unfolded in Gaza, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the extremist far-right Israeli former minister of police, he rejoined Netanyahu's government in convenient time to pass the budget. The other dimension is that Netanyahu is trying to kill the Egyptian Arab plan for Gaza's early recovery and reconstruction without any mass transfer of the population there. There was an Egyptian major conference, international conference for Gaza's reconstruction scheduled in April, and there were reports that Trump gave sort of an initial approval to the Egyptian plan with a lot of inquiries and questions about it. So by resuming the genocide in Gaza, you get all these things off the table. It's insane that they're getting away with it. It's even more insane how mainstream media is covering it up and manufacturing.
Absolutely. That's what I've been saying. The mainstream media is laundering this bullshit excuse from Israel to go back to murdering Palestinians. No, even though Israel killed hundreds of people, according to this Channel 4 news story, White House says it supports Israeli airstrikes. I believe this was in Post, essentially. I can't remember who said it. Whether it was Marco Rubio or Donald Trump.
The mortuary floor is covered in bloodied shrouds. Survivors, the bereaved, try to console one another, but how? Netanyahu, you're a criminal, rails this woman. May God take revenge on you. Our people are helpless. This is the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza and the aftermath of yet another deadly Israeli strike. You have nothing to do with any side, says this woman. We don't want this war, but this is what they're doing to us. Just outside, Mahmoud caresses the tiny body of his 2-year-old daughter. She lies amidst a pile of other corpses. Cradling her gently, he takes her to be buried.
What was her crime? What was this little girl's crime? She was only 2 years old. She was so beautiful. And now she's gone. 4 people from our family were martyred. She was playing at the doorstep, knowing nothing. These are Israel's targets. Just women and children.
As they drive off, he reaches out gently to the bodies of other loved ones. So great a loss in just one short moment. Around 100 Palestinians have been killed today, according to local officials. The Israeli army says its strikes have killed 2 more senior Hamas figures.
Oh, 2.
The group had been reassessed.
Oh, 2 of them, huh? I guess that's worth it. Kill 500 people to kill 2. That is a completely unacceptable war crime. That's what that is. We're almost done with Palestine. We are definitely not done with the Middle East. There's a lot to talk about. From Turkey to Syria to Yemen. And we'll probably be going back to Lebanon. Yeah, at the end of this, because it's all set up chronologically, country by country. It all bleeds together. This was the latest update on all the Israeli war strikes. That number from 400 went to 600 plus Palestinians reported killed. This is BBC News 2 days ago.
The Israeli military has expanded its ground operation into Rafah in southern Gaza, stepping up the offensive that resumed on Tuesday when Israel launched dozens of airstrikes, ending the ceasefire. This afternoon, Hamas gave its first military response, firing rockets towards Tel Aviv. Since Tuesday, Israel has introduced this evacuation zone along the perimeter of Gaza, telling people to leave these red zones and to travel west. The IDF says these two specific areas are dangerous combat zones.
The entire... That's like 50% of the Gaza Strip. You must leave 50% of the Gaza Strip immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is more internal ethnic cleansing. It's the fucking Trail of Tears on steroids. It's insane. Look at it. It's the entire perimeter pushed in by like a mile on every... Like, what in the fuck is this nonsense map?
West. The IDF says these two specific areas are dangerous combat zones. And BBC Verify has mapped these locations where recent Israeli strikes have taken place. The BBC and other news organisations are prevented from reporting in Gaza by Israel, but freelancers have sent footage from inside the territory. John Donnison reports now from Jerusalem.
Homeless and helpless, Palestinians are being uprooted. Again. Israel has issued fresh evacuation orders as it expands its offensive, telling people to move to so-called safe areas or even to leave Gaza. How or where to, nobody knows. Meanwhile, every day, they're burying their children. Kassam is carrying his son Omar. He was just 2 years old. He says he went out to buy his boy some sweets. He came back to find he'd been killed in an Israeli strike.
It's unacceptable. 600 people killed in 5 days. All right, we're going to end this Israel talk, kind of, for now at least, with this. This was thousands of Israelis gathered outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's office on his little protest, his little plan to kick out the, what was he called, the security minister.
We want to prevent the firing of the head of the internal security, the Shin Bet. We want to prevent Netanyahu from obstructing justice, obstructing his trial, and we want to stop this government making decisions that are all about preserving themselves in power.
Instead of firing the head of the Shin Bet just to avoid an investigation, I think that the Prime Minister should be involved in rescuing the last hostages that are left in Gaza to die.
So yeah, we've talked about it. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu has been for a year now avoiding. It's not quite a year, but it's been months and months and months that he has been avoiding. It might be a year actually. I'm trying to think, when did that start? He's been avoiding going and standing trial in this corruption allegation indictment. And he's been indicted on it. Just hasn't been charged because, or not charged, what is the word? He hasn't been, oh my God. I'm using the wrong legal language. He's been indicted on corruption charges, but he has not yet been forced to stand trial for those charges. And the only way that he has been able to do that was by continuing the war and saying, well, I can't stand trial because we're in the middle of a war. All right, let's go to Turkey. Because things have gotten real weird in Turkey over the last few days. apparently, President Erdogan detained his main rival days before this before this guy became a candidate. Let's go here. BBC News from 3 days ago.
Now, supporters of the Turkish opposition have defied a ban of protests. It was issued after the arrest of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival, the popular mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu. Well, I
love how protests are illegal in Turkey.
Illegal.
Protest ban issued by the governor of Istanbul came amid reports of the clampdown on social media platforms. The detention has occurred just days before the opposition figure was due to be announced as the presidential candidate for the Republican People's Party. Well, Mr. İmamoğlu posted the following statement just before his arrest.
Üzülerek söylüyorum, milletimizin
I say with regret that a handful of minds are trying to usurp the will of our nation by abusing the police. The security forces of this country have massed at the door of my home, homes of 16 million Istanbulites. Hundreds of police are massed. We are facing bullying, but I want you to know that I won't be undaunted. I love you all so much. I entrust myself to my people. Let all our nation know that I will stand upright.
Hepinizi çok seviyorum. Ben kendimi milletime emanet ediyorum.
I will continue to fight with that person and his mind, which uses this whole process like an apparatus.
Aparat gibi kullanan aklıyla mücadeleye devam edeceğim.
So that was Ekrem İmamoğlu speaking, issuing that statement just before his arrest. And of course, now we are seeing protesters out on the streets. So we are monitoring the live shot of that as well. But we know that supporters of this Turkish opposition have been defying what was a ban of protests. They are out on the street. So a lot of a fast-moving, developing situation when it comes to what is happening in Turkey. Let's cross over to Istanbul because Emily Wither joins us live now. In a moment, we will get the very latest from her, but just a little bit of background to this because Turkish prosecutors have spoken since that statement by Ekrem İmamoğlu. They have said that Mr. İmamoğlu has been charged with being head of a criminal organization and also of bribery and extortion. They say that there are also local reports that he's accused of aiding the banned Kurdish Workers' Party, an organisation that is banned in Turkey. And they say that over 100 others have been detained as part of the same probe. Mr. İmamoğlu's party, the CHP, have said that his detention marks a coup attempt against our next president.
Illegal.
Yeah. Fascinating. Now, people came out 2 nights in a row over the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, who is running to be president. Take it away from Erdogan.
Tensions were high on Wednesday between police and protesters in Istanbul. This after the arrest of City Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu on Wednesday, just days before he was set to be announced candidate for the presidency.
Ekrem İmamoğlu will be our president in the future. Right now he's mayor, but he's our future president. I came here from Tekirdağ to support him. We will stand behind him until the end.
He has dubbed his arrest a, quote, coup d'etat against the will of the nation, and from his detention issued a call to the judiciary.
I am shouting out to the tens of thousands of honourable, moral prosecutors and judges of the great Turkish judiciary who are passionate about serving the nation. You must stand up and take precautions against this handful of colleagues who are ruining the Turkish judiciary, disgracing us to the whole world and destroying our reputation.
Ekrem İmamoğlu stands accused of corruption and aiding the Kurdish Workers' Party, or PKK. But his allies, now occupying the Istanbul mayoral office, view the charges as a stunt to block his 2028 presidential bid.
We think we will win the presidency with İmamoğlu, but if his candidacy is blocked, we think that this will only increase support, because the Turkish people will not allow their ballot box rights to be debated.
Yeah. Very weird vibes. Fascist vibes across the country. Not the country, but the world right now, it feels like. But also here in Turkey, where Erdogan is still clinging to power. Let's go and see some of these protests live, or at least they were live 2 days ago. Here's some of that from Reuters. As you can see, there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police, maybe even a thousand. I don't know exactly. It's a very close-up shot of all of this. Hold on, I'm gonna move this forward slightly. Oh my God! Look how many police. It's got to be over 1,000 police officers here. Just helmets going off into the distance. Unbelievable. Yeah, there's a ton of people out here. Not quite Serbia levels, but a lot of people. Okay. Now, Recep Erdogan came out very angrily, condemning protests. How dare you speak?
Illegal.
Let's take you live now to Istanbul in Turkey. And these are protests after the arrest of President Erdogan's main rival, the mayor of Istanbul. There have been 2 days of protests, actually. Now, President Erdogan said he won't tolerate threats to public order. He says Turkey won't give in to what he calls vandalism and street terror. But the mayor of Istanbul, who was detained on Wednesday along with others from his party, had been expected to be formally named as that party their presidential candidate for the CHP party. Now, further protests are expected. Let's get the very latest then on what's going on in Turkey after that arrest, and we can talk to our reporter Emily Wither. Emily, just bring us up to date with what's happening.
At the moment, there's a bit of a war of words going on between the leader of the opposition party, Özel, now that's the party that Ekrem İmamoğlu belongs to, and President Erdogan. There was a bit of a turning point last night because for the first time, the opposition party, the CHP, directly called for people to go onto the streets. This statement was made by the head of the opposition party, Özel. He delivered a big speech to Istanbul, to crowds that were gathered in protest outside the municipality building, which was İmamoğlu's office. And I'll just read you directly what he said. He said, "Hey, Erdogan, you're most scared of the streets. We are now on the streets. We are in the squares. Continue to be afraid." So that.
Yeah, people really showing out in Turkey. But where is the Erdogan thing? Is it here?
The first direct call from the opposition for people to come out onto the streets. We then heard in the last hour or so from President Erdogan. He was speaking at an event here in Istanbul, and he hit back. He said that the CHP, the street that the CHP, the opposition party, are talking about is a dead-end street. This is street terrorism, which is a very clear warning to protesters because the government has banned public demonstrations and gatherings for the next couple of days. That's now been extended into next week. And we are seeing quite a heavy police crackdown. Last night, police used water cannons, tear gas, and what we suspect is rubber bullets. And that warning, calling it terrorism, suggests that there will be more arrests on the streets as well if people go out and protest.
So a real showdown, really, between the president and his supporters.
Protesting is terrorism.
Illegal.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, Erdogan and Trump are kind of big into each other. Donald Trump, I think, called him a strong man of Turkey. Or was it Orban in Hungary? I can't remember now. Maybe it was both. Yeah, I guess terrorism just doesn't mean anything anymore, which is probably for the best, maybe. It's not clear. I feel like this has been used in such a flippant way all over the place. All right. So yeah, the what's his name again? Imamoglu. He's expected to win the opposition party's primary elections. From my understanding of all of this, so I mean, he'll technically be Erdogan's opposition in the presidential elections. You know, if they actually wind up having those. All right, let's go now to Yemen. There's a lot's been going on there too. Mostly because the United States started striking Yemen over this week.
Hundreds of people have been arrested in Turkey following violent clashes between...
What is this? Oh, shit, I clicked the wrong... Did I miss this clip? Oh, wait, no, this is Oh, somehow I went over this one. How did I miss this? Probably because they're all blending together. Okay, yeah. This is from 7 hours ago.
Protesters and security forces. The country's interior ministry says more than 300 protesters have been detained in over a dozen cities. Tens of thousands of people have taken to the streets since Wednesday, protesting the arrest of Istanbul's mayor who faces corruption and terrorism charges. He is considered to be the president's main rival. The arrest came just days ahead of his expected nomination as presidential candidate.
Bu yolsuzluk operasyonu üzerinden milletimizi
They attempted to provoke our nation. Oh. Turkish people are provoking the nation. Ah, fascinating. They're provoking themselves, huh? Alright, now let's go to Yemen. Heard enough from Erdogan. This fucking guy. Now, if you missed it, of course, the United States started striking Yemen over the last week again after everything. So to go after the Houthis. And in response to that, Yemen, the Houthis claimed that they have responded by attacking a U.S. aircraft carrier.
The Trump administration in Washington says it is continuing its airstrikes on Yemen's Houthis. The Houthi-run health ministry says dozens of people have been killed and wounded in U.S. airstrikes. A bulldozer removed debris at one site in the northwest of the country as people used their bare hands to pick through the rubble. The Houthis' military spokesman said without offering evidence that the group had targeted U.S. vessels.
The armed forces carried out a specific military operation targeting the American aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman and its warships in the northern Red Sea with 18 ballistic and cruise missiles and drones.
A U.S. defense official dismissed that claim.
Oh, did they?
The U.S. Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, says the strikes will be unrelenting until Houthis stop their attacks. Trump's national security advisor said the U.S. attacks have killed several Houthi leaders.
I wouldn't be shocked if these guys were just ashamed of the fact that they allowed this aircraft carrier to be struck and are just planning to not tell the world about it. But who knows who is lying in this situation. Okay, now, the airstrikes, which Houthi rebels responded to the United States over, killed at least 53 people in Yemen. Not all Houthis, just plenty of them were just civilians. I'm not even sure how many of them are Houthis. But it seems like literally all of Yemen came out to protest the United States' recent strikes on Yemen. Exhibit A. Now, this doesn't quite show it as clearly as, where was it? Ah, there we go. This is what I mean. When I say all of Yemen came out, I mean, holy shit, that's a lot of people. People seem mad across the world. For different reasons, mind you, but the people taken to the streets.
وكيانهم لحصار غزة عادا صوموا كما صام النبي وصحبه ولتجعلوا الصوم المجاهد زادا يا من باسم الشرع يحكم سوريا إن الكيان بأرضكم يتمادى أعمل بصهيون سكاكين الفنا فهي العدو لمن أراد جهادا فصيامنا أن نصلي.
Yeah, that's quite the crowd, like I was saying. I mean, of course, I'm kidding. I don't think it's all of Yemen, but some large chunk of Yemen decided to come out to the streets. I don't know what the population of Yemen is, but my God, is that a lot of people. Let's go to Democracy Now! Talk about those strikes in Yemen.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Yemen, where the Trump administration's vowed to continue military strikes against the Houthis, which controls large parts of Yemen. Since Saturday, U.S. warplanes have launched dozens of large-scale military attacks on multiple towns across Yemen. The Trump administration ordered the strikes after the Houthis threatened to resume attacks on Israeli-linked ships in the Red Sea in response to Israel's ongoing blockade of the Gaza Strip. On Monday, President Trump said the U.S. will hold Iran responsible for any further attacks by the Houthis and threaten the Iranian government with dire consequences. Trump wrote on Truth Social, God. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran and Iran.
You know, if people across the world, if different countries across the world decided to hold the United States accountable for what its allies did, oh boy, that would be fascinating, you know? I don't think Donald Trump wants this applied equally across the, across the board. Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks made by Houthi, just by Houthi, not Houthis, but the hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobs and thugs based in Yemen, were hated by the Yemeni people. Yeah, they really hate them. That's why. Yeah. All emanate from and are created by, all caps, Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis, in quotes, will be met with great force. There is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played, quote-unquote, the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they actually haven't lost control. They're dictating every move, giving them weapons, supplying them with money, and highly sophisticated capital M military equipment. And even, why would you put that in commas? This is too many commas. And even so-called, in quotes, intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and the leadership of, all caps, Iran. And, all caps, Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, in commas for some reason. And those consequences will be dire. Grammar has died. Don't worry, everyone. Put those caps, commas, and quotation wherever you want. Doesn't matter. NBD. Houthi. The terrible Houthi.
Will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire, Trump said. Iran's ambassador to the U.S. expressed his deep concern and strong condemnation of the statements in a letter to the UN Security Council. At a press briefing later on Monday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt underscored President Trump's warnings.
Our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously,
Jesus
and I think
Christ.
the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial...
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh my God. There's a new sheriff in town. Have you heard of us? We're called the United States. Maybe you haven't heard of us before. Maybe you don't know about the U.S. I'm sorry, but I have to hear this. I don't know if anybody knows what's about to come. But yeah, I have to make this reference. If you've seen Arrested Development, is this it? Please tell me this is it. This don't really. I'm sorry.
Is you better take this president seriously, and I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated.
The Houthis, meanwhile, are vowing to continue attacks against all, quote, hostile targets in the Red Sea until the attacks on Yemen stop. They also claim to have attacked 3 U.S. warships in the Red Sea. Yemen's health ministry says at least 53 people have been killed in U.S. strikes, the majority of them women and children. UNICEF has confirmed at least 2 children were killed in U.S. strikes, contradicting claims by Pentagon officials Monday that no civilians have been harmed in the bombing of Yemen.
No
civilian casualty side, no indications of any civilian
really?
casualties. We, of course, have seen some of the accusations by the Houthis. We look at those closely when they do come in, but we have no credible indications of any civilian casualties.
So close
For
you can't
more
read
on
it?
Yemen, we're joined now by a guest who...
Yeah, I can just imagine them, reading these reports from the Houthis with the paper pressed up so close to their face that they can't read a single letter. Being like, I don't see anything here, sir. I'm reading the report. Nope. Nope, nothing.
Years reporting in Yemen's civil war and the Houthis, journalist Safa Al-Ahmed. She's the award-winning director of the Frontline documentaries Yemen Under Siege and The Fight for Yemen. Her last piece for Frontline, Targeting Yemen, investigated the last major attack by the Trump administration on Yemen back in 2017. Safa joins us from Menlo Park, California. Welcome to Democracy Now! We just have a few minutes, and I'm wondering if you can talk about the significance of these major strikes on Yemen this weekend, Safa, that are ongoing.
Yes, I mean, this is quite significant, but unfortunately, this has been happening in Yemen across many administrations since George W. Bush. But now the reasoning is different. And unfortunately, Biden had been doing that in Yemen for the same excuse, for the freedom of movement of vessels in the Red Sea, but not to this number of casualties. This is quite a shocking number.
And
it really is.
On social media.
It really is. I don't think we need more than that. United States claiming no civilians. What? No, the Houthis said a bunch of people died, but can't trust the Houthis. Wow. What was that? Are you referring to the song? That's a clip from Arrested Development. It's like an ongoing thing, like an ongoing joke within the show for at least a season, I think. Discipline Daddy. There's a new daddy in town. And Caroline Leavitt is the new daddy in town. Oh wait, I mean the U.S. I mean Trumpy.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now, after Israel killed a bunch of civilians in Yemen, Houthis decided, okay, I guess we will go back to attacking Israel, attacking the U.S., and blockading the Red Sea. And Tel Aviv had sirens go off as an apparent missile attack from Yemen was intercepted. This is video from that supposed strike, although all I saw during this video was just buildings doing nothing and sounds of sirens. I don't know if there was an actual strike. I don't know. But the next day, more sirens went off in Israel, this time in Jerusalem. Here's Associated Press from 2 days ago. Now maybe, if Israel and the United States stopped, committing war crimes all over the place. Because let's remember, we just committed a war crime. I feel like we're glossing over it, but the strike that killed, dozens of civilians in Yemen, done by the United States, was a war crime.
Illegal.
Just was. I don't care what you think about shipping routes in the fucking Red Sea, okay? Doesn't justify war crimes. But apparently the Houthis have officially declared war with the United States after the recent strikes done on Yemen. Here's PBS from 2 days ago. Like I said, there's a lot going on in the Middle East today for us to talk about.
Overnight, Houthi rebels fired another missile at Israel from their base in Yemen. The Houthis are labeled by the United States as a foreign terrorist organization supported by Iran. And yesterday, President Trump once again demanded Iran cease its support and wrote of the Houthis, they will be completely annihilated. Nick Schifrin speaks to a top Houthi official and reports how the Trump administration hopes its new airstrike campaign will succeed where previous ones have failed.
In the Red Sea, once again, the U.S. Navy is at war. For 6 days, the U.S. has launched dozens of strikes and sorties attacking Houthi targets in Yemen, including for the first time Houthi leadership.
At the end of the day, we are at war with America, and of course there will be casualties, but these casualties do not include senior leadership.
Jamal Amer is the Houthi foreign minister. We spoke to him from the Houthi-controlled Yemeni capital Sana'a.
Civilians in Sana'a were bombed because the capital was targeted.
Houthi authorities say the strikes have wounded or killed dozens, including children. The U.S. denies any civilian casualties and instead blames the Houthis for bringing it on themselves.
I don't want reality.
Oh, wow.
In November 2023,
wow.
Houthi rebels targeted, seized commercial vessels.
Which one is it? Which one is it? Did they kill civilians, or did the Houthis bring it on themselves? And by on themselves, I mean, the fact is, in Donald Trump's truth, he said, Yemen, people of Yemen hate Houthis. They hate Houthi. And yet, Houthis brought it on Yemeni people themselves, of course. Which one is it? Such incoherence coming out of this fucking government.
Kidnapped and killed foreign sailors. The Houthis claim to target ships.
This was a year and a half
solidarity with Gaza.
The
targets were much wider.
I love how PBS is bringing up stuff from a year and a half ago.
During the Gaza ceasefire, they paused their attacks on ships. But when Israel blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza, the Houthis vowed to respond. And last Saturday, President Trump ordered the new strikes that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth told Fox News will continue until the Houthis stop.
This will continue until you say, we're done shooting at ships, we're done shooting at assets.
Will you stop your targeting of Navy ships and commercial ships?
When the siege on Gaza ends, the tension in the Red Sea will end. Therefore, when Gaza receives aid and Israel implements the agreement, everything will end.
Will you expand your attacks to U.S. bases in Djibouti and the United Arab Emirates?
Now that the USS Truman is targeting Yemen, Truman is being targeted back. But as the war expands, missiles and aircrafts launched against Yemen will be hit.
The Houthis are an Iranian-backed rebel group that in 2014...
Okay, PBS. Well, there you go. Yemen, well, the Houthis declaring war against the United States, saying any missiles there will be return fire, essentially, not ruling out striking U.S. air bases and military bases in the region. If strikes are launched from there, it would seem the Houthis are going to respond in kind. I thought that Donald Trump was going to end the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. Day one. It's all going to be over. Where are we at now? Day 65, 64, something like that? Weird. Very weird. Now, amidst all of this, more stuff has been going on in the north. That's right. Let's go back to talking about Lebanon, as rocket attacks and shelling was seen on the Lebanese-Israel border yesterday. Here's Al Jazeera English on the story.
Let's return now to that breaking news. The Israeli military says it's intercepted 3 rockets fired from Lebanon towards the north of the country. It is the first such attack in 3 months. Let's go to Zaina Khalil. She joins us on the phone now from Beirut. Zaina, what more are you hearing about what's happened?
Well, this is a developing story. The Israeli military saying that rockets were launched from Lebanon towards northern Israel. There were no casualties. The rockets were intercepted. But no doubt, this development is only going to escalate tensions in that region, escalate tensions as well between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah has not claimed responsibility, at least not yet, for the launch of these rockets. Hezbollah has refrained from launching rockets or drones since late November, since a ceasefire came into force, ending a 14-month conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, these longtime enemies. But since that ceasefire came into force, Israel, the Israeli military, has been carrying out frequent strikes, airstrikes, drone strikes, on what it says are targets linked to Hezbollah, whether they're Hezbollah members, Hezbollah's assets, Hezbollah's infrastructure. And those ongoing strikes are deemed as violations of the ceasefire by Hezbollah and by the Lebanese authorities.
Illegal.
So this ceasefire may be largely holding in the sense that we do no longer see a wide-scale bombing campaign. But now, with these rockets being launched, are they a message, or are they a beginning of action that Hezbollah or other groups intend to take against Israel? So the situation is very precarious, and many now expect Israel to respond. But
Now, before I even comment on this, I just want to go to this story, because while Al Jazeera reported that about a day ago, 5 or 6 hours after that came out, France 24 English was on this story, and apparently Hezbollah came out and denied responsibility for rockets targeting Israel, which really throws me for a loop, because Hezbollah has taken responsibility for all of its attacks, right? They're constantly coming out to claim when they do these attacks that they were the ones who did it. But then in this moment, suddenly there's a denial from Hezbollah, which makes me wonder who the fuck fired these rockets, if not for Hezbollah. But let's see if France 24 has anything on this to help make clear what's going on.
Hezbollah actually issued a statement clarifying that the group is not behind the launch of those 3 rockets from southern Lebanon that were launched targeting Metula in northern Israel. One interesting aspect of that statement issued by Hezbollah is that it explicitly mentioned that Hezbollah is sticking to the truce and it is behind the Lebanese state and the Lebanese army.
So, Rawad, where does this leave the ceasefire then?
So, first, it is really important to highlight that most of the airstrikes today were retaliated to those rockets targeted mostly Hezbollah bases or stations located in mountainous areas in southern Lebanon, in valleys. So mostly it was just valleys and mountains. However, one of those airstrikes targeted a house in the village of Tulin in southern Lebanon. At least 4 people have been killed in that airstrike, including civilians.
So even though the Hezbollah leaders came out and denied responsibility for this attack, Israel turned around and started bombing Lebanon. Shocking. Who could have guessed? It doesn't seem like they've elucidated anything about the potential of who else might have fired these rockets. And I'm honestly at a loss on who would have done this. If not Hezbollah, certainly wouldn't have been the Lebanese army, in my estimation. And it leaves like weird questions, like false flag type shit, or maybe like, you know, I'm just like some rogue. I'm trying to think of like what else could have happened here. Because it's not clear to me what the fuck went on here. Oh my god, we went through the 4th half already? Come on! The Middle East and Middle East alone just took up the entire 4th half. Like I said, we had a lot to unpack. I'm a little shocked that it took the entire 2 hours, but maybe I shouldn't be. There was a lot. Practically talked about half the countries in the Middle East just now. Okay, let's go to break time, I guess. By the way, we are still trying to crowdfund the replacement of my broken audio interface, which died rather unexpectedly yesterday when I went to start the stream. And unfortunately, I've been now going 2 streams in a row without it, leaving my voice sounding not as beautiful or dulcet as usual. Of course.
Give me a joke.
Of course, I don't actually believe my voice is that good. All I'm saying is that it's being significantly impeded in quality due to the breaking down of the audio interface, which allows me to hook up my fancy old microphone to my computer, because I don't use a regular podcaster mic with a USB connection. I use a XLR microphone, which has no way of plugging directly into my computer. And unfortunately, audio interfaces do cost in the realm of a couple $100, at least the decent ones. Going all the way up to, well, many thousands of dollars, but I certainly am not looking to replace it with anything. I don't know. Well, I mean, the fact is, $1,000 ones cost. I mean, they cost that much because you have a whole bunch of channels. I don't need that many channels. I just need a few. So trying to keep it in the reasonable price range of hopefully like a couple $100. But we, thankfully, we've got at least a few donations so far, very generously so. But we are still quite a ways behind being able to price one of these out right now. I mean, I guess that's the wrong word. To be able to pay for one of these right now, I'm trying to price it out. Hoping to keep it cheap as possible. For now, we're running on crappy Galactic audio. So do consider contributing in any way that you have available to you. Every dollar counts. All right, intergalactic break time. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. We still got a lot to go. At least one full half left. So, before we get to this break, do a few galactic messages. Now, if you haven't already, do hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon while you're at it. Make sure you get all of the latest in galactic content. Also, do remember that we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. A few dollars per subscriber on YouTube would solve all of our financial woes. May sound small, but with a group effort, we can take over the galaxy. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, and subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you'd rather just give us the money directly and immediately rather than force me to wait. A full month to see that kind of money, as I get paid once per month by YouTube and Twitch, if I'm lucky. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. That's right. Get access to a myriad of space benefits by becoming a galactic patron. Just $3 a month. And boy, oh boy, will you be feeling galactic over there. Anyway, chat, that's it for the messaging. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, you know what that sound means, Jen. Time for us to get back to the show. And boy, oh boy, do we still have a lot to talk about. Even after 8+ hours of content. Truly incredible how long we've all lasted through this stream. Alright, let's get to talking about Africa, where things have been going on. In a number of different countries. Sudan, Rwanda, Congo, and South Africa as well. Let's go here first, to Sudan. As something has happened there over the last day, apparently, the Sudanese army has retaken the presidential palace in Khartoum. Here's BBC News on the story.
The Sudanese army has recaptured the presidential palace in central Khartoum from the paramilitary rapid support forces amid intense fighting. The strategic building was seized by the RSF, which took control of the capital when civil war erupted nearly 2 years ago. This is a major victory for the army, which has been making significant advances against the RSF in recent months. Our Africa correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, has more from Port Sudan.
So this is a very crucial battle for control of the capital. It kind of centered in this. The army has been advancing on Khartoum from the outlying areas over the recent months, and now in recent days it has been inching through central Khartoum, blocked or obstructed by sniper fire from the RSF. But now that it has seized the presidential palace, it effectively signals the end of the RSF's control over the capital, although it's still in other parts of the city fighting there. This area is a place where all of the financial institutions, the government ministries are, so it's very strategic. It's also, the palace, quite a symbolically important building because it has historical and political culture consequences and significance. So this is a major victory for the army. As I said, that doesn't end the fighting in the capital or parts of it, but it does show that the army has taken a major step towards reimposing itself on the seat of government, which it has lost for 2 years.
And the impact of this civil war has been huge, hasn't it, in terms of numbers of people killed, but also the sheer numbers who've been displaced by it?
Oh, yes. I mean, even in Greater Khartoum, which includes the central part of the city, but also outlying districts, about 3.5 million people have been displaced during this war. The number now is about 12 and 13 million around the country. There's a hunger crisis in large parts of it. There's famine been declared in several displacement camps that will probably expanded. There's been enormous destruction, which we were witnessing in Khartoum as we were looking at areas that the army had already reclaimed. And there is, you know, no power, no electricity, and a lot of death, tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, and the fact is the RSF and the Sudanese military have both been accused of war crimes. Both have been accused of ethnic cleansing. I kind of wish they would just have, I don't know, a democracy over there. Now, I have no idea what this says, Nadia, but thank you for the super chat. I mean, I have some idea. I'm pretty sure it says greetings from Berlin or something like that, and what you should know or something. I don't speak German. Something about Germany and Nazi-free zones. Like, I can pick up on some of these things, but I have no idea what you're saying. But I'm sure it's good, probably. I have no way of knowing, honestly. You could be calling for who knows what in here, but either way, I appreciate your support. See, I definitely didn't quite. Okay, I'm seeing you translating it in chat now. I see that I made some mistakes. I made. You know what? I just don't have time for trying to translate this shit. Otherwise, these streams would just go on indefinitely. Inadvertently. Yeah, right. Exactly. When I see a bunch of some foreign language that I don't have a great deal of knowledge on, I get a little concerned. I'm like, oh god. But will Sudan have a democracy in its near future? I'm a little skeptical on that one. Even with the Sudanese army taking control of the capital city, I don't think they're all that interested in democracy either, honestly. I think they're fine with military rule if they can get away with it. And of course, there's still like 20 million displaced people in Sudan. Some massive fucking number. Alright, now let's go south to Rwanda. As apparently Rwanda has decided to cut diplomatic ties with Belgium. Ah. I wonder why that is.
Rwanda announced its decision in a statement.
Belgium has clearly taken sides in a regional conflict and continues to systematically mobilize against Rwanda in different forums, using lies and manipulation to secure an unjustified hostile opinion of Rwanda in an attempt to destabilize both Rwanda and the region.
This regional conflict has been raging for years in neighboring DRC between Congolese government forces and M23 rebels supported by Rwanda.
This is Rwanda. Whatever. What is it? How long has it been since the Rwandan genocide? 20 years? Rwanda after 20 years.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Rwanda has now given all Belgian diplomats on its soil 48 hours to leave the country. A move Belgium's foreign minister called disproportionate and said Brussels would reciprocate.
Their chargé d'affaires was also summoned to the Foreign Affairs Ministry to be given the same deadline for leaving Belgian territory. And where Rwanda had suspended its development cooperation with Belgium, we are going to put an end to it. That's roughly 27 million euros of cooperation being stopped.
Tensions have been growing for months between Rwanda and Belgium, its colonial ruler from 1920 till its independence in 1962. A history the Rwandan president recalled as he addressed crowds at a rally on Sunday.
Sorry, the genocide happened in 94. I was off by 10 years. I could have sworn it was either 2004 or 94. I went with 2004 in my brain. I was wrong. I had to look it up.
Belgium has caused significant harm to Rwanda even in history. 30 years ago, and they continue to follow and interfere with us. We warned them before, and we are prepared to warn them again.
Brussels has spearheaded the push to punish Rwanda over the DRC violence. accusing it of undermining its neighbour's territorial integrity. Their fraught relations continued to deteriorate on Monday when the EU sanctioned 9 people, including 3 of Rwanda's military commanders and the head of its state mining agency, over their support for armed rebels.
Okay, now, of course, Rwanda has been funding...
For decades.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah. However you identify. Of course, Rwanda has been funding the M23 rebels in Congo as they continue to wage an onslaught of the east of the DRC. And apparently, you know, I mean, there was some peace talks that have been floated, some light diplomacy that had been going on between the DRC and the M23 rebels. And apparently those rebels have now withdrawn from proposed peace talks with the DRC. Here's TRT World from 4 days ago on that topic. Go web go.
For decades, the M23 rebels have been fighting with government troops, claiming to protect the interest of the Congolese Tutsis, who accuse them of discrimination and not fully integrating them into the army and society after a peace deal in 2013. And the latest surge in fighting began in 2022, displacing more than 850,000 Congolese in South Kivu province alone, according to UNICEF. International and regional efforts to end the conflict between the M23 and Rwanda, who are accused of backing the M23 rebels, have so far failed. And
this is a very fair comment, which I was actually going to say this, but I just didn't want to bore people with more comment. This is absolutely right. I mean, you're right. Belgium's not wrong, but they also are coming from a place of having done an incredible amount of damage in this area. Colonialism.
Previous ceasefire deals broken. Angolan President João Lourenço says the much-anticipated peace talks on Tuesday will go ahead, despite the last-minute decision by the M23 rebels to pull out. The Congolese delegation has already arrived in Luanda, but the rebel group insists continued military attacks in eastern DRC have also undermined the peace process. But there are mixed reactions.
Why are we going to these meetings? With whom and why? The president said years ago, I'll never dialogue with thugs. I'll never dialogue with thieves, killers. And today, when he agrees to dialogue with these people, he said, where are we going? Why has he accepted? And what will it bring to the life of Congolese people? It's dialogue that hasn't brought anything for a long time.
As Africans, when there are problems, people from the same family sit around a table and discuss to find solutions to the problems facing society. This is why we call on all warring parties to sit around the table and talk about Congo, to talk as Congolese about the problems that are currently ours.
The Congolese rebel alliance that includes the M23 armed group continues to control both Goma and Bukavu cities in eastern DRC and advance into other mineral-rich cities, prompting the European Union and the United States to slap sanctions on the M23 leader and spokesperson, as well as Rwandan military officials who they accuse of backing the rebels.
Meanwhile, M23 rebels are trying to take as many of the resources out of the ground as they possibly can, so they can send them back to Rwanda to be sold. I mean, they've been accused of doing this now for quite some time. You know, basically illegally transporting, spoils of war. And, God damn. Everywhere we turn, there is so much that needs to be done. It's kind of, for someone who has to talk about each one of these things every day, I'm just like overwhelmed by just how many problems we got on our plate as the world, as a planet, you know? Yeesh, okay. Let's go now. France 24. Going to leave Rwanda and the Congo, M23, to go to South Africa. If you missed this, we talked about this like a week or so ago. But the South African ambassador to the United States was, by Donald Trump's administration, told to leave the country and has now been expelled back to South Africa after having called the Trump administration supremacist.
How rude.
How dare you? Oh, Nadia with a super chat. Thank you, Nadia. Much appreciated. Rest is history. YouTube channel just did 3 episodes on Belgian colonization of the Congo a few weeks ago. Interesting. I don't think I caught that one. All right, let's do this now. France 24. What just happened? Oh, I know what just happened. Oopsies. I have to fix the lock over here.
So what caused Ibrahim Rasool to be expelled from the US were these comments that he made during a webinar with the South African think tank where he accused Donald Trump of supremacism and said that the MAGA movement was a response to a declining number of white voters in the US. But this is really just the straw that broke the camel's back. There are reports that Rasool has been excluded over the last weeks from meeting with his US counterparts. And this is really just a symbol of a deteriorating relationship between South Africa and the US. The US has been highly critical of South Africa's ICJ case against Israel and its ties with Iran. On top of that, it's boycotted G20 meetings, criticizing the themes of climate resilience and diversity. And on top of that, Washington has also been highly critical of a newly signed expropriation law, which it says is racist against white farmers. Now, the reactions in South Africa have been mixed. The EF
Racist against white farmers whose farms have been in their families since colonization and apartheid. Weird. It's a weird way to define racism, in my opinion. Oh, son of a bitch. This really just happened. Sorry, chat. I'll be right back. I gotta do something. Sorry, chat. Had an airlock leak. Had to fix on the fly. But yeah, of course it's not a racist law. It was and it's been almost, in my opinion, underused. Okay, like if you were to ask me, I'd say, you know what? They've been incredibly restrained with the use of this law since it was put into law, and you know, I find it sort of hilarious that Donald Trump is complaining about it. Of course, it's got to be coming directly from Elon, right? He's a South African apartheidist who is complaining about white racism in South Africa. I mean, who else in Trump's administration is going to be talking to him about anti-white racism in South Africa, if not Elon? Peter Thiel? Jesus fucking Christ. I need more popcorn. No, not a popcorn-related emergency. Sadly, I have no popcorn with which to eat. I don't know the last time I ate popcorn. It's been a while. Okay, focus in, StreamLord. Focus in. We are on hour 8 right now, approaching hour 9. Okay. Well, we are getting close to the end of this stream here tonight. Took us long enough, my God. Apparently Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin had a little phone call today. The very best phone call. Nobody's ever seen a better phone call before. Let's go to BBC News 4 days ago.
Donald Trump's heavily trailed phone call with Vladimir Putin hasn't led to Moscow signing up to a 30-day ceasefire in Russia's ongoing war with its neighbor. In fact, the 90-minute conversation seems to have given the Kremlin more of an opportunity to make conditions.
No way. What? A phone call with Donald Trump didn't end the war? How's that possible? He was going to end it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Would never have happened if I was in charge. Day one.
On any truce, including the requirement that Kyiv must stop receiving foreign military aid and intelligence and end military mobilization. Mr. Putin did say, however, he was willing to pause attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, but 80% of it has already been destroyed by Russian bombs. This evening, President Zelensky said it's clear Russia isn't ready to end this war. The whole game is to weaken Ukraine. We'll be live in Kyiv, but first, Sarah Smith has our top story from Washington.
Ukrainian forces carried on training to take on their Russian invaders today. A permanent peace deal still seems a long way off. A good and productive conversation, said Mr. Trump. Disappointing or underwhelming might be more accurate, as he failed to negotiate a full 30-day halt in the fighting. He posted on social media, "We agreed to an immediate ceasefire on all energy and infrastructure, with an understanding that we will be working quickly to have a complete ceasefire and ultimately an end to this very horrible war between..."
All caps end to this very horrible war. Russia, they're not going to attack the energy infrastructure. They're going to be very good. They're going to be so good. Super good. What's that? Oh, they didn't stick to that agreement. 2 days later. Evidence of the exact opposite? No. Come on.
Come on!
No.
That's too much, man!
How is that possible? I was promised that Donald Trump was going to end this thing and that Russia loved Trumpy. Never would have done anything nasty. So weird. Please go. Go, web, go.
President Zelensky said Vladimir Putin had already gone back on his promise made to Donald Trump not to attack Ukraine's energy infrastructure for 30 days. And the Kremlin claims Ukraine targeted an oil facility in what it called a deliberate provocation. James Landale has the very latest from Kyiv.
This is not what a ceasefire looks like.
No, that's true.
These are Russian drones striking a hospital in Sumy.
Jesus Christ, dude. BBC trying their hand at comedy. Oh my God. This is not what a ceasefire looks like. That's a good one. I like that. Wow.
These are Russian drones striking a hospital in Sumy in the east of Ukraine, according to the emergency services. Further south, Ukraine State Railway said Russia had launched an attack on its power network. And over the border in Russia, an oil depot, the authorities said, had been hit by Ukraine. As patients were helped out of damaged hospitals, Ukraine accused Vladimir Putin of breaking his promise to pause attacks on energy facilities. On a visit to Finland, President Zelensky said the strikes showed Ukraine needed more, not less, Western support.
We hope that America will continue to work and pressure Russia. We consider the unconditional full ceasefire as one of the initial steps towards peace. But security guarantees for Ukraine are definitely needed. Otherwise, Putin will come with war again.
Finland's president said Ukraine had an undeniable right to defend itself with help from allies, something...
Omega Star with a very valid point. But Cheeto said he wouldn't just lie. Oh, God, you're right.
Cyclone Cheeto.
He would never do that.
Illegal.
Would just tell us one thing and then not achieve it or do the exact opposite. There is no way. That's never happened before. In fact, it's probably illegal to even suggest it.
Illegal.
Very sorry for suggesting that. You're right, Omega. Thank you for reminding that. Cyclone Cheeto would never lie.
Cyclone Cheeto.
I love that sound shot, not gonna lie. I don't get to use it enough during the stream. I guess there's plenty of opportunities, but I also don't want to overuse it. Like, I love it. I don't want to, be like, I don't want to hear that one anymore. Well, I have been thinking about switching up some of the ones that are underused on this soundboard of mine, as I've basically taken up all, 4 times? 8 times 16 is what, 128? How have I taken up 128 slots? It truly mystifies me. Oh, I guess I could do some consolidation. It would open up, because it's not quite 128. Some of these spots are not. Oh, God. I have to do so much like organization and like tweaking to the stream and other things that I've been meaning to do. I also need to keep streaming as much as possible. The soundboard is amazing. Aww. That's sweet, Bad Lefty. That's sweet. What a guy. So yeah, Vladimir Putin promised Donald Trump that he wouldn't bomb the energy infrastructure. 2 days later, not even 2 days, like less than 36 hours later, just immediately starts bombing all of the energy infrastructure. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I don't want reality.
Now, apparently there were some discrepancies between the readout from Vladimir Putin's team and Donald Trump's team on this phone call. And by readout, I mean like there's like a, what do you call it? Like a transcriptionist at these meetings, right? Taking notes, writing down all the things said, right? So that people can know what happened in this meeting. But apparently there was some amount of difference. I'm not sure if it was due to translation or what, but Caroline Levin might have an answer for us. Here's Caroline from the Ministry of Truth just a few days ago. Come on, Caroline, you got this. I believe in you. If I didn't, it would be illegal. Of course, Ministry of Truth.
This time, Philip.
Thank you. 2 questions. First, just a follow-up on the readouts from those calls. When it comes to the discrepancies between the U.S. and Russian readout of that call between President Trump and Putin, is it the president's assessment is something that's getting lost in translation, or does he...
That's what I said.
Nope, the president believes in his team that put the readout out, and he also put his own out on Truth Social. We've been incredibly transparent about all of the president's calls with foreign leaders, and again, I would defer you to the readout. Michael.
Caroline, White House said yesterday that gas prices across the U.S. have fallen for the 4th straight week. 34 states now seeing...
Jeez. Shut down by Caroline for asking questions.
How rude.
But there you go. Caroline saying, no, they did a great job. Is the Russians who are lying, I guess? Or maybe everyone's telling the truth? It's not clear exactly, but definitely Donald Trump's team translated it correctly and wrote down everything word for word. Maybe Russia and the United States are on different, space-time, Like, maybe when you cross into Russia, you enter a different reality, or vice versa. It's not clear. It's not clear. I'm not a, not a genius, okay? I couldn't tell you for sure. I mean, my my allegation was that maybe there was just, like, you know, some translation problems, like that reporter said. Who's to say what the reason was? I'm sure everybody's telling the truth. There's no way any of these people would lie.
Give me a joke.
That's fair. Okay. Now, perhaps one of the most important people in all of this is Volodymyr Zelensky. He had some comments. This is our last on the Russia-Ukraine conflict tonight. Got a few in Asia before we end this. But let's go here. Associated Press. Zelensky comments on ceasefire talks between Russia and the U.S. Yeah, we keep doing these bilateral talks, don't we?
We share your goal, a free, independent and sovereign state of Ukraine. I know that no one wants peace more than you. No one wants peace more than the Ukrainian people who are suffering from attacks and fighting and losses and pain. And your fight and right to self-defense has our full support from day one, and it still is how we approach this.
We proposed a ceasefire in the sky, at sea, on land, because it is not as difficult to control this first step, because we did not believe that Russia would agree to any ceasefire. Yeah, well, they were right. I gotta say, he was right about this. He said this shit. He literally said this verbatim before anything happened, like directly after having agreed to the ceasefire, like proposed and agreed to the ceasefire with the United States in Riyadh. It was in Riyadh, right? God damn it. I think it was. Point is like, he literally came out and said, hey, we're going to say ceasefire everywhere, and then we're going to watch Russia say, actually, no. And my God, was he correct in this one. I mean, truly Nostradamus-like ability to tell us what was going to happen in the future on this one. In our opinion, they want to continue erasing us and want to continue the war. To put it short, but the American side told us, no, they want to end it. Well, we also want to end the war. No argument there. Let's do it quickly and take the appropriate steps. And at the meeting in Jeddah, the American side made a leap forward and said, let's still not talk, not about a partial ceasefire, but about a total one. After this, there was contact between the Americans and the Russians. And once again, it seems to me, a step backward was taken, because they started talking about a partial ceasefire. We are ready to take better steps forward. We are also prepared, in partnership with the Americans, to take a step back and talk about a partial ceasefire. Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, it certainly does. I mean, for anyone who is still sitting around saying, actually, Russia wants peace, even though they're the ones who invaded Ukraine, sort of putting all these lies on their face. What a shitty moment in history for us all. It was in Saudi. You're right. Yeah, no, he corrected me. Jeddah, not Riyadh. It was a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, that's it for Ukraine and Russia. Basically, all of the news that's left is going to be in China, or relating back to China. It started off with South China Morning Post from 4 days ago. China's 315 Gala, a night of scandals. Now, I find this to be fascinating. I feel like we need one of these. Maybe in our country, in the United States. I don't know. Let's talk about it. It's China's awards night for consumer rights protection. The annual 315 Gala exposes the year's top consumer product scandals. State broadcaster CCTV has aired the show on World Consumer Rights Day since 1991. Most of the cases featured were investigated and exposed by undercover journalists. Major scandals exposed at the 2025 315 Gala. A factory allegedly selling sanitary pads and diapers made from recycled waste. The plant reportedly also bought faulty products from other manufacturers for resale. Reporters said they found some well-known brands involved in the production chain. For stuff like this, we open and sort manually, and the good ones are sold directly for 7,000, 8,000 yuan. If we can pick out 7, 8 tons for the 30 tons of garbage, that's not much. Reporters also found frozen seafood suppliers using food additives to make shrimp heavier. Jesus Christ. Ew, that is so gross. Ugh. I just realized what I was looking at. That's shrimp in there, people. Filled with who knows the fuck what. Some sort of heavy metal or something? I have no idea. What would you use to make shrimp heavier? This is disgusting, dude. Used sanitary. I mean, this all. Oh, God. Why don't we have. We need one of these. And in fact, if our government won't do it, we need to find a way to privately fund this shit. Because holy fuck. This should be like on CNN every day. At least once a year, talk about all the horrifying things. Maybe people would stand up for their rights a little bit more. Maybe we would do something rather than getting rid of the FTC, the FDA, get rid of the, the CFPB. Maybe we would fund those things a little bit more if we realized just how much we were being fucking lied to, poisoned, or whatever else. Oh, God, this is horrifying. Some disposable underwear factories reportedly did not disinfect or sterilize their products.
Don't be creepy.
These factories were identified as suppliers for many online shops. Ugh. 315 Gala reaches up to 1 billion people with stories showcasing fraudulent business practice. Oh my God.
Illegal.
Why don't we have this? Oh, that's right. Because you have a strictly capitalist system. Granted, China does capitalist stuff all the time. But this is one of those things where I'm like, dude. Oh, God. Gotta say, good job, China. Good job on this one particular thing here, for sure. It's not just happening in China, no, sure. But at least China's got this. And who knows exactly how thorough they are, but I mean, any amount of effort on this, I would love to see televised in the United States in a very and like the amount of fanfare there seems to be. I mean, look at the stage. I mean, they are taking this shit seriously. It's like the Oscars of shitty businesses. While we continue to fund movies to the tunes of many, many billions of dollars a year, making them, that is, and or doing those award ceremonies all the time, we're defunding the CFPB. We're defunding the FDA. We're defunding all of the stuff that even kind of does this.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Alright, now, yesterday, you may not have known this happened. Honestly, we missed it. I don't know how I missed it. Probably because I'm just so overwhelmed lately with the news hosed on full blast. But there was Earth Hour happened yesterday around this time, I think, actually, across the world. Let's go to Hong Kong and Taipei. who marked Earth Hour by switching off the lights. Wait. Excuse me, sir. Before we get to that, Nadia got Chambers with another super chat, all the way from Deutschland. While I went vegan for abstract philosophical reasons, it's very easy to nauseate yourself into veganism just by looking into animal product manufacturing. No, it is. It absolutely is. Very, very true. Honestly, like, when I was in high school, I think when I was like a junior in high school, I think it was in the computer lab. I wound up somehow watching just, factory farm footage, like, guerrilla, like, protesters, essentially, right? Not guerrilla protesters, but guerrilla, right? Like, rogue animal activist with cameras went into all sorts of factory farms, exposing the horrifying practices there. That one made me. I'm not a vegan, but I consume way less animal products than I think your average American. Actually, I know for a fact I do it less than most Americans. That's certainly part of why. There's also, certainly some abstract philosophical reasons to do it too. Didn't seem like they turned off all the lights. Am I wrong? Or was it just the internal lights? Maybe it was just the internal lights. That makes more sense. Okay, cool. Alright, we're going to stay on China. Talk about their decision to take aim at Canadian canola oil products.
Just weeks from seeding time, China is now hitting some Canadian canola oil and meal exports with a 100% tariff. The move is retaliatory after the federal government imposed a 100% tariff of its own on Chinese-made electric vehicles and a 25% levy on Chinese aluminum and steel products imposed last October. That was meant to keep cheap electric cars from China at bay to grow and protect Canada's EV sector. Now, this will have a devastating impact on prairie farmers. 90% of canola products produced in Alberta are exported worldwide, with about $5 billion worth of canola products exported to China alone. Now, there's few options for farmers to transition to other crops at this point, as they've already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in seeds and fertilizer. And the domestic market isn't anywhere near large enough to make up the difference in any significant way, as only about 10% of canola products stay in Canada. Farmers we spoke to say they aren't sure if planting canola is even worth it this year.
I think we've lost about $100 a ton in the last couple of months, which is a significant amount. The margins we have in agriculture are very thin to begin with, and so anytime you start losing $2 a bushel or $100 a ton, that's taking you from being a profitable crop into being one that you're losing money on. So I would think that there's a possibility you might see prices in canola oil actually reduced to consumers, but it'll be at the detriment of the farmers for sure.
A tariff on canola seed could also be coming, bringing more economic pain. Producers are asking the federal government for several things, including making a deal with China to reduce or eliminate the tariff. They also want government compensation for any losses and help diversifying their market. China.
Wait, from China or Canada? I assume it's Canada, but it'd be hilarious if they were asking China to be compensated for their losses. I mean, yeah, this is not Canada's fault. You know, they, along with the United States, decided to put tariffs on Canada, as well as, you know, harsh measures against Chinese EVs. The suggestion that Canada has an EV sector is kind of funny to me, because it's all United States companies, essentially, that are just building EVs in Canada. I'm not aware of a Canadian EV brand. Can anybody help me with that? Is there some large Canadian EV manufacturer I'm unaware of? Just Canada based? Because I do find that move to be strange. Because while there is manufacturing going on there, why would Canada do this? You know, it's because for a long time, I think, honestly, is because Canada has just sort of followed the US in many cases and said, whatever the US does is good enough for us. In most cases, unless you count healthcare and a couple other things. And it's just like, you know, that was always a bad decision, I think. Because Canada's been really serious about trying to get Canada on renewables, improving EV sales in the country. And you know what would help is having an EV that cost 60% less than anything else on the market. Like BYD cells. Instead, they decided to, you know, engage in, you know, a sector-specific trade war. Ah, boy. Okay. Two videos left. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. You think this is part of the deal to stop U.S.-Canada tariffs? Like from the, yeah. Interesting thought. Although I could have sworn that the EV tariff in Canada happened in like 23 or 24. Honestly, I don't have it in front of me. And we're like 9 hours in. I don't have time to research this right now. Gotta keep pushing through this. Because I really need to try and get some sleep. Taiwan. Yes, Taiwan has recently released a video showing or photos of Chinese military drones and ships doing the salami slice technique, where they enter Taiwanese air or sea space and then go right back into Chinese airspace and then come back and go back. And it's this little game that they play. But this release of footage by Taiwan is somewhat rare. The fact is, you know, China just got done doing this in Australia. They've been doing it here in Taiwan for years. But we just saw them do this same technique down in Australia. I mean, they didn't have the gall to fly directly over Australia, but, you know, that those Chinese military exercises that were butted up against Australian territory waters, same deal. And this stuff is just continuing to increase, you know, tensions across the globe, right? There's not just China doing it, but just everyone just pulling all of this shit. It's just drawing us closer and closer to, you know, a state of Earth that I don't think anybody wants. No one enjoys. There was also some photos of Chinese drones. They appear to be reconnaissance drones. You know, absolutely. It's a state of crazy brinkmanship. Totally right, Bad Lefty. And it's not just China playing the game. Everyone seems to be trying to get... Even the United States is getting in on it right now. We're not just exporting it to other people like Israel. We're doing it ourselves now. Threatening all of our allies. Such a great thing. You know, it's been a tough stream. It's been a tough week. And it took us 2 streams to get through the week-ending report. I mean, sure, I threw some more stuff in here today, undoubtedly. But, holy shit. 20 hours to cover just a cursory amount of the stuff that happened this week. Really wild. Okay. I figure we deserve this to end it all. Take in the cherry blossoms one last time as they are disappearing from the trees. Spring coming into full effect. Give you a little elevator music, a little bit of cherry blossoms. Just try and cleanse yourself of all that horrible stuff. Maybe don't forget it, but just give yourself a moment to recharge, refresh. Think about maybe optimistic things, how we can solve all this. Maybe this moment of respite will give you the opportunity to think of some groundbreaking way to change one of the things that we've just gotten done going over. So peaceful. I can feel a spring coming on. All right, chat. Well, we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Shit, I forgot to do this. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Smegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics. Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki. Whoa. What just happened? Son of a bitch. Nadia Choki. Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Morbius Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Also, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Also, thank you to Godcat for the super chat. Or super sticker, excuse me. It's beautiful. It's glorious. Sour Hour, engaged. Yeah, this is what I want to hear. Smashing this thing. Okay. Yeah, I smashed the space bar. I smash it. Smash it good and hard.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership have reached
Little late
an
night
agreement
Bernie.
on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916, and it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, 10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want. And I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept.
I don't know why I'm thinking this right now. Well, I know why I'm thinking it right now because I'm looking at her.
With conservative Republicans.
But I noticed people asking a lot about the Andorian by the bar. Of course, the Andorians are a race in Star Trek. Secrets as to how this Andorian, where this Andorian came from. But I'll tell you this much. This Andorian is Becky's avatar. Little galactic trivia for you there.
That if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe.
By the way, here's a little galactic secret for you. I'm planning on starting Sunday Funday early today. So prepare yourselves, space fans.
That there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer it. I think most economists would agree with me that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a